Hello everybody and welcome to round number 12 of the Candidates Tournament in Moscow. I'm Jan Gustafsson and I'm delighted to have a new co-host, none other than Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. Robin, welcome.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here for the last 3 rounds. Most exciting rounds of probably one of the most important events of the last couple of years. So I'm really excited to see the games. A lot has happened already. I'm just tuning in. So we have lots and lots to discuss, I think, Jan.
I don't know, it's been an exciting tournament. How surprised are you to see Caruana and Vichy in the lead with 3 games to go?
Caruana doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, I was predicting he would do, he would be among the top 3 contenders to win the title. But the fact that Vichy keeps bouncing back, and actually he's lost a couple of games as well this tournament, and he just keeps winning and staying ahead of the competition is very surprising to me. If he manages to pull this off, it's probably one of the most impressive results to my mind of like the modern day chess. I'm really impressed with Vichy. However, I would say, and of course we're going to see what's going to happen today, I would still say that I think most people expect Caruana to still make a push and get ahead of Vichy. But yeah, it's very exciting. Big win for Vichy in the last round over Karyakin. So he's definitely in big contention, and I'm excited to see his game today against Nakamura, who has been a bit of a nemesis. He's lost a lot of games to Nakamura in the past, as far as I know. But Nakamura, at the same time, is not in the best of shapes. I'm sure you've spoken about this as well. So it will be curious to see if Vichy can pull off a good game against Naka, who, for the last couple of years, I think has been a very tough opponent for him.
Absolutely. Here we can see their head-to-head score in our little cartoon. Nakamura, 6 victories, only 1 loss and 11 draws. He's had his number, but in this tournament, he hasn't had anybody's number. He's won 1 game against Topalov, but he's looked shaky throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vichy with black, he's also looked a little shaky. He's lost 2 games, ran into some minor problems. He's just been crushing people with white.
That's true, yeah. He's been crushing people in e4 mostly, and he's very well prepared, and that's not a surprise to me. So I think today, if Naka wants to, get a bit of something going, he should probably get him out of the opening. So I'm not surprised to see the English opening here, for example. There was this one round, Jan, where there were like 4 English games at once or 3 English games at once.
Yeah,
which
2 days
really
ago it was 1 c4 in every game.
Yeah.
My working theory is generally c4 is not a better move than e4 or d4, obviously, but everyone's sick of the Berlin. We've seen it a couple times in this tournament. Vichy grinds out some wins, but it doesn't look like much.
Well, Vichy had the very nice victory in the Italian over Aronian, right? But then again, the Italian is not known to be the most, enterprising opening, I suppose. So I guess this was more of a surprise weapon than anything else. So
yeah, also the Italian and the Berlin, they sort of look the same nowadays, right? Like they either go here and then they go here. You do this and they do this. Or they put the bishop on c4 and you sort of get the same position. So it's always this.
It's a bit sad, but there used to be a big difference between the Italian and the Spanish. But nowadays, when you have to go d3 against the Berlin, which really most players do play to get something more interesting going than the endgame, it's very similar. So it's not a big surprise that people have been looking for something in that direction. But I like to see games like c4 and some other openings. This is very interesting, what we're seeing over here. But also the game Topalov against Caruana comes to mind, which I think started knight f3 c4, but transposed into one of those lines that is just incredibly complicated, but most people don't really spend the time looking at it because it's a bit obscure, and both sides are definitely not forced to go into something very complicated in these openings. But I think we're seeing several English openings again. I see another one appearing in Anish's game, so we're in for something a little bit more, unexplored, I would say, today.
Yeah. And we also have a premiere. We have the first e4 non-e5 in this tournament. Everybody's played e5 after
Is that
e4.
true? Okay.
This is the first c5 by Veselin Topalov. So before we get into the opening specifics, and I'm excited because normally it's a monologue of mine, the openings, but this is the first time, I think, no offense to Luke van Wely, that I have someone who's also an opening specialist on the show. So I'm excited to have a look at those. Let's do a very quick round of predictions before we get into it. Here we got the pairings. Svidler Giri, who you got?
Oh, well, I mean, Anish is my boy, and I always have his back, but I don't think I can predict anything else than a draw. He's been, he just hasn't had that touch to finish off good positions. He's been missing something very important to really be in contention for the tournament. However, he's way too solid to lose. I don't actually expect him to lose a single game this tournament, but whether he's going to win one is also doubtful. So I got a draw on this one.
I'm with you. I'm also predicting a draw. Sviller is my boy, but yeah, he's had similar problems to Anish. He's got a lot of good positions, couldn't convert them. So draw is a safe bet, but you never know. Nakamura Anand.
Interesting one. I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I'm going to say Hikaru is going to win. I still think that Vichy has a very hard time playing against him. I think Hikaru is the type of player that he's probably, you know, in all kinds of trouble mentally, being very disappointed with his result. But at the same time, I think he looks at this as really a match where he still has a chance to get back into the tournament a little bit and, you know, finish off in a nice way. And I think he's going to actually pose some serious problems to Vichy. But of course, considering the tournament standings, that would be a very big result. So it's a bit of a risky prediction.
I'm gonna go the other way. I'm gonna predict a Vichy win. This is slightly cheating because I've seen the opening position. It's sharp. I have confidence in Vichy's preparation here. Nakamura has been shaky. Then we got Karyakin Topalov.
Yeah, a very important match for Karyakin, I would say. Topalov has been a little bit of a target, I would say. He's clearly in very good contention for the last spot. He's not in very good shape. His opening preparation has been interesting, but he hasn't been able to back it up with his calculation. Considering that I've seen it's a Sicilian, Karyakin, actually both of these players are amazing Nidorf players on both sides, I would say. I'm going to go with a victory for Karyakin simply because he's in better shape.
I'm gonna go with a draw in that one. I feel like Karyakin is lacking a bit of punch. He's an amazing defender, but I don't see him outplaying Topalov in this. And
Perhaps,
Topalov,
but I do think there is a sense of urgency for him because he has to win. Not necessarily this game, but it would be very important for him to get a win in to still be in contention. So I think for him, this one is very important. So he will be taking a little bit more risk, in my opinion.
we shall see. Then we have Caruana against Aronian.
Well, Levon has had a bad couple of rounds. He was doing very well. I think for him right now, he's not really in contention for the first prize anymore, but he has to sort of get back into solid footing. So he's gonna probably try to make a draw, and I think he will succeed in doing so. It's gonna be some sort of Berlin, I suppose, and I think Levon will suffer a little bit today, but he will hold.
Yeah, I agree with that prediction. I think it should be a draw. Wouldn't be surprised if Fabi won, though, because Levon the last 3 rounds, he hasn't looked like himself.
Nothing like it, yeah.
So let's get into the games. Where do you want to start? You want to start with our mutual friends, Peter and Anish.
Let's do that. Okay, well, we've got pretty much a mainline English opening. I'm actually very surprised, Jan. I haven't been seeing d5 against the English, just the most standard, normal way to play. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've only seen bishop b4 variations, bishop c5 variations. Like, I don't know what is going on, but to my mind, this is always the most topical line, and I have no idea where people aren't playing it right now. So I'm not surprised to see Anish play it, and I'm very curious what sort of setup White's gonna adapt, because basically what White does is play a dragon with a tempo up, which completely changes the position. It's not really like a Sicilian, because Black is forced to play, for example, knight b6 in this position, which would be a horrible move if you were playing as White against the Sicilian. But still, it's hard to prove an advantage playing an opening which is basically meant for the Black side. So normally Black succeeds in equalizing if he knows these lines well. Interesting to see this finally. I'm actually glad to see what the best players in the world have against it, because I've never understood why White's better in these positions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I've been very surprised that everyone in this tournament has played bishop b4, because there it looks like there's more room for ideas, especially what Caruana has done, but in general, like, White has a chance for an advantage. For me, I'm more of a d4 knight f3 player. The principal reason I don't play c4 more is because I always thought this equalizes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Peter has up his sleeve. White has a wide range of options here. Normally it comes down to similar things. You castle, you play d3, you play a3 and b4. Sometimes Black plays a5, sometimes he doesn't. There's tons of subtleties, and all the kinds of crazy moves have been tried here.
Exactly.
in general.
White can really choose from a bunch of different move orders, and I think Black's response differs slightly against all of them, so that's why some Black players feel a little bit uncomfortable. But mostly, if you know your stuff here as Black, theoretically speaking, you're not running into any major troubles.
And it looks like they've blitzed out one of the main lines, short castles, bishop e7, a3, castles, b4. All of this is theory. Once again, Black has choices along the way, but bishop e6 is one of the main moves. Tactical point is if b5, you always got knight d4, and here you're probably winning material.
There's a very important trick in this variation. That's why White tends to go rook to b1 in many of these lines, sort of threatening the move b5 and saying, well, rook b1 might be a useful move on the way in case Black goes something like a6.
Yeah, so now Black has to react to the threat of b5 goes f6, d3. All of this is theory. a5. My childhood, there was a big discussion. My childhood is like, yeah, probably not my childhood, but a long time ago. If you should start with a5 here, provoking this b5, or if you should go knight d4 directly, which are the two main lines. I'm not sure a verdict has been reached, but this line Anish is playing, I always thought was a solid line for Black. There's one very instructive trick, which Anish is not going to fall for, but a lot of people like to play this with White,
It's
hoping
a very
for knight
famous
d5.
trick. I've seen it happening so many times, Jan, in open tournaments. This is like Grandmaster comes to the first round, he plays this line as White, and of course you want to go knight d5 here as Black. It looks like the most logical move. If you just exchange everything on d5, Black is looking like he's in very good shape. But as you were about to point out, this is actually a big blunder on Black's part.
And all of a sudden you lose a piece. Knight f5, e4, and knight e6 is also e4. This bishop is trapped. So no one's going to fall for this, but this is the one pitfall. The main moves here are queen to c8, just covering the pawn, or the slightly surprising bishop to d5, giving up the bishop.
It's a very funny move, but it's a lot better than it looks. But still, I think most people have some principal problems with playing this move. But it has been covered in theory. It has been covered in theory, and it's not as bad as it looks.
But Anish has decided after knight d2 to play the main move, queen to c8, queen to c8, just covering the pawn, e3, knight to f5. All of this is still theory. Now Black has to find a plan. I've seen them do weird stuff like rook f7, bishop f8, and it becomes some sort of slow maneuvering game.
Yeah, no, I remember some Kramny games here as well. I think several top players have been discussing this position from both sides. Actually, if Black manages to find a plan and an interesting setup, sometimes the knight goes to d6, you try to go bishop h3 in certain cases. Sometimes you prefer to keep the bishops a little longer. But it's actually possible to get very interesting positions here because, for example, White on the way could decide to go f4 in some cases, really getting a lot of central pawns going, but also weakening his structure a little bit on the way. So I'm actually happy to see this position happening. It's not in any way surprising me. I don't think Svidler has something amazing up his sleeve, but he probably studied this position in depth and he has his plans ready, and we'll see what happens. But it's an interesting middle game position.
Yeah, also, I agree. I don't think he's playing for an opening advantage, but it's a position full of fight. Like, you can't simplify so easily. The pawn structure is very unbalanced, and I believe Svidler, he knows Anish is arguably the best theoretician in the world. You can't out-prepare the guy.
Exactly.
So just chose a line. Okay, here, I'm not going to get out-prepared. It's going to be play, and we're in for a treat.
Yep.
The Vichy opening is very interesting. You've already mentioned this knight d5. This was played earlier in the tournament by Topalov against Levon Aronian. e4, knight h4 castles. I analyzed that game, and I wasn't very impressed with the White opening.
I don't even remember exactly how it went. I just remember he moved up his d pawn to d4, d3 very soon, and he got into trouble quite fast as White. There were some errors along the way, but the opening itself was by no means impressive on White's part. I agree about that. Interesting if Nakamura is actually better prepared than Topalov is here. Sometimes it's interesting how within a tournament a certain line can become kind of topical, and that's what's happening over here, because honestly I've barely seen this line before this candidates event appearing on the highest level.
I'm familiar with this line because there were some, especially with club players, very famous books on the English opening by this guy Marine.
Yeah.
And he recommended this knight d5 move. And he analyzed these positions after e4, which is a principled reply, knight to h4, short castles. And he was claiming, it's interesting for White, I didn't really believe it, but it's certainly a messy position. Bishop g2. One big thing is this knight on h4, because after d6 you have to think about g5 in many a position. One line, for example, here is something like castles g5, d4, g takes h4, bishop g5, which is good for white. So instead you have to go h6 to cover the g5 square, and then to take this. And it becomes a total mess. I believe black is supposed to be fine. But I was checking.
Well, definitely like looks very interesting. Looks like white has some compensation here as well. Nakamura played the move a3, so I must honestly say that this is not my field of expertise, but a3 looks like a very normal move as well. In general, I must say, when I try to play the English and I don't know what to do exactly, I will try to get a bishop, get the bishop pair, get some kind of Sicilian-looking position, and just play it. So I'm sure that Nakamura has deeper thoughts than that, but it tends to be a good idea to just try to get the bishop one way or another, but knight takes b4 is often not the right way. It gives black a little bit too much activity in most cases, especially with the combination of having the knight on h4. You release all the pressure from the e4 pawn, among others, so this might not be a very good idea.
I believe this is what Topalov played in his game against Aronian. Now, here, a3, knight c6, and probably d3.
Right, and something with d5 followed and e takes d3.
Yeah, but he didn't get anything out of the opening. He was too active. So Nakamura deviates, and a3 is a rare move, so that's probably his homework. Bishop c5 castles. I guess his point is that now g5, there's probably tricks with d4.
Straight away, yeah.
Hitting the bishop.
This looks like black is a little bit too exposed on the king side.
Even here, I'm not sure what's going on, frankly, but it looks very dangerous for black. Now
well, after d takes c5, you can't really retreat the knight to a good square, I think.
Yeah, because if it goes here or here, and we take this pawn. So yeah, this doesn't work. Therefore, g5 is off the table, and we have to think what to do about this e4 pawn. Natural move to my mind is rook to e8, just to cover it. And yeah, maybe revisit this idea later. And I'm not sure what Naka's prepared. Maybe b4. It's a weird position.
It's a strange position, that's for sure.
Ah,
he went e3, okay.
Rook e8, he played e3. This
is definitely inviting
inviting
g5 as well, so I think we should have a brief look.
Just for the record, you guys see this engine bar, but we've decided that for now we're not actually using the engine, so it's sort of switched off. And it will start jumping around should we use it later, but this is us being unplugged. We'll inform you if it continues. So be easy on us if we blunder all the pieces. g5, what do you do? b4 looks...
It looks like obvious. You want to get the bishop to b2, right?
Here. And I was wondering about such a position. If I go somewhere, possibly b8.
Knight b8 to keep e4 protected, or...
Yeah, also here, I have a feeling I'm getting checkmated. I'm not sure how. Bishop e4 or bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and queen h5 looks very, very dangerous.
Doesn't look very appealing. Yes, just checkmate.
Okay, so clearly g5 is not the kind of move you want to make over the board if you're not prepared over here. And it might just be a bad move. I don't have a good feeling about this for...
No, I agree. Because here, this also looks...
And just queen h6.
Very scary. f6, bishop f6, and I'm sure you're getting mated. And rook e5. Now it just looks lost. I don't even know how, but bishop takes e4 or f4.
Or f4, yeah. It looks very, very dangerous.
So probably g5 is a little much. And it's also not Vichy style, especially if he's out of book, which I'm not sure if he is. But this is a very rare line.
Well, it happens rarely that he's out of book. The one thing is that the last time he was out of book against Caruana in the English, it went downhill quite fast, I must say. So I guess Hikaru is trying to make a point here and say, well, perhaps I can also find another line where Vichy is not fully prepared.
Yeah. I have a feeling I've seen this position in some marine books. I also can't remember it. Maybe there's some opening experts out there who can tweet us using the hashtag C24Live or let us know on the chat, which is updating so quickly. I miss most of it though. But it's certainly an interesting idea by Nakamura. I'm not sure how Vichy is supposed to react, frankly. I also don't know what he wants to do next. Probably just b4, bishop b2.
Yeah, I do think so, yeah.
I was wondering if you can take, but after cd, You love to go knight e5, but I couldn't really see anything after just taking the pawn. Bishop g4 is just an empty move. No, this
Looks
doesn't
like
work.
just a pawn.
If you have to go knight b8, then it feels a little slow, and maybe white can just switch to...
Well, you can move your d pawn, or you can even perhaps go for b4 and... Well, perhaps f3 is still gonna fall for g5. I would like to go f3, but I imagine that...
Yeah, that's tempting me to do this.
My knight's getting trapped.
Even such a position, though.
I'm very scared as
Who
black
knows,
here.
right?
I'm very scared as black. I don't like it at all, but...
So interesting choice by Nakamura for sure, because it's asking some very unusual questions.
Putting some pressure on Vichy, that's for sure.
We'll see how Vichy copes. For now, let's have a look at the Sicilian. This is not my territory.
Okay, well, I know a thing or two about the Najdorf, luckily. So the H3 variation is pretty much one of the most topical lines for a couple of years now. Actually, Veselin himself has been playing it as well on both sides. I think Karyakin as well. If you're involved in the Najdorf on either side, then H3 is probably one of the lines you're spending most of your days on. Very, very interesting line. Black has a couple of very good choices. E5 and H5 is what a lot of players like to do. It's still very, very playable as far as I know. H5 over here.
Okay, I lied. I'm incredibly booked up here as well.
Okay.
H5 is one of the main moves. The other move that is very interesting, in my opinion, is B5,
which is
slightly less popular.
And it's relatively new, right?
Yes.
I think Vesely won a very nice game here against Caruana, if I'm not mistaken. I think the thing is that I was playing H3 myself a lot from the white side, and at some point I stopped because I felt that much more ideas for black were popping up than for white.
Yeah.
And but the line we're seeing over here is also super topical and very sharp. So I'm very happy to see this opening. I think it's going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, and Topalov, he's been one of the pioneers of this setup with black. He plays e6, and the white idea, as in many Sicilians, is to play g4. Here they used to play d5 in the old days, but it turned out that there's many ways for white to reach a slightly better endgame, like knight d2.
I think knight d2 was actually the reason that at some point they were kind of done with this as black. First they went e takes d5, which used to be kind of okay after knight e2 here, I think. Bishop to b4, and you reached slightly uncomfortable positions for black, but it was not too big of a deal. But then with knight de2, immediately they were kind of done with it, and they said, okay, there are much more interesting ways for black to play in which you can actually fight for an advantage sometimes if you're doing your homework. So
yeah, and this line, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm a little surprised because this was fashionable for a while. You're intending to fight for this diagonal. But then it went out of fashion because white started pushing g5 anyway here. And after bishop e7, h4, you play this sort of a tempo down, but it turned out it's still unpleasant for black. I've seen some nice white wins. So I'm a bit curious that, first of all, Topalov sticks with this, and secondly, Karyakin doesn't go for this g5 move.
I'm wondering whether they're not going for a direct transposition regardless of that, because I have the feeling that you're right, g5 and h4 is played here at some point, whether black doesn't have a knight on f6 or you already moved it to d7. But I also think the move bishop e3 is almost always included here because g5 can be played anyway, which is what happened in the game.
This is a little trick we should show. If you take, then knight e6, I'm assuming is the idea, takes, and queen h5 check.
Yeah, and that's just, the d6 pawn is very weak in these endings, so this is just a bad position for white, for black, excuse me. So I do think they're going back to kind of well-known theory. Yeah, I've seen a couple of good players play this as black. I've had some experience on the white side. I was very happy about it for a while because the moves white is playing are not very hard. It's kind of standardized. You go h4, queen d2 or queen e2, long castle, and you try to push g6 as fast as you can, and in some cases you go f4 as well. But black has found ways to counter this, but normally speaking I think they go for normal stuff after a3 over here, which is kind of necessary. They go bishop to b7, knight to c6, and rook c8 very quickly, and they try to very often get some counterplay with exchange sacrifices on c3. What's interesting is that Cheparinov, who used to at least be a second of Veselin, is a big expert here, and I remember seeing a game of his, a very nice game actually, in the Reykjavik Open recently. So perhaps there's still a bit of common knowledge there between those two very strong Bulgarian players, but surely these guys are still very much in book. So I'm not sure why they're thinking or what they're thinking about currently, but perhaps it's a matter of sort of remembering exactly where you had to take the game here, because white and black both have several options, but well, the course of the game has already been decided. This is a very sharp game.
Yeah, so it's gonna be exciting. And Karjakin, he hasn't played all that much, if my recollection is correct, one e4 in this tournament. He's played d4s and c4s and knight f3s. But he has to win, and probably he decided against Topalov is the time to go e4. And Topalov in return was probably sick of playing the Berlin. He's not playing for victory anymore. He thought, okay, let's have some fun. Let's play a sharp Sicilian. This is gonna get very tricky. Oh, and then Caruana Aronian. This is more up my alley again. We have one of these trendy, whatever we call it, anti-marshals.
D3 Spanish, anti-marshal. I think it's a D3 Spanish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, we don't call D3 the anti-marshal. First important moment, of course, Levon decided against knight f6 here. He plays both with more or less equal frequency, a6 and knight f6. But if you want to play it safe, he normally goes knight f6.
I find that very odd, by the way, Jan, because you have the Berlin, for which you need a certain amount of knowledge, at least about the ending, you have to know quite a bit. But then the marshal, I mean, you're a big expert, you actually have to have a very good memory, you need to be very much aware of the latest trends. So it seems like a very unlikely combination, yet I see some of the very best players play both of these lines.
Yeah, I don't fully agree. Like, it used to be like that, but first of all, Levon's played the marshal for many, many years.
So it's kind of, he doesn't have to repeat maybe a lot of the lines. Like he sort of has experience in majority of them by now.
Yeah, and the thing is with the marshal, most of the main lines are sort of dead at the highest level. Like the marshal we're talking about, which is Levon's repertoire, is this position. And I don't think you have to know all that much here anymore, because after you've played it for some years, you know all these d4 lines, and they're all sort of analyzed to death with computers.
Basically, d3 is slightly topical here. Once in a while, you still see a game, but you're right. I never see d4 appearing anymore. So.
And d3, yeah, this is what they're still discussing. Their guys are prepared. You have a choice. Peter Svidler has had some games recently, and a bunch of other guys, Tomaszewski and so on. But basically, if you play the marshal, what you're much more likely to get is what we've seen in this tournament, is either 6d3 or this line, and that leads to quieter play where there's room for both sides to outplay the opponent. So I think this is more a way of getting a position full of pieces.
Yeah, I agree.
And not so much a memory competition, but they play something very direct. D3 has become as popular as Rook E1 at the highest level. Peter Svidler did a video series for us on the move D3. And yeah, it looks like a slightly funny move, but it's mainly directed against the marshal. You can't play any sharp setups here. While white is claiming his usual thingy that he's going to put his pawn on c3 at some point often, and this knight on c6 is slightly misplaced. These pawns are a little weak, so white is fishing for a small advantage.
Yeah, I always thought that basically the bishop, of course, is doing absolutely fine on e7, but the only reason why this line has a little bit of venom to it is that if you play d3 before your castle is white, black still has the option of playing b5 and bishop to c5, which is just a little bit more active against these kind of setups.
Yeah, this is absolutely nothing, because yeah, here you go for this, and you don't see this at a high level because black is just fine.
Right, so that's why there's still a bit of discussion going on here, because there's a little bit of a passive setup for black with the bishop on e7.
d3. And yeah, here black has a choice, d6 or b5. For those interested, check out Peter Svidler's video series. He's covered all the options here. But b5, bishop to b3, once again there's a choice. There's tons of subtleties here. I don't want to waste all your time with it. The recent trend has been to not castle, but start with d6, which threatens to go knight a5, picking up this bishop. So white does something. Normally they go a3. Magnus likes c3 here, but he never gets anything with it. So normally you get such a position, knight a5, bishop a2, and here black, instead of castling, goes for a very early bishop e6 or a very early c5. This is a trendy line, for example.
Well, Fabiano is really an expert here. I think he's had several very interesting theoretical battles, and also played some, I think already played several games with Levon himself, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he beat Levon. We're going to get to it, I believe, in the position they have on the board in St. Louis.
That's actually what I wanted to ask you. It looked very familiar to me.
Yeah, and this line, this is the topical line here. He also managed to defeat, I believe, Ding Liren recently with some very early knight h4, knight c3, c5, knight h4 or something. So Fabiano knows his stuff here. but so does Levon, of course, and they've played this slightly older mainline. Black castles, now knight a5 is not a threat yet because of knight takes e5, so white has time to develop his knight, and he wants to put it on d5 in mainlines. d6, now, yeah, knight d5 is a move, but white typically loses a tempo to secure this a2 square for his bishop. a3, black faces a white choice here, knight b8 we've seen. Bishop e6, I'm sure we've seen. Knight d4 has been played.
Everything has been tried here, I think.
And yeah, this plan is the most typical one, the so-called Chigori maneuver. You go knight a5, bishop a2. And now, Levon likes not to play c5, which is the standard move, when white goes knight d5 or bishop g5 and fishes for a small advantage because of this d5 square. But this is sort of Levon's trademark idea, to go bishop e6 immediately, fighting over this d5 square. He's won some nice games here, I believe, against Dominguez, for example. After knight d5, he took, then moved the bishop away, and
yeah, he got
to win a good game.
in a very lively position there. I remember that. But b4, I think it's what they played in the Sinkfield Cup, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think so too. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Maybe people can keep us informed, but it's a very logical move because if black gets like 2 more moves here, plays c5 and knight c6 back, and white hasn't done any danger, any harm, then black is fine. So you want to go b4 and force his knight either to this pretty bad square or back to c6 without having c5 played. Of course, Levon's point is that at least he exchanges this dangerous bishop here first. Bishop takes, rook takes. I'm wondering if Fabiano last time around played something like knight takes.
I'm pretty sure he went knight takes because like you were pointing out, I remember that knight c1, knight b3 maneuver. So perhaps it's here that they've been changing the course of their previous game somewhat.
Yeah, we're gonna look it up whenever we get the chance, but it looks like rook takes a2 is maybe his idea for this game. Knight to c6, and we get a strange structure. Even this, I feel like they've discussed something extremely similar in the London Chess Classic. I'm not sure was this exact position, but it was certainly this structure.
Okay, well, it looks to me like basically all black really wants to do here is play d5 and sort of get rid of the slightly passive position, and also the knight on c6 is maybe not the most amazing piece.
Yeah.
But the course of the game is very interesting because we will see that black is actually willing to lose a little bit of time just to keep the idea of d5 alive here after bishop g5. Obviously, white wants to probably... I think white would be happy to take on f6, play knight to d5 and go a4 if he has enough time to build up a little bit of pressure on the queen side.
Right. What I'm curious about, once again, my memory doesn't serve me, but I have a feeling that they've played this position after d4 or a very similar position. Something like, I don't know how that game went, but I do recall a structure like this between these two guys.
Okay.
And yeah, black was sort of solid. It looks slightly better for white, but black has counterplay with this c6 at the right moment. Levon played some slow maneuvers, put his queen here, sort of equalized. I believe there was a London game, don't quote me on the move order. So Fabiano this time around plays this move, which is very logical. And yeah, as you mentioned, this is a threat positionally, so you have to vacate the knight. You don't want to exchange here because this is just too little.
It's too little. You can take with the knight, and I think especially when knight g6, knight f4 is in the air, and who knows, black might play f5 in some cases. I think black is very, very fine over here. But bishop to e3 looks logical because knight to b6 is not really something you want to do here, with white always having the option of taking. But that was sort of what I was referring to. I think the move here that Levon played definitely is some home preparation because it's not the type of maneuver you would just come up with very quickly in the game. But it's kind of consistent with what I was saying, that I think d5, if you can do it as black, it's a very liberating sort of move. Why not lose a tempo for it? Because with the bishop on e3, white is forced into a reaction. He can't even just let the pawn be there because d4 will happen. So
yeah, I was wondering if you go d4 here, I guess the point is that this knight keeps jumping around. Yeah, knight g4. And if the bishop has to move again, then all of a sudden this square looks interesting. I'm not sure if this line makes any sense, but something like if white were to take this knight, you go bishop f6, and you have this potential square. This looks quite nice and active for black.
Yeah, it does.
And therefore, probably it's too early for d4, but Fabiano's next move is a little too deep for me. He wants to put his queen on b3, I guess.
It just looks like it's a move too late, right? I mean, d5 is already going to... Well, I think d5 has been played, and queen b1 seems a little bit odd, given that you're not stopping d5. But perhaps his idea is to just remove the bishop from e3.
He wants to go back here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting positional sort of fight that they're having over here. But it still seems like they're fighting over very little. To me, this doesn't look bad for black at all.
No, it's nuances. You hope that at some point, I don't know, black gets stuck with passive bishop on f6, and you can go knight d5, and then maybe some a4 or c4, put a little pressure. But it does feel, I'm with you, it does feel like very little.
Interesting whether he could go d4 in some of these structures. We'll see how he handles it. I do expect bishop to g5. It looks like a very logical move. But black could see some space with d4 in these cases, but then you do allow bishop takes f6, which is probably what white is looking for here. It's kind of similar to what we were talking about before, except that black has the pawn on d4. But still, with a4, it looks like he's getting some positional pressure over here. So
yeah, this looks tricky, because there's also this plan of rook c1, c3, and you have some potential weaknesses.
Yeah.
Now, all these structures, I'm a martial player, so I like concrete action move by move, but here you have just to have some very subtle feeling, because it all looks equal, but sometimes you can get under some pressure, sometimes not. That's a big reason why this d3 is so popular, because you're forced into some positional battle somehow. So yeah, after d5, e5 doesn't make sense to my mind. After knight d5, black's probably slightly better.
Especially the queen on b1 doesn't make any sense now, as far as we can tell.
So this rook looks funny, but I guess the plan is that one day it's going to rejoin the action. But positional fight ahead here, equal position. Levon in good shape, I believe, can't be outplayed in such a position. I'm not sure how good a shape he's in.
That's the question. I do think that at least Fabiano is also still familiar with these ideas. And most of the time, well, he's very successful with these Ruy Lopez kind of structures. So he knows very well when it's nothing and when it's a little bit, maybe it looks optically like nothing, but there are some nuances, like you said. And well, he's already proven that he's able to outplay pretty much anyone in these structures. So it will be very interesting. I think this is really a test of home preparation. So we're going to find out whose is better.
Yeah. We're expecting bishop g5, but let's jump back to the Nakamura against Vichy game, because that is one of the crazier positions we're going to see all tournament.
Well, I definitely think this is a good thing for our prediction. G5 has been played, which to me sounds like someone is either in big trouble and someone is probably going to do very well here. Very interesting what's happening here. I guess that Nakamura was looking for something like this. Like I said, I think we both weren't exactly sure what to do if not g5. But we were also not crazy about g5. So some pressure on black, but who knows? Maybe this is just good for black and it's not that big of a deal. But it does seem like Vichy's being provoked here a little bit into something that he might not be fully comfortable with.
But it could also be that he's sort of calling Nakamura's bluff, yeah? Because I'm sure Nakamura, well, he's confident against Vichy and in general, and he thought if Vichy has not analyzed this position, which is a very rare position, there's no way that Vichy is going for these complications. But Vichy did go for it, and now Nakamura has to prove that he's getting enough for the piece. They've played b4, bishop b6. I think we've looked at this, we got the moves right. Bishop b2, targeting this, so you have to take, c takes d. And here, we couldn't find a good move somehow. Yeah? Knight e7 looked losing after bishop f6.
Yeah.
Knight b8 just looks horribly slow. Maybe knight e5 is a move. I do not know. It all looks extremely scary for black.
It does.
Bishop e4 here, or queen h5. Even f4 you could think about.
F4,
you might not lose a piece.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about knight to d3, but I can honestly not say if it's for a good reason or not.
Well, it could very well be. Yeah, frankly, I missed that move.
Well, it does kind of continue. You could take on g5 there and just let me take on b2, go queen h5. We don't have the great bishop on b2, but we have some g6 ideas here as well. It's definitely not without danger for black either.
Yeah, there's even ways to play this position sort of slowly. Yeah? Rook f6, rook f1, rook h6.
The thing that really bothers me about black's position here is how great the bishop on b2 is and how bad the piece on b6 is. And this is generally why I wasn't a big fan of g5. But of course, if it costs a piece, then if there are concrete defensive resources, it might very well be okay for black.
And Vichy's played a move that might be the answer to all our questions. Probably also a move that shows he's done his homework, because not an obvious move to make here. He's played knight d4.
Okay, that's a very spectacular move. Yeah, that's...
Point is, yeah, he doesn't want to win the piece. He just wants to get rid of this superpower on b2. And he's saying, you know what, this position, I've checked. The computer says, let's see what the computer says. Okay, actually 0, 30.
I must say that as soon as I see this pawn on d4 and d5 appearing, like it doesn't look pretty for white anymore. I'm kind of losing all of the reasons why I was so happy about my position, but I'm not losing any material, so I can't be too negative, I guess. But that's a very nice resource, knight to d4.
Yeah, but for me the big question is this Vichy homework, or was he surprised he felt he had to go g5 and now he's panicking about getting checkmated and he's trying to bail out with knight d4? Because against Fabiano it was sort of a similar scenario. After bishop h6, gh, he correctly decided to return a piece, but his position after it still wasn't very good. And yeah, I'm hypnotized by the computer now. Switched it on, and it's giving this move,
exactly,
which is insane.
Which is fantastic. Like it's the idea is g takes h4, d takes e4, I suppose, and the knight is trapped in the middle of the board.
It could go here, but it has very little future.
Exactly. What I think is instructive to show, Jan, is that after something like, let me see, I put the knight back to h4 for a sec. d3, e takes d3.
Oh, sorry.
In general, these structures, I guess queen takes would happen. Gh4, bishop takes d4. In general, that sort of position tends to be very bad. Even if you put the pawn back to g7, this is kind of a scenario in the English where white gets free pressure on the c7 pawn, which tends to be very annoying.
Yeah, and here this is, of course, pronounced by this pawn missing, so the king is weak as well. You can't really get that. And therefore, I don't know, like, I have tremendous faith in Vichy's homework, but you wouldn't go for this if you have this on your computer screen and the computer gives d3 plus 1.
Well, I must say, my first impression of the position after bishop takes d4, that bunch of exchanges, was that it's probably home cooked, but the move d3 looks very impressive. Like, I immediately start changing my mind again. So if that's what's happening, I'm a bit more on your side. I think it might actually be Vichy just sort of bluffing that he has checked it instead of Nakamura bluffing.
Yeah, if anybody can give us an update on their clock situation, if Vichy has been thinking a lot, that'd be interesting, because yeah, if he's been blitzing these moves out, he must be in book. But I don't know, someone's bluffing the other here, and it feels like Nakamura might not be the bluffer, but the bluff catcher in this case. So, knight d4, crazy move. Yeah, we could analyze other options like knight e5, f4 we've talked about, which looks very, very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I still think the line that we sort of went for looked actually very, very dangerous. I'm not a big fan of that at all.
This stuff, yeah. And yeah, now we're computerized, and the computer already is totally winning here for white, which is not a big surprise. Queen e7, bishop e4, and he just crushes us. So maybe Vichy's woos in the English continue, and he got caught sort of with his hand in the cookie jar twice. The thing is, he has amazing preparation, but he's also incredibly predictable, right?
Yeah,
at least in this tournament. He goes for this line every single game, and he has done so for a couple tournaments. So guys give him their best shot here. They look for some sharp, crazy position.
Of course. Well, I would like to play these positions as well. Even being an e4 player, as long as you're kind of familiar with the Sicilian, I mean, these positions are very interesting compared to a Berlin. Like, I'm not surprised at all to see this. But also, once again, Jan, I'm really confused that people are not going for the same line that Anish is playing today, the main line. It just kind of asks for a little bit of trouble, if you ask me. There's lots of ideas in these kind of bishop b4 lines, because already if you play something like this with white, you tend to not get much out of it. So being a move up, basically on the black side of it's just very interesting. It gives a lot of space for some new creative ideas. And if I was Vichy, I wouldn't give my opponents that space. I think you can be more predictable, but also have it more under control in the main line with d5 that we saw in the Fiddler game.
Yeah, I think the thing is bishop b4 leads to more forcing play, which Vichy normally likes, because he likes to force his way home with the black pieces.
That's true.
Well, d5, you can't really lose out of the opening, but you also can't force the issue, because white has like 8,000 different setups.
Fair.
With bishop to d2, bishop to e3, a3, no a3. And you just get this position, which I'm with you, I consider equal. I think that's what people should play. But it's a matter of taste. If you want to force the opening with black, then you normally choose something like bishop b4, well, if you just want a position, then you play d5. So yeah, that's my reasoning, but I agree that especially having run into some trouble, maybe it was time for Vichy to change and say, you know what, I know, Hikaru, that you're not a tremendous expert on the structure.
Exactly.
So let's play this and show me what you got. Let's play some chess. Of course, this is with hindsight. Had he won the opening battle,
we would be talking about some other ideas, yeah.
Speaking of these d5 positions, yeah, in the Svidler-Giri game, I'm pretty sure even the position they have on the board right now has already been played, but
Yeah.
I don't know if rook d1 is the main move here, or bishop b2, or knight de4, or whatever. Probably not knight de4, because it weakens the square. But yeah, it's a position. In general, black is supposed to be fine here.
Yeah, black is very solid, but well, like I said, normally these positions really come to life if white decides to go f4 at some point. So
Hang on, he's decided to play knight de4. This is an exchange sack, right?
it definitely looks like it. It definitely looks like it. But I'm liking white after knight to c5 over here. This is if you could exchange a pair of knights and not have some trouble on the light squares, it would be a different scenario. But over here, there's pressure on b7. There's a knight hopping into e6 potentially, and like you're pointing out, the knight on b6, I'm not sure about either. So this looks like fair compensation to me.
Yeah, also, nowadays people don't really think it's a big material disadvantage. If you get one pawn and a bishop for a rook, especially in a middle game position.
With the bishop pair,
Yeah,
it's
these
not a
rooks
big deal.
aren't that scary yet. So it's still interesting, but I believe Anish is not gonna go for it. Instead, get rid of this guy. And now it's already a different story if you can play bishop b3 or not. If you still don't like it, this is a natural move.
I would probably go bishop to d5 myself. I'm not one to allow exchange sacrifice like that, but it does look a lot better in this version going bishop to b3, having exchanged a pair of knights.
Because this position, yeah, still compensation, but at least there's no immediate attack.
That's right.
So very responsible, no, not very responsible, very sharp decision by Peter Svidler, knight de4. If the move is in fact been played, offering Anish an exchange. What I don't like is, yeah, that simple play, like takes, maybe he wants bishop takes, but okay, let's say this. Bishop here, and turning f5 looks perfectly fine for black.
That's exactly what I was thinking, yes. Yeah. And sometimes black can get some attacking chances as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that one goes. Big decision for Anish, but here's a pleasant choice between grabbing the exchange or not grabbing it. We'll see.
And actually there is this last option, which I'm not sure Anish will go for, but you could play knight f7 and say, I want to keep more pieces and play f5 next.
Right.
Another idea. I think this position is just so full of life. Both players have several ways to play this out, and we'll see what kind of style they go for.
Yeah, this one, I believe white will go d4 intending knight c5. Still a mess, but it doesn't feel like Anish somehow.
Yeah, I think Anish would prefer to go for an exchange, honestly. So.
Yeah, either that or at least a clear-cut solution somehow with knight e4.
Yeah.
We'll find out. So far, Anish doing fine, as he pretty much always is out of the opening. Kayak and Topalov are taking their time. I don't know. I'd be incredibly scared with black, especially after a short castle, to just get checkmated with some g6, h5. But I'm also not Topalov.
I'm remembering some lines. At least my memory serves me right. I think queen to d2 is one of the main moves. Knight to c6, long castle, rook to c8. And after knight takes c6, which is just one of the moves here, rook takes c6. I remember there have been some games here with black trying to follow up quickly with knight to e5, knight to c4. And the Cheparinov game that I was referring to earlier actually saw an exchange sack on c3 just to get the e4 pawn, and that was pretty much it. Right. And he went.
Let's say something like this.
Yeah, this could very well be interesting in some cases. Yeah. So, but honestly, I always feel that you have to know this very well with black, because if you make one inaccurate move, white's moves, like I said before, are very obvious. Like you don't have to come up with any creative ideas. It's a matter of h5, g6, and if black didn't make the right moves, he's probably lost by then. So.
Yeah, I'm not a Sicilian guy, but it feels much easier to go long castle, defend the g5 pawn, play h5, play g6, and try to checkmate than
exactly
stop it. Yeah. So, Topalov, I don't know. Like, I have faith in Topalov, the Sicilian player, but his calculation hasn't looked great in this tournament. He gets interesting positions, but then he can't really be precise all the way. So I believe Karjakin should be quite pleased with his choice.
I think Karjakin is happy with his opening. At the same time, it looks like he also doesn't remember quite the details of this line since he's taking a bit of time here. But it's interesting because honestly, I don't think Topalov fully expected Sergei to go for e4. He went for the Najdorf right away, and I think Sergei was maybe not necessarily expecting the Najdorf, but rather a Berlin, which Veselin also plays. So maybe they're both a little bit more out of book than we would suspect initially. So we'll see how this continues. But honestly, I'm being very negative here for Black, but like I said, Black can also take over. It's really a matter of very concrete lines here, so anything can happen.
At least we're gonna get another sharp fight, not some Berlin endgame or another d3 Berlin, which I was also getting a little bored of, like these d3, c3 structures every game.
Yeah, no, it's great to see something a little bit more refreshing. A couple really exciting positions today. I think the least spectacular game could very well be this game between Levon and Fabiano. Although, like we said, that there's potential for some kind of complicated struggle here, positional struggle. But I would go for DE here.
Yeah,
it
is all pretty little. Yeah. We have the computer on. No, actually, I'll switch it off. I don't think we need it in such positions, but yeah, it is hypnotizing. So I've seen the computer suggestion, which looks very sensible. Queen d6 to put the queen here, fight for the d file. These positions, yeah, it's tiny nuances. If White can somehow get something like establishing the knight here and then pushing c4 or c3, a4 to create a target, he can be a little better, but it doesn't really feel like he's in time to do anything either, even if I just go here. Why would I be worse?
Yeah, it's hard to really suggest why it would be much better. I mean, I don't know, maybe he could even take on e7 or f6 and then play c4, but it doesn't feel like the type of position which Black could really be very scared of.
Again, yeah, no, the thing is, this doesn't even threaten that much yet, so I don't know.
I'm hoping for some play on the c file potentially, but it doesn't seem very dangerous at all. I agree.
No, we'll find out. But so far, yeah, this is a peaceful game. Maybe Fabiano also, with the tournament situation, of course he knows the tournament situation, that he is in the lead. He does hold a tiebreaker over Vishy Anand. So as long as Vishy doesn't win a game and Karjakin does not win a game, he doesn't really need a win. So maybe he decided not to play for a draw, but not to play a crazy sharp line.
Oh, I definitely don't think he's going to take any excessive risks. But knowing Fabiano, he's also not... I've never really seen Fabiano play for a draw in my life, I think. So he's definitely not trying to play super, passive or something like that. But there's no reason for him to push it too much either. He's in a good place right now. And he'll just take his chances, which might not be very big today.
Also, of course, Levon with Black, even though it's wounded Levon in e4, e5 territory, he is incredibly hard to catch out. It's not like you can just choose, okay, I'll play this winning line or I'll play this boring line.
Of course, of course.
But yeah, bishop g5 on the board. d4 looks like the most solid. I believe we both dislike this a little more because here White has more margin with either a4 or c3 to make something happen.
That's right.
So yeah, this is sort of the dullest position. The most exciting one is the one in Nakamura Anand, where Nakamura is taking his time now after knight d4.
Oh,
I'd
very
be impressed
wisely.
if he came up with this.
I think he will find d3. Knowing Hikaru, he's completely capable of finding a creative move, especially if it's a good move. I think, to me at least, the moment I saw this suggestion of d3, it felt like just seeing that the knight is trapped after d3, g takes h4, d takes e4, makes it look very promising, because there's absolutely no way for Black to do anything here, which something satisfactory. With the open king like that, you can't just give up the knight on f5 and claim you're okay. The long diagonal is just going to hurt you very much in the long run. So
probably even in the short run, because this bishop is sort of dead. I mean, it doesn't do anything.
In the short run, yeah. No, definitely. So I think I honestly, well, I predicted it, Jan. I'm still in for
That's true.
Hikaru Nakamura win, and I think he will find D3, and I'm not sure how Black should react here. So it looks worrisome for Vichy, but like we said, we're not 100% sure where he's at, if this is still something he has seen before, or whether he's actually just out of book, which is my prediction, to be honest. But
I agree,
yeah.
because the position just looks too dangerous, and we've
Mhm.
had a sneak peek at the computer earlier, which now you can see the bar going up if I switch it on. The computer strongly dislikes this for black, which makes it very unlikely that
Yeah,
Vichy
I agree.
goes for this deliberately. And this is a little worrying for him. And maybe something went wrong with his preparation, because twice in a row he plays the same line and gets out prepared with black, and not just some slightly worse position, but on the verge of defeat.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's bad news.
what's interesting is that he's had some really like sharp games here against Levon Aronian, and he's been holding his own there fairly easily. He's always come up better prepared than Levon, I would say, or at least he would always defend it. But now several guys are sort of finding themselves in this discussion, and I think Vichy might be a little bit worried about his line at this point. So yeah.
I'm sure he's looking at Anish's game and thinking to himself, why didn't I
Yeah,
do this? Why don't I
exactly.
play a normal, boring position where I'm fine and we just shuffle pieces back and forth? Even though this position could heat up at any moment as well, and frankly, I'm not a big fan of Svidler's rook d1, knight de4. Like, I don't know the theory, but I have a feeling it makes sense to leave this rook here to
I
go
think
for
so.
f4. And maybe, to my mind, this move looks like the most logical to even bring this rook over and prepare some play in the center.
Well, the one thing is that I feel that f4 in itself is maybe not like it's also not like you can just go bishop b2 rook e1 f4.
Right.
It would be a little bit too predictable. I feel like in these type of positions, white tries to go f4 while sort of focusing on the queen side. Like it's a very sort of all over the place game. But I definitely don't like how he's been playing it so far. And one reason is actually that like I said, I wouldn't go for it, but I think Anish can take the exchange, and if it's not very clear compensation, that should already prove that perhaps this is definitely not very deep home preparation or something like that.
No, I think Svidler is out of book here for sure, but the assessment of this position isn't clear to me. My feeling is that black can't really be worse, because this rook is active, looking at this dude, and white doesn't have any direct threats. I don't know, if you go d4, I could just take and here exchange pair of rooks. Feels like maybe white holds, but not.
I'm not
Not
excited.
fun.
I'm not excited. I would probably go e takes d4 though, and keep one
Right.
pair of rooks, go maybe knight to c5. But it just feels like I don't really have any major weaknesses here as black. Of course, I have to watch out for knight c5 and my b7 pawn, but it doesn't feel like too many problems to deal with. So also this could happen. I still don't expect it. I know Anish a little bit, of course, and I don't think this is the type of thing he enjoys playing. But it seems like a very legitimate choice.
Yeah, we'll see what he goes for. He's in deep thought here. After knight takes e4, it's possible that Svidler wants to take with the bishop. Does that make any sense? But still, there's this, of course.
Yeah, the
And
question
there's
is
also
how
f5.
to. Well, f5. He might be happy to see f5 just to go bishop to g2 and sort of provoke black a little bit. But the question is if it's any better if you go for the exchange sacrifice.
Our question has just been answered because knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 is on the board, which looks
Okay.
more natural.
Yeah.
Because this guy doesn't really have a
Doesn't
lot of
do
future on this square. Can exchange itself, but you don't want that. So Svidler recapture with the knight, and Anish has a pretty pleasant choice between bishop d5 and bishop b3. Curious which one he's gonna go for.
Yeah,
You're saying he's gonna grab, right? The material.
No, I think he will play bishop to d5.
Ah, okay.
I don't think he will go for it. Like I said, I think it's fine, but maybe after d4 with the idea of knight c5 in that position.
Here,
Well, it's
or-
also not worse. No, in the exchange sacrifice, I think that. Well, it's probably just equal, and it depends on which side you like to be. White also doesn't really have to prove his compensation too much, if you ask me. It doesn't feel to me like he's really material down. I mean, he has the bishop pair, he has the central pawn. Knight to c5 looks very nice, and perhaps he could even do it here. after rook to d8.
I don't know. I'm a material guy. I'd take black, but I could very well be wrong. If I can't go c6, which looks like I can't, because you just take it.
I just take it, yeah.
Then yeah, this is tricky, because such a position
Well, this looks promising for white. Yeah.
a little dangerous. Knight d7, bishop h3, I guess.
Already c6 immediately as well. Also looks
Yeah.
okay. Actually, maybe you're holding with knight to c5, but bishop h3 looks like it's good enough.
And yeah, if I go somewhere, this feels very, very
Yeah.
shady. I don't know what to do. Queen d5. There's these bishops. Why is just not material down?
Exactly. Yeah.
So we'll see what Mr. Giri decides on. But yeah, to show that Svidler's opening hasn't gone well just yet.
Yeah.
Play bishop d5 and you got all you want in the structure. You've neutralized the pressure on the queen side. You even fixed this pawn as a bit of a target.
Yeah.
You can follow up with f5. I don't know what white is supposed to do. Maybe you go for something like this anyway. But I have a very hard time believing white can ever be better here. Even if I take
this doesn't
e4.
e4 also e takes d4. Those
Also e4.
positions. Yeah.
For d4. I don't know. You want to go king h8 at some point. I don't know. I feel like I'm screwing it up a little, but king h8, bishop b2.
Yeah, perhaps
Not
there's
sure.
a little bit more to it here than I was. Maybe your suggestion e4 makes more sense then.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm bad at understanding such stuff. e4, the problem is it's going to be hard to generate any kingside attack while white has a bunch of obvious moves
Yeah.
at least he can make on the queen side and see what happens.
That's also true.
There's also some queen a2s. I believe, yeah, once again, this is computer blindness. The computer earlier recommended to play e4 here without exchanging bishops, which at
Actually,
first looks
feels-
strange.
Well, it feels better because we don't have any queen a2 stuff to deal with, and we got a. I'm actually a little bit afraid of d5 in some of these positions that we just looked at. So. Yeah.
Also, this bishop, well, it's the nice bishop on paper. It's not
Yeah.
really doing anything. It can go to f1, but there it's just covering this square.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably actually a good way to play it. Because now the queen side is under control and you can even think about, I don't know, building up some play on the king side one day.
Well, still, it will be interesting if they go for something like this because this is a position with some long-term plans to be conducted. So it's not gonna just peter out into a draw or something in no time.
Yeah.
But actually, I
You
think
know, they're actually trying to change that expression, peter out, into Anish out. I'm not gonna be too harsh on Anish, but I'm just saying.
Well, I can't really I'm always gonna be in defending Anish. It's just I'm in a very tough spot right now. Like I don't think anyone expected this amount of draws, but I think we'll get to it later, Jan. Like
Yeah. No, I'm also team Anish all the way. Especially yesterday, I got upset at people getting a little too excited because, okay, the guy, he's 21 years old, he's playing the biggest tournament of his life. He has a chance to be within half a point of the leaders.
But
He
also,
blunders and it's not
for
like
me,
he tried to force a draw there.
the main reason why I'm not too upset is because he's actually outplaying a lot of people into a very, for the biggest part, and then he's just lacking consistency to finish it off, which honestly is the hardest part at the highest level. It's very easy to look at winning positions or very good positions and be like, of course I would win it at my local club or against my friend, but these guys defend extremely tenaciously, so that's what he's been suffering from, like just very good defense on his opponent's part.
Yeah, and the same with Svidler, who's never been accused of playing for draws, but you can see how hard it is to win games here,
Yeah,
really. Like,
it definitely is. I see some moves have been played in the Vichy.
yeah, let's go here. What happened? He did play d3.
Yeah.
Kudos to Hikaru. GHDE. And I don't know, it looks like Vichy is just gonna lose in 20 moves.
It looks horrible, Jan. I see the bar of the computer here. I don't know if it refers to this position, but this looks...
No, this is...
Okay, because this
old
looks
stuff.
very, very bad for black. I mean, it's even in the long run. Like, you have this fantastic bishop on b2, and we have a kind of a big pawn majority going for us on the king side in the long... I mean, okay, maybe Vichy thinks he can hold it together a little bit with rook on g6 and the rook on h6, but this should not be okay in the long run.
No, it just looks terrible.
Yeah.
And also, can't we just go e5 and like open the position? You can't take, and now this guy is joining the party.
What is actually the reason he's playing rook takes e6 and not bishop takes e6? Is it really just to swing the rook over to the king side a little bit more, or is it?
You might just get checkmated here. I don't know if there's even some f4s, but yeah.
Queen h5. Yeah, it's very hard for me to get rid of the queen. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can't even defend against queen h5. Yeah.
Rook takes.
All right.
I don't know. The position looks terrible to me. I'm even tempted to go here, which might be a mistake because it's giving a full pawn with check. But even this tempts me.
Yeah, and then some sort of f5 idea.
To go for this. It doesn't seem to work because here I can't recapture since I'm mating myself.
And queen h4 would probably happen after f5.
Yeah, I wanted this, but this is sort of a serious spanner in the works. But in general, I'm just saying it's really, really bad. e5 looks interesting, and also, the computer just gives queen somewhere. And long term, you have an attack, a positional advantage, better bishop.
Better pieces, simply,
Things have gone wrong for Vichy.
A very dramatic opening for him. Like this is actually perhaps even worse than his opening against Caruana, to be honest. There it was very complicated. I wouldn't be able to tell immediately from that position what was happening, but here it's very obvious. Like, I'm sure Hikaru was very confident about his position.
Yeah, and I don't really understand. Well, he's one of the greatest theoreticians in the world, so me criticizing him is a bit ridiculous. But if you haven't checked this to great length, which it looks like he hasn't, first of all, why, even if you decide on bishop b4, your opponent plays this, why do you go e4? Because you can play bishop c5 here, which is a theoretical line that leads to sort of quiet play. Like, you get something like this.
I think they go with b3 and stuff like that as well, e3, b3.
Yeah, there's some theory here, e3 or d3 are the main moves, but in general, these positions, there's not much to know when you can play them.
They're not actually that exciting for white. Like I was saying, it's you have a Sicilian with a tempo or two up, but that doesn't mean you're actually better. But you do get to play an interesting position, which, to be honest, against Vichy is very hard to find a playable position like this because he's simply going for very forced lines, like you indicated.
Yeah, that's also the point. He's trying to live up to his opponent's expectations that you can't bluff him and he's gonna play with the most forced lines, so you can't just get a play position. But especially if you're not booked up to the eyeballs here and your opponent surprises you, you can really, whatever you want to call it, bail out, do this, and this position is, as far as I know, supposed to be very close to equal, so I'm a little surprised what's going on there. But yeah, right now he's in trouble against Nakamura. Nakamura, more than pleasant choice between any logical move, really. Queen d3, queen d2, queen h5, e5.
All of which look very promising. Yeah.
And your prediction looks much better than my prediction. I thought if Vichy goes here, he must know everything till the end and Nakamura would have some sort of bluff, but turns out it wasn't in fact.
Yeah, turns out, well, who knows? Maybe Vichy will find some resources because so far it hasn't been good, but it's looking like he put himself in a very tough spot. Not only because the position is bad, it's also very hard to play for black, I think.
It's just terrible. And the next spot, this is, me reading the computer lines, but still, under the assumption he was out of book here, you don't have to go g5. The computer says this move, which looks very reasonable, actually. And, okay, maybe you're slightly worse, but the game very much continues. Then again, Vichy doesn't play the opening to be slightly worse and continue right. He wants to prove that what he's doing is correct. And you were right on the Anish read. He decided to not take the exchange.
Yeah. No, I think my Anish read is quite strong. It just means that I'm also predicting when it's basically gonna get boring, which with more pieces being exchanged could happen very, very quickly. I also start thinking about some moves like c6 after the bishop exchange, which
takes on c6. This looks good though.
It looks like the right thing to do. It just also looks like exactly what we wouldn't want to see happening, because this sort of slightly backward c pawn and a little bit exposed b pawn is what gives the position a little bit more life. If those two get exchanged in sort of proper fashion for both sides, that could really mean the position is yeah, not getting more exciting to say the least.
We could get some end game, like let's say something like, I don't know if what I'm doing makes sense, but I feel it kind of does. Something like this, and at the very least, White can never be better because he has this weakness on a3. Black can follow up with Rook b8. I'm not sure. This could actually be a bit of trouble for White, so I'm not sure Peter wants to go for this. But the game could easily simplify into some stuff like this.
Yeah.
Still, yeah, this is the problem long term when the position opens up and you're stuck with this passive bishop defending the pawn on a3. There's a black pawn on a4.
Like I said, bishop knight c5 surprises me somewhat because at least if I'm gonna go knight c5, then let black provoke it by playing f5.
Right.
I would try to find a more useful move. Maybe that was his problem, that he didn't like the position after d4 f5 that we were talking about. Perhaps he just didn't fancy playing something like this. But yeah, what he went for doesn't strike me as problematic for black either. So
no, not at all. The only question is, can and does Anish want to play for more than equality?
No, but he will go for c6 here. I know Anish. I'm pretty sure he likes this move. I would play it myself. It just feels like a very natural thing to do.
It's natural, yeah.
So.
Yeah. What did I do? Knight e4, knight d5. Not forced, of course, but yeah, he had bc6. Probably a mistake going for this. Going for this endgame.
Something like queen a2 or some move like that, but it is not. Yeah.
The problem for White is, I always want to go bishop d2, but there's always this guy to be worried about, and that's quite a nuisance. So yeah, Anish not in trouble. We'll see if he manages to get Peter in trouble. Right now, I'm feeling good about my draw prediction.
Yeah, I'm pretty secure about it as well.
Where you want to go? Karyakin?
I would go back to Karyakin, but not much has actually happened, except that the move knight to b6. Well, I would say something has happened, because knight to b6, as far as I remember, is not considered to be a very good move.
The plan is to go for this square, yeah?
Yeah, the problem is actually that it's kind of course, in these type of positions, your dream is to get the knight to c4, pile up on the c file with some heavy pieces, and just take on a3, take on b2, whatever is there, you just take it and you mate. It just takes a lot of time to get the knight to c4, and sometimes White can just give up both bishops as long as he still has the attack on the king side. So as far as I remember, this wasn't supposed to be the right way for Black to play.
Also, if, let's say, a castle, you go here, I guess, kind of just go f4 to stop at least both knights arriving here.
Also a very sensible idea. I guess something with knight to c5.
Weakens this pawn a bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but yeah. Actually, what I'm also afraid of is sometimes this move g6 looks scary. With the idea of sacking it and then h5. It might not be that strong here.
Yeah, that's an idea I've never mastered. Here takes h5, can you go g5?
Yeah,
like, I never understand this stuff.
Keep it close maybe, but h6, g6. And it looks alright for Black. I agree, this is not what you want. So maybe White will just play more logical move like h5.
So let's play old school h5. I'm guessing this is the idea, I'm not sure.
Well, I would go knight to e5.
No.
Yeah, g6 looks like a very logical move to me.
Something goes here. Yeah, if we
take and queen e2 or queen d3.
I don't know, you can always go gf, but I have a feeling I sort of want to...
Well, of course, Black can always go bishop f6 here, and he's not necessarily getting mated. It just feels very, very dangerous to do something like this. The problem here to me is that Black just doesn't have any real attack of his own. So even though you have the bishop pair, it doesn't really matter. It's not a positional kind of struggle here. You're just defending and hoping that at some point your bishops will be able to tell. But f4, king b1, like the moves are very simple here for White. So maybe, I'm sure Topalov knows more about this position than I do. I just know that the idea with knight to b6, knight to e5, which looks like the most logical continuation after this, is not something you should go for as Black here. So perhaps he has something else in mind with rook to c8 and knight c4 in another version, or rook takes c3 idea still.
I'm not sure, by the way, that Topalov knows more about this position than you do. He hasn't been a regular Night of player, and you're a big opening expert, so it could be that he's improvising here. It's also taking a lot of time.
It could be, but I'd like to believe that he has some like he's at least trying to remember some of his analysis. I'm sure he's looked at this stuff before, but To be honest, it's very complicated. So if you don't remember exactly what you're doing here, you sometimes it's better not to know anything, just to find the right plan.
Yeah, I agree. That's a sensation all chess players know. You know, I have a file on this, and there are some clever moves, but you're just remembering random details, but not really the exact lines.
Exactly.
And that drives you into often, or it can happen, into the wrong direction because you're thinking, oh no, but I know I have to go knight b6 and move 27. Then you're trying to get there somehow, but it doesn't really work. And
Yeah.
yeah, this half knowledge sometimes can be much worse than knowing zero. So don't study your openings, boys and girls. If you do want to learn something, though, take a look at Robin's series. I've said this before. I don't like to plug you, but I really do like both of your series on the Taimanov and the King's Indian on Chess24. I think, yeah, they're good work. I don't like the King's Indian, but I've learned quite a bit from that series. So check it out. And I'm giving this speech because I want to go on a little break, and we'll be right back with more exciting candidates, tournaments, games. See you soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 12 of the candidates. 3 games to go. I'm here with Grandmaster Robin van Kampen, one of the chess brass, joining us in the studio. What do you want to see, Robin? Some action while we were on break?
Well, I'm very glad to see that Anish did not go for the most boring reply, which we've been discussing, which was probably c6. And instead, there's still a little bit of life left in this position. But I think I would prefer to have a look at Hikaru's position before going to Anish. There's no need to rush with that game. Hikaru went for this move e5, which I think was suggested by the engines, as far as I remember, which probably just means that he is really on path to play this out very, very well. E5, I guess, just activating the bishop on g2 again, as you pointed out, still is looking very grim for black here. I think the only thing Vishy can really hope here for is something with h takes g3, h takes g3, and maybe rook h6, hoping to one day get something going on the king side, but it looks unlikely.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get your queen over, and even if you do, it's normally not checkmate so easily against this king.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was thinking more cowardish here. I'd be worried about e6.
Yeah, and just queen takes d6. You can go anywhere with the queen, as long as you don't trade, basically.
Yeah, maybe f3, or we can find a good square for it. I was thinking he might have to just sit and wait, cover this square, and try to survive, but he's always worse. Like, as long as white doesn't exchange queens, any position like this, I don't know where to put the queen. That's e2, f3. Let's put it here. It's just, this guy is so strong. Could magically put a pawn here.
Yeah,
it would be good.
It's going to be very... Well, bishop d8, bishop f6 would be a dream for black. It just doesn't look like something you're going to be able to achieve without making major concessions. But that's the only thing to my mind which could somehow help black a little bit here, because that's your worst piece. Exchanging it for white's strongest piece, of course, it's a good thing, but it takes time, and also rook to d1 would be with a tempo in a position like this, so I guess it's not gonna be able. He's not gonna be able to find a good way to get the bishop to f6.
No, Vishy's in deep, deep trouble. Your prediction, a Nakamura win, is looking good. And the guy who's most excited about this position, I believe, is Fabiano Caruana, because if Vishy loses, he more or less, well, he doesn't drop out of the race, but he falls back. And Nakamura is not really a factor when it comes to tournament victory.
No.
Here we got the table, so if Nakamura wins, he's on -1, doesn't change anything. But if Vishy loses, Caruana, we're going to get to his game in a second, doesn't lose at the very least, then this is almost decisive, because Caruana holds a tiebreaker, so Vishy would have to score more points than Caruana.
Which game of Caruana have you been impressed by most so far, Jan? Because there's one game after which I had the feeling that Fabiano was actually in good shape. And it's probably not the game that you're thinking of.
I'm not sure. I've been impressed with all his games. Well, maybe not the last round game, but even there I was impressed with. But over the last 5 games, even his defensive efforts. Against Anish, for example, the opening went very wrong. He's like 4 pawns down. But the way he stuck around for a long time, being 2-3 pawns down, creating chances, never allowing a win, that was very impressive chess.
I had a very similar opinion of his game against Svidler, in which he was actually in very big trouble. But of course, Peter had very good chances to win that game, but he kept holding on and finding the most resilient sort of way to hold it together, and actually held that what was really a horrible position. I mean, I would have probably not been able to find all these only moves, only to get into a position which is still lost, but just not that easy anymore. His defensive work this tournament is really what got him to where he is now, and I think that's what has been lacking in many of the other players. You know, he's not losing games.
Yeah, and a half point saved is worth as much as a victory, really, in this tournament. Therefore, yeah, he's been good all around. He got some bad positions, but he just made less mistakes than his rivals, which is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
In the Vishy game, just a quick update, Queen g5 has been played. Similarly, yeah, he's trying to occupy some space on the king side, not to get mated there. But he's always in trouble long term. Even though I have to say, I like this move e5 at first sight, also was the computer move, but it feels like maybe if you left this alone and got time to go queen d3, f4, f5, that could be even more dangerous because then you might just win with a direct attack, right?
Exactly, f4, f5, and your dream would be to swing over the rook to f4 potentially. Yeah, that actually looks like something which would have been very annoying to play against as well.
Because now Vichy's still much worse, but at least the position is sort of clarified and he can make more or less easy moves trying to stick around.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure exactly how I should continue here as white. E takes d6, I'm not as enthusiastic about as before because, well, I mean, it's with a tempo. I'm not exactly sure where to put my queen. The bishop might also join in with a tempo, so, well, of course it's much better after queen c2 or even a move like that. I have queen c3 after bishop to f5 and b7 will be hanging. But like you said, perhaps there were other ways to do this. I still think that this is very unpleasant. If I have to go c6 here, then white might just get control over the d file as well, or perhaps there's an even better
throw in this if you have to play f6. Your king is really starting to look ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rook d1 now. This looks still very bad.
Looks very bad still. Yeah.
So Naka's still in control. Let's go to the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, because some slightly mysterious events have gone down there.
Nothing like what we expected, Jan. It looks. Okay, well, where did we leave off? After bishop to g5?
We left here, we were expertly explaining that d4 is the right move because d4, bishop f6, if you take back knight d5, you're under some pressure. So Levin went for this, and the move d takes c3, which seems to be a pawn sacrifice. Because white can take on e5, which Fabiano has done, and you're a pawn down. So what's this about? He's hoping this pawn is very strong, restricting the rook.
It's a very odd choice, if you ask me. Okay, let's see what happened, because I think we both didn't even pay attention to this option.
Because the problem is if white ever stabilizes, he's played knight g4, let's say he manages to go knight e3, queen b3, bring this rook back, it's game over, like white
I guess
winning.
that black is banking on the fact that maybe a5 is weakening.
Over here, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only weakness I see in white's position for the moment. So
yeah, I'm trying to be clever, which normally backfires. I was thinking about some knight e3 trickery. And if a takes b4, it seems like black still survives both knight f5 and knight d5. Well, let's see, knight f5.
Okay, queen
somewhere,
d7 maybe.
There's nothing direct, at least. Could be that black is still worse if I just recapture.
Yeah, but I do get my pawn back,
Yeah.
so that's one thing. And I will probably play c5 if you attack my bishop.
That I wasn't sure about. Maybe, but if you go c5, maybe I can regroup.
Yeah, actually that looks unpleasant.
But yeah, this doesn't look like extracting the maximum. Even bishop c5, I'm not sure.
Yeah, although it still looks unpleasant. So
yeah. And this is sort of a typical position where things have gone slightly wrong for black. White wrestles away the initiative. You have these targets. I don't know how you do it. Maybe queen a5 here, for example. No, I don't really get it. I thought probably you're right. A5 is a move. I thought he wants to make something happen on the king side, like f5, but it doesn't really look.
Well, white seems
very
very
scary.
solid. Well, let's have a look, Jan. Maybe f5 with rook h5 after taking it.
Yeah, but
it feels like a bit of a coffee house.
Yeah.
Well, actually, immediately losing. I'm losing a pawn, so it can't really be.
No. And that's what I was saying in Levon's last two games. Sometimes his play has felt a little coffee housey.
Yeah.
Against Peter, he had a very nice position out of the opening, but then he sort of settled for one-move tricks, which, okay, you're not going to beat Svidler with one-move tricks, and even went on to lose that game. Also against Topalov, he had a good position, but then he sort of started losing track. I believe Topalov even called his play coffee house during the press conference.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It feels like, well, with Levon is always a speculation. Is it his nerves? What's the problem? Because it's always history repeating himself. Repeating itself. He's off to a good start on the candidates, and then he collapses here for now the fourth time in a row.
It's very problematic for him, I guess, because he's capable of playing amazing chess, but he does have he really likes one-move tricks. I think he said this before in interviews, and you can simply always go for one move tricks. But I must say that still doesn't really explain any of this to me, because this just seems like a very, very odd pawn sack. I don't even see what the compensation is exactly. Like,
I mean,
you know, being able to win back your pawn on b4 is just a very odd trade. So
yeah, because you're still worse. And also, it's not like you're desperate here. This line we were showing d queen d6. It's
Not
an
at
equal
all.
position. Like, you gotta take some care, but
Yeah,
he
for
solved
sure.
his problems. And yeah, this queen d6, knight to g4. Knight f3 also looks logical, but I kind of like this idea to
Yeah,
bring this
jumping
knight.
to f5 or d5 looks nice.
Has he played a move? No, he's thinking after knight g4. Yeah, I don't get it, because if you could go bishop e7 to e6, things would be different, but this bishop is not very active in this structure.
No. Well, I do think that a5 is the right move. I simply don't see another way of trying to get my pawn back.
And what was I doing? Some knight
Played
e3
knight
immediately?
e3 here.
Well, there's alternatives. You can think about taking this guy.
Yeah.
And if rook takes, even knight e3 here, there's no direct threat.
I actually don't like my position here either.
This knight is gonna jump somewhere. Queen is coming to b3, and you really have to struggle. No, this is a weird decision.
Very weird decision on his part.
Yeah, looks like, once again, armchair psychologist here, that Levon has lost his cool. Or maybe he also thinks, okay, the only thing that matters for him is winning the tournament. His only chance to win is to complicate this game, because DE. You're not going to beat Fabiano, who's probably happy with the draw since Vichy's in trouble. So maybe he thought he has to do something crazy to mix it. But I believe Fabi's going to be happy. He collected his pawn.
Well, Fabi is very good at just taking what's given to him and converting this to a much better position than it already is. So I would be surprised. Maybe Black should play it very slowly.
Yeah,
but
I just looked at the computer. The computer wants to play this, and then probably long term go a5, get his pawn back.
It's very inhumane play, but it does make a lot more sense than what we've been trying, because it simply didn't work to go a5 immediately.
Yeah, you gotta restrict this knight. But to give that pawn to then play c6, g6, it's
Yeah, I
really
find it very fascinating. I do see some compensation here with a5 coming in the long run, and after queen to b3, I guess you can hold on to c3 fairly easily by bishop or f6 or queen d4 maybe. Queen d4 looks actually like a nice move to play. Maybe this is what. Well, he should definitely go for this option. This is a lot better than what we previously looked at, but it can barely imagine that he was planning to go for this when sacrificing the pawn. So this is probably his best out, but still, I wouldn't have gone for it. Knowing about this option beforehand. So.
Yeah. Well, it's very odd, and also, even if this is a good plan, I'm also not sure about knight f3, which, covers these squares and also looks bad for black. So.
Yeah.
Strange decision by Levon, however, if he goes for this slow idea brought to you by the engine, it seems like he's still in the game, at least.
Okay, things have really heated up in the Topalov
And he's
game.
played your plan.
Yeah. Well, the plan that I set is not very good, yeah.
Oh, I mean, kayaking, just
Yeah.
push the pawn. G6 immediately, didn't even castle, but after knight e5.
Yeah, it boils down to the same thing, I suppose. One mistake that you, of course, don't want to make ever in these positions is g takes h7.
Right.
Black is never going to take back on h7. He always goes king h8.
Yeah, curiously, he didn't exchange this bishop, but went queen e2 immediately.
Yeah, the reason that I would always take on c4 is because I'm afraid of knight takes b2 ideas. Specifically when there's another knight being able to jump to c4.
Right.
But we said that after bishop takes c4, white's also better.
But does this work immediately? Let's have a look.
I doubt it does, but
Check.
well, queen a5, of course, I want to
Yeah.
king b1, I suppose.
Yeah, I was thinking about king b3 pretty much. Just get checkmated. King b1, queen a5.
Yeah, also doesn't look.
Hang on.
Is the queen trapped after
Yeah, I
knight b3?
was thinking about the same trick. Takes
But
bishop
knight takes
d4,
a3 check.
but there is this check, king a2, and this, Could end badly for white.
Yeah, could end very badly, yeah. Well, one thing's for sure. Topalov is looking at knight takes b2.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this position. But yeah, if you have to play some clumsy move like rook d3, even some slow play like take this pawn, go back b4.
That could very well be hard for white. Knight takes b2. Oh, it does look like we have to recapture knight c4. King c1, perhaps?
Okay, queen a5, knight b1.
That would be my defense then.
Yeah, that looks sensible. Even this position, I'm not sure about. I have ideas.
Well, that's more than just an idea. That looks very dangerous. Yeah.
Bishop e4 also, even like long-term compensation, maybe d5 is a good move, but very scared here with white.
How about the same idea we had before with knight to b3, but now with my king on... Oh no, it's checkmate on a3 now. It doesn't work anymore.
No, this is check.
Yeah.
Let's do a little computer cheating for a second. See how the engine evaluates our creative sacrifices. Okay, it's not a big fan, but it also doesn't hate us. Goes king a2, queen a5, knight b1.
Okay.
Which is probably
that was
better.
kind of the square that we were looking for, yeah.
And now, even this position, from looking from afar, I'm being quite scared.
Yeah.
The
Rook
computer
h3
just goes here.
Rook h3 is always a nice move though, because it's very like playing on both sides of the board. So, but
it's just defense d5, bishop c1. Still, this looks like something that Topalov is gonna take into account for sure. And over the board, whatever, I play some random move, like okay, maybe I'm losing, but it's not fun.
Yeah, try to figure it out. Okay, and does he have any other options besides knight takes b2, which is very drastic?
Must be. Well, for starters, you can take here, of course, but
then I feel like white achieved what we sort of wanted to get in to begin with, because, well, you have to prepare knight c4. That structure, knight c4 takes, b takes, is normally very bad because your attack never gets going anymore.
And if you have to play whatever, this f4, knight
feels
c4,
like a loss of time. Yeah.
You've lost like 18 tempi, and probably you will get checkmated somehow. Like
h6 is the
typical hook. Can end quickly. So what else can you do? If queen a5, well, there's always knight b3 in the worst case scenario. Yeah, I guess knight b3 is good. Queen c7, then maybe this is a threat, but even this is sort of slow.
Again, I would go for f4. Yeah, and
takes. Even if you lose this tempo, I don't think it matters so much.
Doesn't matter. Like the queen on c7 is not even that well placed. So no, actually, so far my favorite move for black is knight takes b2. Perhaps we could play it in a different way, but it seems rather forced what we were doing. Knight c4. King a2. Can I go d5 or some move like that here? Does it make any difference?
I don't know. Once again, now I'm looking with the computer, and the computer just doesn't care about anything. Just says h6. I'll checkmate you first, but
okay, I guess it's
the
not.
Board. It's a total mess.
Yeah.
But this looks normal somehow to force knight b1. Now you need some good move, but maybe there is no good move. If d5 here.
Yeah, it's incredible, just h6. If you take on a3, I guess, knight b3. And your queen is getting almost... No, you're just getting mated. G takes h7.
Oh, it's just check, check, check.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Yeah, let's just show the line. This is just computer fantasies.
That's it. No, Jan, I actually think that if knight takes b2 doesn't work in this position, I would be thinking I'm in big trouble here. Maybe bishop to f6 with the idea of doing it on the next move, but you don't have that much time normally. You don't have that much time.
And here, hang on, f4. Now this works apparently, which is sort of weird. Because if you have to go here, once again you get this unpleasant situation.
Yeah, that doesn't really serve the purpose of bishop f6. Now, knight takes b2 would be very nice. I didn't really dare to suggest it, but if someone else will suggest it, then...
in such a position all of a sudden, like this could go wrong for white as well.
Well, e4 is going to be hanging still, which might be very important. Wow. Okay, so bishop to f6. I feel like if you're going to play this, you need to know about it. This is...
Yeah, to come up with this, like a normal human wouldn't have this thought process. Okay, knight b2 doesn't work, so I'll go bishop f6, and once he attacks my e5 knight,
then I'll do it.
Then I'll do it. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's still the question if it works, but here I can see why this would be an improved version at least. Something like this, and this bishop is strong. Still total chaos.
Still, yeah. I guess at least the bishop on f6 is a lot more active, and we're not necessarily going h6 here anymore, so it's definitely an improved version here.
So it's big decision for Topalov, but if he plays some normal move, where rook c8, queen c7, queen a5, knight e3, he's in big trouble, so he really has to mix it here.
Yeah. Well, but of course Topalov is capable of playing a move like bishop to f6. It's very hard to find, but I think he also knew, or he knows what he's getting himself into here, so he has to find some very, very sharp ideas. Especially, I mean, he knows that bringing your knights to e5 and c4 alone is not going to cut it. Like, now you need knight takes b2 in order, or something like that in order to make this work. So he's going to be looking for it, and well, let's hope that he finds something interesting, because if he doesn't, then, like I said, it could very well be over soon. White's play is just very easy. Like, I don't think he can afford a move like queen a5, allowing knight to b3 and letting white sort of have it his way. So, yeah.
Yeah, which tournament-wise, of course, it's interesting if Kayakin wins this game, because he's right back on +2. Actually, yeah, Fabiano might win as well, so it wouldn't be enough. But yeah, for the tournament situation, it would be interesting to have Kayakin jump right back into the mix. We have a move in Caruana against Levon, and he played your move, the sort of human move, which the computer was not very big on, because now you can't stop this knight from jumping either to f5 or to d5. And yeah, we were looking at, I don't know, what were we looking at? I think knight f5 is what I did.
Knight f5,
might be... can't remember if we had a position like this, which also looked pretty unpleasant for black. Knight to d5, queen c5, and any move, rook b1.
Yeah.
Still trouble, as even d4.
It's very one-sided. Like, black is never going to be able to bring something to the table here. Like, he just has to defend his pawns and hold on to them as much as he can, and hopefully for black he gets some activity going. But even though it's creative and it might not be as bad as it looks, there's not really still no reason why Aronian had to sacrifice this pawn. It's very odd.
Yeah. Mr. Compi goes queen e5 here, anticipating knight jumps. I don't fully understand why I can't jump anyway. If I go here, he wants to go here, and he's saying f4 is too weakening because of check, and I trapped my own knight. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I switch off the engine, with our eyes, this just looks good for white. Yeah. If you switch it on, like, all of a sudden it starts getting messy. He's holding everything. Queen e5, very good move probably, but very, very tough move once again. Yeah, he thinks white is better, but not by as much as you would guess. So the question is also, how much patience does Levon have at this point of the tournament? He's just scored half out of three very bad games for his standards. Yeah. And does he really feel like looking for nuances here just to survive?
Well, that's the question. I mean, being as good of a player as he is, you should of course not be on tilt after a couple of bad games, but it's very hard because those were very important games to him. So I'm not expecting him to play machine-like moves here and make his idea work. I think that he had something a little bit better in mind than it has turned out to be, and most likely he's a bit disappointed with his with the outcome of this sacrifice. Yeah, well, we'll see. He might be very tenacious, but I doubt that this is gonna be as well defended as the computer is showing us right now.
Yeah. And we're actually being informed. I'm not sure if this is correct, but I'll believe it because it makes sense. that Kayakin did not play queen e2, which we were looking at,
Uh-huh.
but in fact did take on c4 first, which is also what your
A
idea was.
lot
right?
more sensible, yeah. That makes a lot more sense to me, yeah.
And that sort of eliminates all these knight b2 ideas.
Although we had a lot of fun looking at them, I would
Yeah.
never allow them as white. Never.
Right.
No, this is exactly actually what I was talking about before, and I think we even showed this line with
Yeah.
g takes f7 following next. Unpleasant for black. Like you have a very nice knight on c4. Normally this is your dream to get your attack rolling, but it just took too much time. White's already on g6 with his pawn. It's not the way you're supposed to play here.
Yeah. Rook c8 on the board. And white to move. What do you do?
That's a good question. I think clearly black is willing to sacrifice e6 here after g takes f7. I don't think he's gonna go king takes.
That
So
looks crazy, right? Queen
yeah.
g4.
So rook takes, knight takes e6, and queen a5 might be what Topalov is hoping for. Question is if it's really good for black or whether it just looks a little scary.
It's a move like bishop d4 maybe, but
Mhm.
b4 this. I'm scared. I'm scared easily.
Yeah, b4 looks good. b4 looks
This
good.
is some counterplay at the very least.
Yeah. Perhaps here it's probably a very important moment for Karyakin to decide how to continue after rook c8.
If I play some
Because-
neutral attacking move like this, because somehow I have a feeling knight a3 seems too slow, right?
I think it shouldn't work normally. You're right. Good
Not sure
question.
what I want to do next, but yeah, either h6 or gf7 now with the rook on g1.
I would say bishop to f6.
Bishop f6, yeah. h6 is not really hitting hard as yet.
I would go f takes, but that's more feeling than
Yeah,
than
well,
calculated.
this is-
Yeah, f takes, knight takes e6, and something like queen a5, and hoping that my bishop is as good as it looks.
Right. Yeah, okay, this probably has to be calculated
Mhm.
move by move. I'm also not capable of it. Like, I don't know if there's any mates here, but
Rook e8, perhaps.
yeah, I was curious about stuff like this. This is
Yeah.
unplugged, so go easy on me. But at least it looks a little scary.
It looks
Take.
very scary. It looks very scary.
Take either queen g4 or rook h1.
Oh,
I want
you-
queen g4.
You also have this g8 idea, perhaps,
Ah, immediately, yeah, it's also
Yeah.
cute.
and then queen h5 after that, maybe.
But this also looks... No, there's many interesting
G8
options.
looks very
Yeah,
nice.
this looks
yeah.
pretty. Because rook g8, rook h1 is checkmate. So if you take queen here... This is us having fun. Probably
Yeah.
none of these moves make sense, but just to illustrate that
Yeah,
it's a
there's.
scary position.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go for a little sanity check. Rook g1. Bishop f6 was good. h6. Actually, the line was not so bad.
Line- so
we're
far,
we're
so
talented
good.
chess players. fg. Yeah, computer takes on g7 first.
Mhm.
Because here yeah, it says knight. Queen e7.
And after queen a5, it's.
After queen h5. Ah!
Yeah, it feels very bad for.
Yeah, this
For
was
black,
in fact
this-
winning.
Actually, g8 was the first move of the computer as well.
Mhm.
Not the best line for black, but the right line for white.
I'm still proud of us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is probably clever interpolation.
Yeah, trying to get rid of the bishop, which is really black's most important piece here.
Yeah, you don't want to take on f8, you want to
No.
take this guy. Yeah, dangerous. So even a slow position like this might not be a direct mate, but the long-term attack is
Mhm.
just probably crushing.
Jan, haven't you been trying out the dragon in recent times? Like,
I'm a
How-
bit of a dragon expert.
okay, so have you been playing positions like these? I mean, I understand this is a Najdorf, so it's
Mm.
not quite the same, but the dragon strikes me as one of the few Sicilians where sometimes you're like a pawn up on the king side and there's still rook staring down the board on g1 and h1, and you're just sort of continuing as if nothing has happened. I personally don't like playing that way at all. Like, I find it very uncomfortable being under continuous pressure or holding on to a pawn that was sort of sacrificed on the king side in a case like this. But sometimes people are perfectly fine playing up a pawn and just holding together a position which looks dangerous. But here already some pieces have been exchanged, so probably it's not going to be a direct mate or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. About the dragon, I think it's a pretty terrible opening. Like, I enjoy playing it, but the more you analyze it, the worse you feel
About it, yeah.
about it. Because, yeah, it's not just that you're under an attack often, it's also that white has a lot of quieter options where you're also worse for really no excitement. And this position, I don't know. I have a feeling that it's just terrible for black, especially if you love your dragon bishop.
Yeah, it's
F4
not there
and
anymore.
F5, like over the board, I'd feel pretty hopeless. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how bad it is objectively, but I don't think any human can play this.
Yeah. No, these kind of positions make me think about rook takes c3, for example, immediately.
Right.
I don't even know if it makes sense, but I would just want to get rid of my sort of passive play. It probably just doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, probably not enough. Anyway, this is 18 random moves down the line, but Gayakin actually played h6 immediately.
I'm not even
Going
sure
for
why
it.
we haven't looked at this move. This looks very logical as well.
That is true. What were we looking at? Rook g1, yeah?
Yeah,
But
that was preparing h6, but there was no preparation needed, I think.
yeah, and if fg, then he can just collect stuff. I would guess, because yeah, once again, this counterplay feels like it's arriving a little too slowly, because all our genius attacking lines probably still work here. Takes, king takes. This is computer inspired, but it's not very surprising that
It's not
this is
surprising
just
at all.
winning. So,
Queen f3, is that also a winning move instead of queen g4?
I just want to give mate
I
check.
just also works, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, actually, I'm not sure why h6 escaped our attention, but this looks
Looks scary.
completely critical already. Like,
Because this, it doesn't feel like you should survive. King
no,
g7.
honestly, Jan, like when I started speaking about this idea with the knights coming to c4, I think this is exactly what is not supposed to happen. So I'm very surprised to see Topalov so far has made all these standard moves that you're not supposed to make because you don't have time for it in this line. So I'm a bit confused at this point. I was thinking he would play something else than rook c8 at least.
Yeah, and I have to give you credit. You called it very early when you played knight b6 that, yeah, this plan is just too slow. And it seems like that is exactly what has happened. And it also goes to show Topalov's still a tremendous player, of course. No discussion about that. He just won Norway Chess a year ago. But it doesn't feel like his opening preparation is ahead of the others with sharp ideas in these lines like it used to be, right? Like here, Kayakin more or less played the standard plan.
Yeah.
It looks like he's in real big trouble with black, which shouldn't happen or wouldn't have happened to him 10 years ago.
No. Of course, he has a style which sort of is only working when you're very backed up with your analysis and you know what's going on everywhere, because he doesn't like to play more boring or slightly worse positions. He likes to play Sicilians. Of course, the Berlin he's doing quite well, I think, but in a Najdorf nowadays, you really need to know exactly what's happening in every single line.
Yeah, because also he's playing the most daring setup against
Exactly.
h3, right? These e5, h5 positions are a lot more positional, and you can get away with one not precise move. And even here, after e6, g4, these lines with h6 they're playing, they're much more solid than the one he's been choosing. So you have to, be ready to weather the storm here.
Well, let's have a look. h6, g6 would be the given move, because I guess you just can't give up the material with knight takes e6.
Yeah, I was wondering about this, because I think I'd be happy if you were to take my rook. Like that I don't mind, but I don't think you're going to. Have to check. It somehow feels like I'll be checkmated.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Also, queen h5 is there.
Yeah,
It feels like a very, of course it's nice, but it's very expected and standardized sort of execution of this attack. So
yeah, also, no offense, man, but like if I got this position with black and an open against, let's say, an 1800 player, I still think it's quite likely I'll just get checkmated, right? Because you don't have to do miracles really, just have to make normal moves. And yeah, Kayakin's certainly capable of that.
Yeah, I'm very worried for Veselin, but at the same time, Jan, my predictions are looking very solid today. Like, I don't know what's happening in Anish's game, but that one was very solid.
Did you predict a Kayakin victory?
I predicted a Karyakin victory and a Nakamura victory, so...
Looking good. Anish is going to make a draw somehow. Nah, I shouldn't jump on that bandwagon. It's hard to fight the urge. It's so easy to join the chatter of this, the artist because he likes to draw, but if you've played some of these guys, you understand how tough it is, like to even get the good positions and at what a level he's playing, which sometimes it used to be the same with Kramnik or Leiko in the old days who were, being accused of the big drawmeisters. It's very hard to appreciate like how good a guy like Anish is and how much work it is to get there.
Yeah. Well, with Anish, what always, I think if you really don't believe Anish is capable of winning games, you should check his games out from when he's playing the French league, for
Dubai
example.
Open,
Dubai, like those kind of tournaments, he's just
Qatar
crushing.
Open, sorry.
Qatar Open, he's just crushing one after the other. 2650, 2700. Just guys he's not facing in the candidates or in the very elite tournaments. He's just dealing with very effectively. So one of the main reasons why his rating is so much higher than, let's say, Peter Svidler. I don't think that when they play head-to-head, Anish has such a big score against most of these guys. But when they play against weaker players, Anish is just making a 90% score, I would say.
Yeah.
So he's capable of winning, but he still has to figure some things out in order to win against the very best.
Yeah, which is also natural. Like people expect him at age 21 to be a finished product. Yeah, just jump on stage and like win every game. Like I agree, I was critical of his game against Vichy. There, in some points, he just has to go for it if he wants to win the tournament.
Yeah, he has tendencies that he should improve. Like against Vichy, he had an interesting position. He sort of bailed out by himself. It was not an effort of preparation on Vichy's side or anything like that. But he's also just missed a lot of chances. So it cut him a little bit of slack for that.
And okay, we're gonna get more into the Anish topic, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Every one of these days. And I do agree that he should have won yesterday, but that was just a blackout, which goes to show how high the stakes are and that he's not this cold-hearted drawing machine just yet. So about the position, there's not that much happening. I like what he's done. He's doubled his rooks on the D file.
Yeah.
Peter's done natural stuff too. At least now you don't have this trouble with the A3 pawn anymore, which you had earlier.
You have a bit of pressure on D3 that you have to deal with.
Yeah, but this is also weak.
That's true. Yeah.
I like the computer's move just for positional reasons. E4 might look strange because you're giving up this square. That's more important, I believe, to sort of box this knight out.
Yeah.
And rook d3 is never really a threat. First of all, because it's checkmate in 1, which I missed. Secondly, because queen c7 is just better for white.
Yeah. No, I would go h6 as black for all league. Get the queen f8 idea out of the way, and then think what to do next.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is white can never really be worse in such a position because this pawn is just as weak as this pawn.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I want
could
to.
Could be a little bit easier for white to play, especially with the bishop to c5 and rook b4, for example, could cause some problems. Black has to at least get something going before already agreeing to a draw or something like that.
Yeah, still high draw probability here, but we also should remember with the tournament standings that if these guys make a draw today, Peter and Anish both on 50%, they have zero shot of winning the tournament, while whoever wins has a shot. Might be a very small shot, probably have to win both of your last games.
Yeah, it very much depends on Caruana's performance, I suppose, but just staying in contention for the first place is worth a lot at this point.
Right.
And we've seen some very, very strange things happen in those last rounds of the candidates tournament. I think everyone remembers when Magnus was playing to qualify for the match against Vichy, the first match. He lost in the last round, while Vladimir Kramnik, if I'm not mistaken, also lost. So we had to, head-to-head leaders losing their last games. We've had some really interesting last rounds. So just being close to the leader could mean a lot in those scenarios. But it looks like these guys are not making it easy for each other.
Absolutely not. Speaking of London, Peter Svidler in round number 11 in London beat Levon Aronian, and then he won 2 out of his last 3 games against Magnus. Forgot who else it was. Maybe against Kramnik even. It was Ivanchuk. I can't remember. But Peter had a big finish there. He's going to hope for the same thing here. However, normally you're not supposed to win such a position against Anish. The question is which side wants to take risks. Will Anish like try to make something happen on the king? On the king side, will Peter go e4? We shall see, but for now it's sort of equal. What's going on with Vishy and Hikaru Nakamura?
Well, Vishy, I mean,
she's going for mate.
Vishy's going for mate, but it's unlikely to happen. I mean, rook to d5, like that move really is asking to be played.
But what happened here?
What has he
rook
done?
d6, queen b3, so far so good. Yeah, same idea. Bishop e6, queen c3. He's played h5, which looks a little suicidal.
No, h5 is really missing.
Like his position is bad. We've looked at something like this,
yeah,
rook d1, and obviously you're suffering. But h5, is he really thinking that you can go h4 and then checkmate white?
Honestly, no. Honestly, h5 looks like a desperate attempt to get some play going, but you can't afford setting up an attack when your king is actually the biggest problem in the position. Like, it's not gonna, even if you get h4 in, white having the d file, it just doesn't seem feasible at all.
No, it seems like suicide, frankly. Rook h6 played, but yeah, you just can't give up the center like this. Rook d5 and resigns, more or less. I don't know, I think Vishy was sick of his position and went for some desperate counterplay, not minding if it doesn't work, it's over soon. But once again, if you give Caruana or Kayaki in this position, they will play c6, f6, maybe lose a pawn and then make you beat them in some endgame on move 80.
Well, I think Caruana will try to hold it. Like you said, he would probably give up the f6 pawn. There was kind of a possibility for that, just playing c6, f6, then changing the rooks and developing. It's horrible. I would hate to play it, but it is the best thing you can do. Bishop to e6, let's say, and well, surprising. It would be really surprising to see how much effort it takes to beat a good player in a position like this. You think you're just moving up your f and your e pawn, but there's always ideas, some resistance from different.
Yeah, this looks like every Peter Svidler endgame in this ending in this tournament. It's probably winning, but it's a lot of work, and I think Vishy he probably saw something like this, thought, okay, this is hopeless. Let me go for one last attempt, but this is gonna speed up the end big time. Because Naka is merciless here. He's played rook d5, queen e7, queen c4, just intending to go to f4.
Yeah, and swing the rook to g5.
That ends the game, pretty much. Say bishop e6, queen f4. If you take, then this is sort of a double attack, which wins on the spot.
Yeah.
And if you don't take, but let's say go rook g6, well, it's just game over. And instead of bishop e6, no, it's just totally lost, like the computer line, but okay, anything is just over here. Is this stuff, and now rook e5, but yeah, any move really, bishop e4.
Yeah,
this is trivial, like at this level. f5, the most brutal is this, which is also an easy move to play, because these bishops are just gonna crush your king.
Yeah, especially to Hikaru. I think he will blitz out most of his next moves.
Yeah.
It's in his style. So yeah, no, not a good day for Vishy. Very bad opening and also not very tough play afterwards, although it was a horrible position for sure. But this looks like a very, very quick game.
Yeah, and this happened twice in a row to him now, even in the same line. He insists on going for this line. He runs into some dangerous idea, but what do you expect? It's the candidates. Guys have prepared dangerous ideas against the lines you normally play.
Whole team's working on these lines, so yeah.
And then, okay, he went for the most critical move g5, but it looks like he hadn't checked it very carefully, and the game here is already, well, over is maybe strong, but already horribly dangerous.
After d3, it might very well be close to over. I mean, it's if you go for the game's continuation, that looks like a long-term, you know, like we said, you might be able to escape into a ending with a pawn down or something like that, but it looks very bad. And I think I guess he missed d3. That must have been it. But counting on a resource like knight d4 is very, very dangerous thing to do. So.
Yeah, and also in this position, like we haven't looked at it much because d3 is so strong, but it's not ridiculous to say that white is better here as well. Like the black king is pretty weak.
Yeah, also this looks promising for white. Not as promising as the game,
No.
obviously, but yeah. Okay.
So yeah, bad day at the office for Vichy. His second black game in a row, which he, pretty much gets crushed out of the opening in this line. And
A lot has happened again in Topalov's game. Wow. Okay. He probably has played f takes g6, hasn't he?
yes,
Mm-hmm.
probably a better choice than getting mated after hg in these lines we were looking at. Why do you take here? You have to take here? Like, it's probably strong, but I'd be somehow tempted. I would transpose it.
I would calculate it briefly, but it just... I'm not even losing any of my most important attacking pieces or something like that. The attack keeps going and I'm winning material. It's... Yeah, it looks over to me. H takes, bishop to d4.
Yeah, this is the key move, getting rid of the dragon bishop immediately. And you're an exchange up with the compensation, as they say, which is bad news.
No, I'm... What happened to Vichy is possible. Let's say he didn't come well prepared. He got a very tough position, and okay, it's how it goes sometimes. But this is very, very strange to me. I like I said, I really think that Topalov has seen these ideas before, but still, he really went for all these basic moves that they're just bad. It's not new. It's well known. So this is.
Yeah, this is the kind of game...
amateurish in a way.
Yeah. No offense meant to you, for example, but if you played white against Topalov and you chose the h3 line, this is probably the position you would get, right? Karjakin hasn't done anything, like, insane. And, yeah, it's game over.
It's already over. It's over before it even started. Like, no exciting sacrifices on his part. No, it's surprising. Very surprising. But, yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're not fully up to date. He's shown some very interesting ideas, but you need to also be able to just back up your opening. If you're not going to play the Berlin, you have to know every line in the Najdorf. It's Karjakin, it's a Najdorf player himself. You just have to be right on point everywhere. So he was lacking that today. So
yeah, I also feel like it was probably steaming a little bit. That's why he chose the Najdorf, because in the first games he's played the Berlin and he's been doing fine in the opening. So that's what he came with as his main weapon. But then he probably thought, you know what, I'm -3, -4, whatever his score was. Yeah, -3, 4 out of 11. Come win the tournament. Let's play some sharp chess. But backfired and easy game for Karjakin so far. Still gotta win it. He's gonna stick around, try to make something happen, but just not supposed to work.
Yeah, I guess you can go king b1 normally in these types of positions. Although maybe I'm allowing bishop takes d4 and knight takes a3 ideas. So
this move looks good as well.
Looks good.
If you take ed.
Yeah.
No, it's still some accuracy required, but I'd be shocked if Karjakin doesn't win this.
Yeah.
I'd be more shocked if Nakamura doesn't win. This line is on the board, what we've seen earlier. Bishop g4, queen f4, rook g6. Yeah, rook e5 is a comp move, but humanly this looks like the finish you go for. His idea is going to be f5 and rook takes f5. It's just game over.
I'm expecting to see this as well.
Yeah, this is resigns if the rook goes anywhere. This is a pretty big check. Shows that the bishop pair can be quite powerful in chess.
Okay, so let's maybe have a look at the Aronian game, if anything happened there.
Oh,
not quite.
How did they do this? A5 93 c6. Fabi didn't jump, which is the obvious move. And so he went a4. Wow, what's this?
This game is really full of surprises so far. I didn't even think about a move like a4. We were only looking at either letting black take on b4 or taking yourself on a5. But
what is this move? His point is after, let's say, ab, he wants to take here, then establish this eternal knight on d5.
It actually looks... I must say that the computers might say this is equal, but at first this looks very nice for white to me.
Yeah, I agree. Because, these guys are targets, and if you can't use them to create a pass c-pawn...
It's very hard to play.
With this knight in your face. It's a very creative solution by Fabi, because the normal way to play would be something like whatever. Take, I don't know, take.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ugly solution, but of course you're probably keeping your pawn in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, you might not win, I don't know. Probably something bothered him. Well, okay, computer move is rook a1, which is too deep for me. But that's what he would consider. Fabi's willing to return the pawn for positional gains.
I like it. I think if I would have found this idea, I would have very strongly considered it as well, because it doesn't look okay for black at all to just go a takes b, and get the double pawn, let the knight go to d5. I would be surprised if Levon goes for it. At least he will put a lot of thought into it before he does something like that.
Yeah, if you have an alternative, maybe, but it seems like there's no good one. Queen b4, the point is once again a b5. Now cb doesn't work tactically because here we have a little Zwischenschach, as we like to call it in Holland. But if you have to take with the queen, your position is just sort of rotten. Maybe he's going to think about this, but white is a very pleasant choice between queen a1, which looks strong, tending to go here and go after these pawns.
Yeah, again, you're letting very, very serious structural damages take place, and it's not a very, you have to, normally when you allow these kind of ugly pawns around your position, then you have very concrete measures to do something. Here, I mean, Levon is not going to sit around and play bishop to b4 and hope that he will not lose those pawns. It's not his style, so it might still be not as bad as it looks, but white's going to play rook a4, queen a2, knight c4, and it's very pleasant for white to play something out like this.
Yeah, you can at some point also start about a second front, even though at the moment we're busy on the queen side. So yeah, this is pleasant, and the direct solution also seems quite pleasant. Like this, you have to calculate, but might just work.
Yeah, might just win a pawn.
This guy, and if bishop b4, then you sort of overstretch the black defenses. So what else can he do after a4? You could take here, but it also feels wrong, allowing all kinds of knight c4s. Probably just takes.
Yeah, you just don't get the pawn back. Well, a3 would be a move, I guess.
Yeah, but this knight is too strong.
Yeah, looks very. No, this is not. He's not gonna play this. No, he's gonna have to choose for something that at least visually seems very unappealing. A takes b4, but if he takes into account all the other options, he might not come up with a more suitable solution than this. I'm very surprised, by the way. I'm seeing a computer evaluation that's equal over here. I would really think I'm much better here with white.
I think this might be one of the cases where we should not trust the computer too much either, because I know this from these Najdorf positions like this, sort of winning position, where you end with a Fischer knight on d5 against a bishop on e7. Very often the computer starts saying equal there as well. So this is a concept that is tough for him to grasp.
Yeah.
Like, of course, if you get this position against a computer, good luck winning it. Probably not going to happen, but it's just that this knight is so dominant and long-term. White is played both on the a file and on the king side. It's very, very unpleasant.
Is it maybe this rook a3 idea that he is counting on? It looks very strange because you're still losing a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand why this is so great, but even this position where the computer says black is much better, I would think white is much better.
I would think white is either winning or black might hold it, but the computer thinks black's much better.
That is odd.
Very odd.
I'm not sure. I don't think I agree with the computer here. I think it just overrates this pawn, unless there is some direct way to convert it, like promote it, but I don't really see it. Still, if black gets this, okay, I can understand what he's doing.
Best scenario for black, having a pawn on a3. But, yeah.
Do I have to allow this? If I play this move, you also go rook a3, yeah? That's always your idea.
Yeah, no, I guess that is the only concrete idea in the position for black.
So, after trash talking the computer, we once again have to sort of give in to his wisdom, you know, like...
As usual.
Yeah. It's giving some very strange lines like this move, which I would not consider.
No.
Normally in such a position you consider this and turning this. And also it wants to take here, which is
very anti-position.
Even this line looks good for white, by the way. Here, queen b3. And okay, if you take, then I'll get the a file. So once again, you're going for this. Okay, could have done this later, but takes, rook a1. You can't play b4 because I take. So you have to go rook a8, I guess. And here, you better be sure that black makes a draw, else you're lost.
It looks very... yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that this is such a straightforward draw.
I don't think it is. Oh, computer. We finally got you in one line. No, not anymore. Still, why is this a draw?
I'm not sure, Jan. I think it wants to go queen to b1 if you take on c3 and claim that you'll never escape from...
Oh yeah, rook to b1.
Rook to b1, yeah.
Okay, that I can understand, but if I do nothing here, let's say I try to bring my king a little closer, I would think I'm winning, frankly. I'll bring my king, and one day I'll either take here or...
It's definitely something that no one would ever go for in his right mind. I mean,
no. And I think the computer is wrong. I think he overestimates these past pawns, these very far past pawns, very far advanced pawns.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this should be very good for it. I have no idea how we got here, but this position is on the board at least.
Okay, so he has gone for the structure. He's not as happy about it as the computer, I'm pretty sure, but this rook a3 idea is probably the... Even if you don't think it's equalizing, it's the only thing I would really take into account, because I simply think I'm losing in the long run if I let white take over the a file.
For example, if you take here,
yeah,
this position just looks totally lost. Rook a1, queen penetrates, rook penetrates.
Yeah.
White will go g3 at some point, so he never has any problems here. Now this feels like resigns. Once again, I should probably switch the computer off. That would make our life easier, but to show what a sicko he is. His first move here is knight takes e7 check, which no one in the world would think about.
You would like to keep your knight as long as possible. Yeah.
Anyway.
And it looks like Anand resigned, if I'm not mistaken.
No surprises there. Oh, and Nakamura, he didn't even go for what I thought was the human move. He went for the rook e5 move, which is also, of course, perfectly fine, because you go bishop e4 next move. And once again, the game is pretty much over. If f5, you just take.
Too many pawns.
Nah, nothing you can do. So very possible that Vichy resigned after bishop e4. Looks like he did.
He did resign.
Congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura. Nice game, and especially nice homework, but a bit puzzling that Vichy Anand, one of the best prepared guys in the world, would go down twice in a row with black in the same line. That's not something that's usual.
For sure. And I would be surprised if we see him play this line one more time. I think that, well, either he's gonna fix it up really well, but once again, it seems odd to me. He seems like a bit of a inconsistent with the rest of his repertoire. There's a lot of ideas here for white, and yeah, it's a poor opening choice by Vichy today.
Yeah. Also, he's been going for the sharpest lines, but he wasn't so really ready for it. Like in this Caruana game as well, he went for e4. While there's alternatives with d6, h6, and so on. But even after e4, way deeper into the game. Oh, sorry.
There's
bishop take here first.
Yeah. Well, he played this line several times with Aronian, though, right?
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, you probably smell a rat once you arrive here. The guy's blitzing out the moves.
Yeah.
And even here, you can still play queen e7, for example, e3, knight e5. Maybe you're slightly worse, but it's a game. And after d5, d4.
Very committal move, d5.
He also stuck to his line with d takes c4. So he's been playing very sharp positions, which he's announced beforehand to his opponents, because he all played it against Levon already. So you have to be very, very booked up to get away with this, and he's been caught off guard twice.
Yep.
This game, I would have to dig a little deeper. What happened is a3, e3, I believe, is a rare idea by Nakamura. I'd like to look it up if Maureen or one of these guys recommended it, because if it's all in a book, it's sort of less impressive.
No, it's definitely not standard play here, so... Could very well be something new, but still, if g5 doesn't work, it's just a matter of putting it in the engine and seeing it's not a very good move. So then it all makes sense because white wants to go b4, bishop b2, and he just prevented bishop to d4 with his move e3.
Yeah, g5 is principled, but I'm not sure what went wrong in preparation because this whole line looks forced. Nothing really works for black here. If knight to b8 or a move like that, you probably just get checkmated. I don't know. Here it's just queen h6 here. We've looked at this.
Yeah, no, there were a few pretty terrifying mates here.
Yeah, okay.
F3.
You don't need a computer for this anymore. You just don't survive this with play. So, brutal loss for Vishy Anand, who, there's been like 2 Vishys in this tournament. There's been white Vishy, who has +4, like always winning this e4, d3, c3 structure with technical play, and black Vishy, who has -3, who got caught out 3 times in sharp games.
It's a very noteworthy difference, yeah. It's I guess that he just really finds the right positions as white, and he struggles getting to what he likes as black. But even then, the difference is really really huge. So.
No, yeah, with white, it's a big thing for him that he can force the game into these technical situations where he feels the structure very, very well, feels comfortable, no one's attacking him, there's no risk. While with black, his game plan, I think, has been to stick to the opening lines, play them, know them as well as possible, and sort of kill the game if possible. But it hasn't worked, like, against 3 guys array. So that leaves us with the kayaking game, where we think kayaking should be pretty much winning. A5 is on the board, knight d5 or king b1, whatever you want. He's an exchange up.
I think he's just figuring out the safest way here, which I think knight d5, your suggestion looks very normal. I don't really see a reason to go king b1 first because it allows some tricks like knight takes a3, some other ideas. So I would expect to see knight d5.
Right. Yeah, big chance for kayaking to get back into the hunt because Caruana's position, as pleasant as it looks to us, Mr. Compi stubbornly holds it up for black.
Still, I do give Fabiano some decent chances to win this position because it requires extremely brave decisions by Aronian to go rook a3, give up a pawn, and then we saw another couple of odd moves by the computer. So I'm not writing him off quite yet, but with correct play, I suppose that it is very drawable. Yeah, but. I can't imagine that Aronian is so comfortable here, thinking I'll just go rook a3 and it's fine. Definitely not.
Over the board, you might very well think, or I would think, I'm probably positionally lost. I mean, you try to put up some resistance, but yeah, I agree. Big divergence between comp opinion, who thinks black is slightly better, and what your run-of-the-mill 2600 grandmasters would think that white is very much better.
Yeah.
Very much better. Excellent English. That leaves us with our friends Peter Svidler and Anish Giri. And looks like Anish has... What has happened here?
Well, something has definitely happened. So e4 was played and Anish didn't wait with h6. He immediately went for f5.
Yeah, creating counterplay against the white king.
Makes a lot of sense because, like you sort of indicated, you'd never really want to take on d3. So why to even put the threat in with h6 when it's not really something you want to do?
And ef, queen f5. The computer... I should stop reading out computer moves, but the computer hates this decision, ef5.
Yeah.
It says, gotta keep the tension, play rook bc1 for whatever reason. Actually, one cute little line. You can't... win a rook just yet, because once again...
You're a quick learner, huh, Jan?
No, this one, this idea I've spotted now. So ef5, which looks risky, because, this queen is on a great square on f5.
Yeah, it's also strange, because e4 is kind of aimed at, not allowing the knight to d5, then black goes f5, hoping to become a little bit more active, and you immediately get rid of your initial idea.
Yeah, now this knight can jump here, the rook can go to f7. No, this feels bad for Peter somehow. Rook e1, knight d5, logical move covering e5, queen c4, pinning the guy, but Anish can make all the moves he wants, which also solve his problems by unpinning with rook f7, rook b2.
And Anish is thinking.
But the tables have turned, now Peter is fighting for a draw. Anish, I don't think he's going to do this. This is not the move you consider here, because this bishop is kind of useless in a mating attack on the light square, so I
Yeah.
don't think you want to exchange it. I'd be thinking what was like h5.
And the thing that I would be a little bit afraid of is this queen e4 idea, and just sort of if white can go queen
Let's say
e4 and
this.
stabilize the whole situation there, then it's not too bad. So maybe he has to find something more concrete.
So
yeah,
we give this check.
Mhm.
King back. h5 is still queen e4. Same idea. Yeah. Maybe there is nothing better than taking.
Yeah, maybe once again, if queen e4 is the next move, it's okay for white. So let's see, knight takes b4. The point is queen takes b4 is forced.
Yeah. Because ab, yeah, you just don't
You
even
just
think
don't
about
wanna-
it. a3 and rook b4 you can't do because it's hanging. So queen b4. And this dude is hanging, but so are these guys. I don't know, it doesn't feel so bad. Like, once again,
It
the computer
doesn't-
says that black is better here, but
It
looking at it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, it seems, okay, maybe the idea is rook to d4 and then rook takes d3, saying that you're winning the a-pawn. Because I don't see any spectacular attacks here.
No.
Starting. Maybe it's just a matter of winning a
It's
pawn.
just this. Yeah, if white has no immediate counterplay, then okay, black gets the luft. He might be better. Even this position somehow it looks drawn to me.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much better.
This and okay, once again, comp line, but just my general point is here with this king open and these pawns far back, I have a very hard time believing
Yeah,
black could ever win something like this. I feel
Mhm.
like I'm active enough.
No, the drawing margin remains big, but Peter got himself into a little bit of trouble
Yeah.
for no real reason. So who knows? There might still be some ideas, but to be honest, if it's all related to knight takes b4, which it very much seems so, it doesn't really change my opinion about the game too much.
No.
Because, yeah, being able to get a 3 against 2 endgame or something like that, or just a pawn up in a drawn ending is not really a big deal for these guys. So
No, exactly. Continuing with our computer bashing theme, for example, these whole lines are based on stuff like this, which I think is just a draw.
yeah, with two
You
rooks,
get
this
the
should-
rooks behind, which is something that...
Yeah, but with 2 rooks, that shouldn't really matter too much because you're gonna attack from the side with one of them, and it seems like black is gonna have to defend passively here.
Let's go here, here,
Yeah.
and such position. Normally you can't win.
No.
Because there's nothing to do, literally. You can bring your king to f5. Okay, I'll bring mine to f3, and we shake hands.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should still be drawish, but Peter's messed up a little bit, probably with his e takes f5 move. And now Anish has a pleasant choice, but nothing too spectacular.
Yeah.
I need another little break. What do you say?
I'm all for it. I think that the Vichy game ended kind of the way we expected it to. I'm still a bit disappointed with Topalov. I don't expect anything to happen in that game, but there's a big task ahead for Aronian defending the position against Caruana, and who knows, there might still be some play left in the Anish game, although we still think that it's probably going to be a draw, albeit a little bit more pleasant for Anish.
Yep. We'll be back in a couple minutes. See you guys then. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Batman, and when looking for a co-host for this show, I was looking for the strongest Robin in the world, and I'm glad we found him, Grandmaster Robin van Kampen. How are you doing?
Very glad to be back under a new alias.
Do you hear a lot of Batman and Robin jokes being called Robin? Or?
Well, Gusti, you were actually the one who started the whole Justin Bieber joke thing, so
That's
I
true.
never really got to enjoy the regular Batman jokes because that has been chasing me for a long time. I know what you're up to.
Well, you started it.
You used to be very active with your blog and make pictures of people, but this one stuck around for a long time.
I'm glad to hear that. We're gonna get to what you're talking about in a minute. But for now, let's catch people up on the games, because we still have 3 games left after Vichy went down in flames against Hikaru Nakamura. Your boy, Anish Giri, did not go for one of these positions we were looking at with an extra pawn, but very drawish. Decided to keep the queens on the board. And we could construct that as a winning attempt by Anish. He doesn't want to go for this drawish rook ending.
I would say so. I think he looked at knight x b4 and was not particularly impressed. On the other hand, it also doesn't strike me as a position which really allows for black to, do a lot of maneuvering and really outplay his opponent. But it's good that he tries to keep the tension. Rather than, not making a good move, I really look at this as, like you said, a winning attempt. But I think you're ready to.
You want?
No.
The
okay.
people's opinion. All right. So back in the days, I don't think I was the only one who made this observation, but some people thought that there was some sort of similarity between you and Mr. Justin Bieber. Like here, you can't tell who is who. One of them is you, one is Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
I don't think we can give out prizes for people guessing, because you have a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
But judge for yourself. You haven't really kept up with Bieber's hairstyles over the years, though.
Well,
or have
also,
you?
I think what I'm lacking nowadays is the tattoos, Jan, and I'm not sure that I'm gonna catch up with that. The hairstyle, there's always space to catch up, but we started drifting away from each other after this picture was published.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It is what it is.
We're gonna revisit that topic, certainly. But on the tattoo front, first of all, you can always tell people you have some. You don't have to do this show shirtless. And also, how much of a sacrifice would it really be to just get 25 tattoos to look a bit more like Justin Bieber? Why don't you just do it?
I mean, it depends on what is in it for me, Jan. Like, what would I get tattooed?
You can always have a career if, like, whatever you're studying, economics or chess doesn't go well. You can be a Justin Bieber doppelganger in, like, some shady nightclub in Vegas, for example.
Right, maybe Starbucks barista. Those are accepted out there too, I think. But I think it does limit your career a little bit.
No, every employer will tell you get as many tattoos as you can on your neck, and that increases your
Well,
career chances.
I will definitely take it into account. After all, you're a bit of an employer yourself, so it's probably coming from a good place.
Right, especially in show business, which we are in. We're
We're
at
totally
the
in.
peak of show business, doing this great show. Let's get back to a bit of chess. Mr. Kayakin, who does not have any tattoos to the best of my knowledge. This is a topic we're going to get to later. I don't think there's a top 100 player with tattoos. I've done extensive research on the topic. Haven't found anybody. So after you get one, you only have to get into the top 100, which you are very close to.
I'm very close right now.
What's your rating? Are you higher rated than me? That would frustrate me.
I'm 26-39, but going up a little bit the next.
I'm not supposed to curse. I think I'm 32, so yeah. Normally I measure my self-worth by being higher rated than you, but sounds like I'm not. That's a bit of a blow to everything I believe in. So let's have a look at the kayaking game. Queen h8 has just been played by Topalov. Does not instill a lot of confidence.
That looks like a very weird move to make. Just because rook g1 is now renewing the threat of rook takes g6, or actually starting the threat of rook takes g6.
I don't get it at all. I understand he wants to avoid the exchange of queens because he thinks it's lost. But here, what's your point?
Well, he wants to stay on the long diagonal, but this just looks very bad. I mean, does he have to play rook e6 now in order to keep it together?
I guess so, but
F4, F5.
let's do this. I guess you want to go b4.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, you're not really threatening anything. No, I was going to say takes on knight d1, but then you take on e4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just f5.
Okay, b takes c3, f takes e6.
Mm.
It starts to look a little scary. Maybe it's just a few checks.
I don't know.
King b1.
Knight d2 or knight a3, but either one. There's no follow-up check, yeah? Like, let's say here, king a2. Unless we're blundering something big, this is game over.
Bishop takes e4.
Can be... Oh no, it was gonna be cute, but
Oh,
I might out-cute myself.
because b1 is also a threat, yeah?
Because this pawn queens, but this queens first. Yeah. Okay, bishop e4. Still, what's your threat? Bishop d5.
Bishop d5 is a threat I would consider serious.
Okay, this, if I wasn't so good at taking this piece, like which has probably been hanging for 18 minutes.
Okay, I think this line was not very. Well, knight d2 check wasn't
Queen retreats are very hard to spot. Oh, this show's going downhill fast.
Yeah.
Ever since we brought in Mr. Bieber. So knight a3, king a2, but no, this knight is hanging, so this also doesn't work.
Yeah. No, to be honest, queen h8 looks like a bad move, and I'm very surprised if it's not simply a bad move.
One thing, can we take here? In this
that looks like
line
a
of
better
ours.
try.
Because knight e4, queen b2 probably loses.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's not that straightforward yet.
Yeah, we're underestimating the move a little bit, I guess. Okay, so let's have a brief look.
Cheat. Okay, I think. I cheated and queen h3 wins on the spot. But f4 also wins. But here you have to find
Queen h3.
this, which is sort of tough to find. But it immediately decides the game. There's no good way to defend everything.
Yeah. Well, you can go rook e7, but it's a lost ending after a few forced moves.
Are you? Okay, sort of survived till here.
Mm-hmm.
But there is this. This is pretty hopeless. You might think on material count it's not that bad after rook f4, but all black's pawns are weaknesses. So is his king, so yeah, something like this is, you just can't survive. Because his king is so bad as well against the two rooks. So that was a bit of a random line, and instead, what has happened? Queen h8 is played b3.
Oh, that's actually
strange move.
I like that move because you can take on c3. You want to get rid of the knight on c4 to go rook takes d6. So if it works, it seems like a very sensible idea.
Yeah, it might just be strong. Still confusing because this move is asking to be blitzed out.
Yeah.
And apparently the strongest move is queen g7, which Topalov just avoided by going queen h8. But Kayakin, he just plays whatever move he thinks is best. I don't think he's the kind of guy who gets very nervous or is thinking about what he's done earlier. He's just sitting there and does what he can.
Yeah, I mean he trusts on concrete calculation, as do most of the strongest players are not too they use their intuition up to some extent, but when it's about conversion, it's a matter of just calculating the lines. It's very rigorous work.
Yeah, this seems good. If you have to go here, you just take and it's resigns.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's some chaos like this, but it also doesn't seem very promising. Here, if you take queen c3, is this actually mate?
It's a lost ending after queen h8 check.
Ah, boring.
Very boring.
Yeah.
But very efficient.
Very effective,
Yeah.
And you can take... no further explanation needed. It's a winning pawn in game.
Mm-hmm. Well, still, then after b3, I actually really like this move b3, Jan. It seems very hard for black to find a suitable move. Like knight takes a3 looks normal, but can I just go rook takes d6 here as well?
No, you have to calculate b4 and some checks, I guess. But
rook takes g6 though.
Oh, this check comes first, yeah.
But maybe you could take on c3, and I'm not getting mated, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Because this is a different story now.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna win some material here, but I'm
Yeah.
not.
If rook e8, bishop e8.
Yeah, or king d6 also.
Clearly, white doesn't want that. He might still be better, but
Yeah, not really.
oh yeah, this is even
necessary.
stronger.
Mhm.
Okay, so how did we get here? b3, knight
Knight
a3. But this knight looks so far out of play. Comp move is once again this, which you don't really consider because the queen looks so strong on h6.
I guess rook takes d6 is just a very strong threat. That's why.
Yeah.
So, but bishop takes e4 now. Is there some queen d7 idea or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Game over.
Okay, so actually, not too much has changed. It still requires a little bit of precise finish, but it looks like Karyakin is very much in the right direction.
Yeah,
His
also
last move.
nothing out of this world. Okay, queen
Yeah.
h3 is a tricky move to make, but it's also not the only move.
I'm sure rook h3,
Rook
which looks
h3,
more
yeah.
natural, would serve this as well. So yeah,
No, he's gonna win.
he's
No
gonna win
question
this
about it.
easily.
Let's go back to Anish for 1 second.
Okay, well,
Nothing happened, huh?
queen takes e5 was played,
I took.
and I guess queen takes b5.
But now the structure is starting to look nice for black. At
Yeah.
least this is structurally a very good exchange. You get rid of your weakness against a good white pawn.
Yeah, I like it for black.
Yeah, queen b5 is on the board. Starting to look unpleasant.
Black might try to play b6, c5. Kind of a typical way to play against dark squared bishop.
Yeah. No,
This looks a bit better for
looks,
white.
looks
For black.
unpleasant. Yeah.
Mhm.
Probably have to go back, but just positionally, either b6, c5. But even if you play whatever a dumb move like c6, it's,
Black's very
it's not a
solid.
pleasant situation. So Anish Giri once again with some decent chances, and Peter Svidler, after getting tons of good positions in the first half of the tournament, he's been
Yeah.
getting some bad positions. No.
Yeah, well, still, it's very far from real trouble, but it's starting to look like a type of position that could slowly but surely get worse and worse for white if he
Yeah.
doesn't act quickly.
And I think it's also in Anish's style because he doesn't have to do anything dramatic to
Mhm.
improve his advantage. And yeah, if you can play natural moves and chip away, he's very much capable of that. So this looks dangerous for Peter. So, yeah, and he's sort of been outplayed. Let's give Anish credit here.
Yeah, I like that he didn't go for knight takes b4. I think this was actually a good decision. Maybe Peter could have just defended the b pawn here. I don't know about that. Queen takes e5.
Yeah, this
That's
is a
strange.
strange decision. Okay, this move is not so obvious, but it makes a lot of sense because now this runs into
But also, can I just go bishop to d2 instead of something
just playing
complicated?
simple. Also, yeah,
Looks that's something that I would play probably.
it
Bishop
looks very
d2
sensible.
and just it seems equal to me.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very strange exchange to agree to.
Yeah.
No, Peter, creating some problems for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Peter, he thinks he's dead lost very quickly. Like, he's still gonna keep on playing, of course, but he's gonna be extremely unhappy
He
here.
has a bit of a tendency towards real pessimistic thoughts during the game. Okay, let's have a look at Aronian's game, who we said wasn't, at least from a human point of view, it looked very, very dangerous for black, just having a very passive position.
I also said that no
Fabiano-
one in their right mind would ever take this bishop.
Yeah, that's I remember that quote. That's hard to explain for me, to be honest.
It's surprising. Like,
I think he was actually really afraid of the idea of bishop f8 and rook a3. That's the only explanation.
yeah. I still don't get it. Like, I was checking this a bit in the break, and obviously I couldn't get anything done against the computer. I thought it made sense to, if you're afraid of this rook a3 idea, to exchange these rooks and then try to play in the center, play d4, bring the queen around. But of course, the computer was just making fun of me. It was going bishop f8, putting the queen on c4 and crushing me. So,
Yeah, it's not as simple as it might look.
So Fabi maybe decided to play it safe. Just took queen b3, and we've looked at some line like this.
Very similar to this.
Rook a1, rook a8, and I was saying this might be good for white. I think we got here differently, but
I have one question, Jan. Can I go b4 instead of this rook a8 to exchange the rooks?
Take, right?
Yeah.
And then
take it.
b8 just to make a draw.
I mean, I guess black is anyway fighting for a draw, so... Okay, so
if you go passive here, then queen a8, and black might even be better. No.
This should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, you have to go queen a2, which is ridiculous. So you have to go, let's say, here.
Well, h6 or g6, I guess g6.
Yeah, you can't really win this, you just go here, here, and white has to give a perpetual.
And this is actually very feasible for Aronian to find. I think the other defense is, I mean, of course, these players are capable of finding many really good resources, but this is quite straightforward one. So I would, if this is forced, and it seems very forcing, this could very well happen. The question is, white could also take on c3 right away.
Let's look at that, takes here, but now this pawn really is powerful.
Yeah, you're preventing rook to a1. And maybe you just want to play rook to a8 on the next move.
Yeah, I don't know. The computer says this is winning for black, but yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I think you would evaluate this as too dangerous.
This doesn't look good, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to touch that.
Perhaps it's just a little bit of accuracy required from Aronian, but this looks like the right continuation, b4.
Yeah, at least it's the easiest, because this position might be a draw, but I feel like it's black who has to be precise here.
For sure.
So once I stabilize, whatever we looked at. Can't remember what we looked at, something like this.
Queen a7, I think, yeah. And if queen takes c3, rook b8. Still there, but you suggested king of pawn.
This plan made a lot of sense, and yeah, only white can be better here. So we'll see how it goes, but it looks like it should sorry, end peacefully in a couple moves if Levon goes for this, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, with a passed pawn and queens on the board, it's very hard to do anything.
Yeah, you can't really
too much counterplay.
Stop the queen coming somewhere where it supports the pawn. That's just a draw. Unless white wants to lose, but white will always have a perpetual or something. So should be a draw. Where do we go?
Okay, Karyakin has actually played this move rook h3, which actually looks a lot more, human to me. I just want to go rook takes d6, still the same idea, and the knight is, as you pointed out, is really out of the game for the moment on a3.
Yeah, and if bishop d7, which looks natural to bother this rook, then it just goes here.
Yeah.
You still want to take, there's still rook g6 is in the air. Let's say b4, for example, then just take here, and bc3, I'm sure I'm breaking through somehow. Okay, rook d7 just wins.
d7 is the easiest. Could I try to hold things together with rook to e6 instead of b4? Again, this move f4 perhaps. Yeah,
this plan is crushing. And here the problem is, even if black takes this piece, he never has any check in the next 200 moves. So yeah, white is just in time to take everything and give mate. Rook d6, rook f1, everything. Rook g6, everything wins.
Yeah.
Nah, Karyakin's gonna win this.
Karyakin's gonna win this fairly easily. So any news in Anish's game? This is actually perhaps the after all the position with the most life in it. After bashing them a little bit after the opening already.
Yeah, well, in fairness, the other two games are already decided, so we can't blame them for lack of life. But absolutely, Anish, I have a very bad feeling for Peter in this situation against Anish. I have a feeling this might be his first win. Of course, it's too early to claim that black is winning or even substantially better, but it looks very unpleasant.
It looks very unpleasant because you can never play around the knight on d5, and it's really up to black when he wants to remove it and start attacking the d pawn or pushing his queen side.
Also, the king is weak. Like your pawn's on dark squares without a bishop to protect it. It's not an immediate problem, but once the situation heats up, like sometimes, I don't know, maybe you go after the a4 pawn, you always have to look out for problems on the king side. This feels very dangerous to me.
Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical, not because I don't believe in Anish, it's just that he's had better positions than this, and Well, he has chances again, Jan, but well, he's had many chances so far, so it's hard to.
Right.
I still have to see a bit more of an advantage appearing before I'm gonna make any claims. I still think that draw is the most likely result, but Peter is not happy about this position, and I think one mistake you can make, and I don't think Peter will necessarily make it, but is to try to solve your problems concretely here, because it's just not possible. Like you can, okay, you can go for a queen's exchange, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna equalize within the next 5 moves or something.
Yeah, 'cause first of all, you always have to take these endgames into account, where might be good drawing chances, but this is not an automatic draw with the 2 against 1.
Yeah, and you have rook d2 attacking the
And
f2 pawn.
Here, yeah.
It looks a little tricky.
I'm not sure. Stuff like this, Black has chances at the very least.
Yeah, it's not as trivial as the previous rook ending.
And secondly, yeah, even if Black just does nothing here, I'm not sure exchanging queens helps White
Yeah,
that much.
that's unpleasant. It's definitely a bit unpleasant.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that a draw, given the position, is more likely than a Black win. I think the combination of this position being totally in Anish's style and Svidler, it's not really in his style to defend
No.
passively and being tenacious. Like against Kayakin, of course you say, yeah, it's going to end in a draw. But against Svidler, I'm very worried about Svidler here. He's played queen e6, which makes sense, I guess, giving Anish at least the choice between this rook end game or just playing this, because at least with the queens off you don't have to worry about your king as much. But
well,
it's not nice.
Maybe White can try to go something like f4, king f3, but you have to be very careful here. You can get into a bad rook ending, or yeah, it's unpleasant once again. But well, I don't know how the time is, but I don't see Svidler making any major mistakes here before move 40. And I think with some extra time on the clock, he should be able to figure out the best way to defend this.
We'll find out. What else is there to find out? What is Fabi doing?
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Levon just took on a2. Now hang on, queen b3. He played h5.
okay.
Once again, strange decision
I would
to my mind.
think that this should be a bit better for White now. Actually, initially I would have said it's much better for White, but yeah, somehow Black keeps on showing some ideas in this position to hold on to and get some counterplay. But this
Still
looks
strange he
unpleasant.
didn't force the draw, because
Yeah.
here, yeah, I don't think Black can ever be better. You
No.
have to defend. But it's hard for White to get too excited, because if you ever get very active, then you have to be extremely cautious about this b3 breakthrough. So I'm not quite sure what White wants to do. Like queen b3, rook b1 at some point? Rook b1, queen a5. It's a strange position.
Is Black actually able to create some play on the king side in the long run, like h4, h3, or
H4,
if you
I go h3, no?
yeah, but like rook b6, rook g6.
Also, yeah, if h4, h3 is included, then at least Black always has a perpetual
Yeah.
should the position ever open up. Maybe. And yeah, also, I'm not sure with h4, h3, but there is the option of putting the queen here, which makes it very hard for White to attack anything.
Yeah, queen d2 is a very good square.
'Cause, yeah, you can't take here, you can't really abandon
Yeah,
your
and
king.
still rook b6, rook g6. Like it looks like a plan if I don't have any other pieces to defend, then my king can go to h7 after rook a check.
Yeah, but still, it's playing for a draw, not
Oh,
necessarily
absolutely,
for
absolutely.
a win. Like,
It just seems closer to equal than White really pushing here.
I was actually gonna show a sample draw line, but then I spotted it has a bit of a hole that here there's a mate and one. So my sample draw is not ideal. But yeah, position.
The
It's still
position.
hard to lose with White.
Rook a7 would be a normal move, but then, like you pointed out, there's a perpetual check. Oh, there's also f2 hanging.
We're messing it up all over the place.
Oh, we can. It's actually surprisingly hard to do something active with the queen coming to d2.
Maybe h3 is a mistake. Like it looked natural, but
Queen d5, I would suggest then to stop this queen g5 move.
yeah, now somehow I'm panicked enough that I'm starting to think of ways to make a draw.
Yeah.
Right? That's why I feel like the biggest hypocrite with all this Anish bashing, because when I was a bit more active, I was the biggest chicken in the world.
Yeah.
Right? So it feels very strange to sit here and accuse people for lack of fighting spirit.
Yeah.
But we need something to talk about. Still, I'm always intrigued by this, at least that was my logic when I was still an active chicken. Like in all other areas of life, normally it's good to find a compromise and an agreement, no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
But in chess, like making a draw is like the biggest crime you can do, right? Like
Right.
people really want blood.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very hard if you have a slightly more peaceful style to
Yeah, well, you have to
inspire
be a
the
bit of
masses.
you have to be a bit of an entertainer as well, Jan. That's the thing. It's hard to live up to that
That's
expectation.
what I'm struggling with. Yeah. It's very unfair world.
Queen f6 was played.
But I feel like even in more entertaining sports, like I'm a basketball guy, I'm not a big football guy.
Mm-hmm.
They have spectacular teams, but they also have sort of boring teams like San Antonio that are excellent at defense and have a good system. But they play sort of boring basketball, but they're still beloved because they're so good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only in chess, it's not enough to be good. You also have to be exciting.
Well, but I mean, isn't Magnus Carlsen also a bit boring at times? Like he's been spicing it up a bit more in recent years, but I don't think. I recently saw an interview of Anish. I didn't read the whole.
I read it.
I didn't read all of it, but he said he thinks Magnus has a pretty similar style to his.
Yeah,
And
he got
I
a lot
think-
of crap for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I honestly don't
I think it's a
disagree
point.
because I think Magnus is just at the point where he mastered his style. So, like he's just so good at what he does, he can try out new things, and Anish is not. But if you look at Magnus, how he developed as a player, he's not per se a very exciting player. He's not a Topalov, or even Vichy has a lot more spectacular games, especially when he was younger. So, it's all about if you're a winner at the end of the day, people are not gonna complain. Like if you're the
No.
best.
That's true. I believe there is a difference between Magnus and Anish, however.
Well, I
And
think it's
that
more
is-
of a mental thing.
Yeah,
really.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, to separate it in very unsubtle terms, I believe there's people who like to win and people who hate to lose. Of course, those go hand in hand, but in chess there's a difference because if
Yeah.
you hate to lose, you're gonna err on the side of caution and have more draws. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a guy who hates to lose, really, really hate it. That's why, yeah, I've had a lot of draw throughout my career. Well, Magnus, well, he also hates to lose, but I think he really wants to win as well. So his priority is to keep posing problems and even take some risk. While in some situations, Anish would not take that risk if there's a bigger danger of losing again. Mathematically, it sort of evens out in the end. That's also why a guy like Anish, he has 2,800. He's not a putzer,
Yeah.
right? So
No,
it's
no.
not a big difference if you make 2 draws or win 1, lose 1. But I believe it makes a big difference in the people's perception.
Yeah.
And there, we can go through most players. I believe most will fall in one of these categories. Like Vichy hates to lose.
Definitely.
Even though in this tournament, as we said, he's been involved in 7 of the 13 decisive games,
Yeah.
he's still a guy who would rather not lose. Kramnik is also a guy who hates to lose.
Topalov is the absolute opposite, I would say.
Topalov doesn't, yeah, he's very willing to take risks. He wants to win, but yeah, he doesn't mind that much. Kayakin, I don't know well enough. Like,
Neither.
he also doesn't lose many games, but I can't judge him.
Yeah. I would say Levin likes to take risks, actually.
Levon, yeah, I think, yeah, he's more of a guy who wants to win. He also has this thing, which I'm not sure I'm buying, but at least that's what he's claiming, that he thinks of himself more as an artist, so it's not so much about the competitive result, but about doing something pretty and giving the people joy. That shows in his play to some extent. He's always trying to do something clever, at least.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are several chess players who claim to be more of an artist than a chess player. I've always perceived chess as an absolute like sport.
Yeah, me
Sport
too.
has beauty to it, but it's not an art in itself. I don't think. But sure, I think Aronian is a pretty compromising player. He likes to take a lot of risks, and he also loses because of it quite often. But okay, right now, of course, Anish is not a risk taker by nature, and he's on the very extreme side of it currently in his career. That's definitely true.
Peter is also a guy who I think hates to lose more than he wants to win. The thing is, his chess style is not so much geared towards forcing draws, so sometimes he gets into trouble or it looks
Yeah.
more exciting. But mentally, I think he's also in
Yeah.
that camp. And that's also a reason why you don't push as hard if you have an endgame, a pawn up, like it has happened to Svidler. And I know the problem myself. If I play a strong opponent and I'm a pawn up in an endgame, I've already achieved one of my big goals, which is to never lose. And you still try to win, but you're not as motivated as a guy like Magnus, for whom the win is the only thing, right? So he's still trying to force it through.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky mental thingy. But yeah, having said that, keep the honest jokes coming. What we got?
We got... Okay, actually
He's trying to exchange queens. That's a bit meek mill. How did Topalov even get here? Hang on.
We left off after queen f6, I think.
Ah, queen f6 we did not see coming. Went rook g1. No, rook h1. Looks like rook g1 was nastier. Not such a deep move, actually, threatening this. But yeah, he went here. Also logical, rook e7 and queen h4. Still good for white, but...
Much better for white, yeah.
This looks like Kayakin is going to have a longer day in the office than he...
Yeah, but it does not really change any... Like, it does not change the outcome of this game. I think, in fact, Topalov is probably... He strikes me as... Currently, he just really doesn't want to exchange queens. So I don't know if there's a move to stop it, but he knows that he's going to lose this position because knight d5 and f4, etc. So I think Karyakin is doing the right thing. I mean, of course, you can find a better solution, but exchanging queens, especially against Topalov here, is just killing his spirits completely. So it makes sense as well.
Fair enough. But yeah, I don't think you can avoid it. This move just looks very sad. And yeah, the easiest is always to just
get more pieces into the
start rolling here. I guess you can just ignore it and go f5, right?
Yes.
No, Kayakin's still gonna win, taking it nice and slow. Any news here? Nah, still same deal. Levon put his queen on c5. I like this other.
Yeah, I like the idea of going to d2.
Yeah, computer has been saying 0-0 for a while now, so maybe. Well, now that knight and bishop are off, I'm not that excited about white's winning chances. Should be a draw.
Yeah, I agree.
That leaves us with this rook endgame.
This rook ending that we sort of predicted.
Boom. What's going on? Do you have to take on a4? Because I have this move, which is not very pretty. But at least you can't defend this guy. So this would be a draw, I would guess.
Drawish.
Therefore, you have to probably go here. And if I go here... Ah, now you take in rook d3 check.
But doesn't that still...
Hang on.
King e4, let's say.
King somewhere, yeah. This should be a draw.
Yeah, let's start rook c3. Rook a7, a3, and just bring the king, I guess. Rook f3 looks like the right move, I guess. But
well, it's going to come down to something similar. I'll go h4 to get my pawns out of the way, and I'll force you to take this guy at some point. Here, okay, there's some micro winning chances, but normally, especially if there's only 2 against 2 left, such a position is a draw.
And probably there's a better way to do this than going for this one, because it's actually relatively tricky.
Also, I wasn't sure, can I keep my king close to this guy? And does that make sense? Probably comes down to something similar.
Check. Let's say king e3, c5.
I know what I want to do is somehow, push my pawns up the board and then go.
Okay, if I go a3, because I want rook a1 and a2.
Ah, I'm on time yet. No, I don't think. Yeah, here I'm in trouble. Because this, let's say this, you're winning, I guess.
It's becoming, no, rook f1. It's very scary.
This is the standard trick. Actually, my thought process was the standard trick is rook h1, rook h2, but I have this pawn, so it'll be clever. But this is a bit of a pawn. Yeah, no, here I've bungled it. So if I go after the pawns immediately, I don't know how.
I would go back a bit. I think you already complicated it quite a bit here. Actually,
let me continue messing up. I'll go here.
Rook A1.
Yes, same thing. Nah, I don't learn either. That's beautiful. Okay, how did we get here? This looked sort of sensible still. C5. Here I gotta attack the pawn. Here I did something dumb. Here. This is the way to do it.
Okay, I have to go C4. Okay, now you got the right thing.
Yeah, now I think I got, because, yeah, such a thing. It's just a draw.
Yeah. No, with 3 pawns on the king side, it's an easy draw.
But so you have to be precise, but it looks like, yeah, if I'm in time to hunt down one of the pawns before you get your pawn to A2, should be okay. Can you do... No, if you try to defend from here, I'll still target it. Yeah, Rook C4, King D3. I know, it could also be that King E4. It's
I'm
just
surprised
better
that
move.
he took the bishop actually. Like, was making this whole case for Anish trying so hard here, but in the end, I don't think that this was really.
Well, there's chances here. It's not like an
there's
draw.
chances, but it's the feeling is like it can never really be winning, and
also it makes Svidler's defense much easier.
Exactly.
Because knowing Svidler, he's much happier trying to calculate his way out of this than sitting there in the position
But
after
I think-
B6.
I think most of us would prefer to just calculate the worst rook ending out than sit and sort of wait for one to appear.
So, how did we get here, by the way? This was the rook E3 line, yeah, which is not a forced move by any stretch. You can take this pawn, and then rook D2 seems forced as a winning attempt, and rook F4. Computer gives a check first, but okay.
I think it makes sense to give check, not to allow king
Force the
F7.
king away. This. Okay, if I can get one of the 2 pawns, it's sort of a dead draw. So can you stop me from doing that? Because if, let's say, rook A2, rook E7, there's nothing.
No.
So you
king
have to
G6.
bring the king.
Yeah.
And if I go here,
Rook C2.
C2, no, I'll stop this guy.
King F6, I guess.
Comes here.
B6. Rook C4. Like at some point, I want to try to get some kind of pawn raise going. Maybe even give up some of my pawns on the king side.
Should still be a draw, but I see myself at the very least very capable of losing this very, very quickly. Already here, I'm not sure what I should do with my king, if I should stay here or if I should try to bother your rook.
I find this a very unpleasant. Well, this one is G5, I guess. We still got king H5 maybe.
Yeah, no clue. Anyway, he's played a different move, which I'm not sure if it's good or bad. It's not a computer move, so first impression is it must be terrible. But it makes some sense. F4 just doesn't want anything to do with it. And if rook takes A3, rook B7, there's a double rook ending. White is pawn down, but this feels very, very drawn.
Double rook endings somehow always make it much easier to calculate. It's much more forced in a way and less.
It's more chessy, because rook end games, it's hard to solve them.
Yeah.
With general chess understanding, you really have to either calculate or be an expert. Well, double rook endings, it's still like the pieces move as we're used to.
Well, also the kings don't play as big of a role.
Yeah, that's the point. The kings, can't march as freely. So, yeah, rook A3, rook B7 looks like a dead draw. Compis gives this move, which is probably a trickier try.
Yeah, to go rook C7.
To go here. Because if you have to go here, well, B5 first, but in general, against 2 passed pawns, I'm not that thrilled. So, how do we survive here? My plan, which is probably bad, would be to give a check. Oh no, I already see it's bad. Yeah, I distance myself from that plan. The correct move is this.
C4 and just hitting on the
This.
pawn.
And if here I'm in time.
Yeah. You just follow the rook, I guess. If you go rook c8, you go rook b8. Yeah, something like that. No, honestly, to me, Jan, these endings, like, I'm never really excited about it because the drawing margin is just so high. And I know that if you're very good at rook endings, you can pose some problems here. It's just generally, players of this caliber, they can calculate this out rather easily. So, once again, knight takes b4, I understand it's a bit trickier, but I know that Anish is not counting on winning after knight takes b4.
No, that's fair. And I have to say, gotta praise Peter. Like,
I like
once again, I might be a little engine hypnotized since the engine didn't give this. I didn't even think of it, but this I think is a very clean solution because all these other endgames, rook a4, rook d2, it's like
annoying.
Not that easy. But this f4 position, rook a3 is on the board, rook b7. This feels like a pretty straightforward draw, actually. You probably just get one of the pawns and then you shake hands. Like, I don't know, rook c3, this is the comp line, rook a7, a3, and here, this, you don't even continue at this level.
No, it's a pretty straightforward.
You can try something like this, maybe.
You'll probably get the h-pawn if you're...
But as long as my king does not get mated, you can have the h-pawn, this is just nothing. I'd still mess it up, but it's still nothing. Let's say here. Yeah, you're not going to win this against Fiddler.
No.
No, so this game is going to end in a draw. Adding fuel to...
By the way, Topalov did indeed refuse to trade queens. I'm not surprised at all. I know what's going on in his mind. Like, I don't know Topalov well, but I can just tell by the way he's playing. He absolutely doesn't want to sit there without queens and just slowly but surely lose the game. But of course, queen g7 is a horrible move objectively.
Yeah, Kayakin, I think, has understood how his mind works as well, and he's just improving his position by offering these queen trades. And now he's decided to strike, because queen a1 is just one check, king d2 and wins.
Yeah.
So he had to go rook f7, queen d8. Here, even Topalov didn't think it was worth avoiding the queen exchange if you have to give up your bishop. So he went queen f8. But now Kayaki might say, you know what, you had your chance to exchange queens earlier. The moment has passed. I'll take your a-pawn, and good luck to you, sir.
And that's really over, okay.
Did this happen? Hang on. Ah yeah, he took on a5. By the way, just for the record, this was pretty good too.
That's a nice combination, yeah. Picking up everything.
And you win a lot of stuff with check. Okay, no need for it. Queen a5 is what everyone, especially in time trial, would play.
Knight takes c2, some last
confusion. Probably king c2 wins, but you don't want to allow this check. And therefore, Kayakin played queen c3, which is also posing this little threat.
It's a nice move to end the game. I think it will be.
I think this is a good moment to resign. So that means Kayakin right back at ya after losing yesterday to Vichy, winning today against Topalov, who just can't find his footing in this tournament. And he would be back to +2, joining probably Caruana in the lead, because Caruana does not look like he's winning his game. How's the tiebreaker between those two? Hang on. Between them, they are playing in the last round. First round has been a draw. If they were to draw, currently Kayakin would have the better tiebreak because he would have more decisive games. So that makes it... Could be we get a finish in the last round where Fabiano with white has to defeat Kayakin.
Okay.
Or hang on, is he... Oh no, Fabiano's black in the last round, right?
I think he's black, yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the tiebreak, though?
My opinion is that after 14 rounds, if two of these guys have the same number of points, there is no real fair tiebreak in a round robin. Like, I never understood. He played a better tournament because he won the mini match. That means he lost another mini match, or because he scored more wins or more black wins or whatever. So in my opinion, they should play a match. Since here the stakes are so high, it's qualifying for the World Championship match. I would even make it classical time control. I understand it's tricky to do, it costs more time and money, but I would say, yeah, whatever. Match best of two. if there's no winner, then you play the usual World Cup format,
Almost
something like that.
Exactly, like a World Cup format. That sounds much better to me as well, actually.
Because if there's two guys with whatever, 8 out of 14 after 14 rounds, like
it's not really
you can't
fair
say this guy had the better tournament. It doesn't make sense to me.
No, too much. Too much effort put into that result.
But still, everyone knows the rules, and the players will act accordingly in the last round.
Yeah.
And for the tournament, if I'm not wrong about this, correct me if I am, it would mean that Karjakin takes over the lead, assuming he wins, Caruana draws, and Caruana has to score half a point more than him over the last 2 rounds.
So Karjakin actually in a very good spot again after a good recovery. Although today, once again, Jan, I'm not...
No, lousy game by Topalov.
He did, actually, Topalov just resigned, but he did everything right. It's just that this was not a very grand effort or anything. It was actually Topalov playing a horrible game.
Yeah, as I said, like working chess professional who's looked at this line with white, he's gonna play all these moves. While when it's not like he's done anything crazy. Let's check Twitter for a change. Oh, fans! Arcturus says, "Wow, best duo ever! Thank you, Jan Gustafsson and @GM Robin VK for your awesome show." Thanks, Arcturus. We're having fun. Then, yeah, people are concerned about Vishy's game. More love. Keep sending the love. And there is a question posed, which I've addressed earlier. Do you guys know of any GMs with tattoos? I don't know of any. I believe there's an Estonian guy who has a tattoo. That's hearsay. But I don't know any.
Is our friend Ilya Zaragotsky not the type to have a tattoo somewhere hidden?
That's probably true, yeah.
He strikes me as and he's a grandmaster after all.
That is, yeah, also true. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I wouldn't want to see it, but we can ask him.
Yeah, we'll ask him
doubts.
and get back to you about it.
Absolutely.
Soon.
But else, yeah, no, I don't know any tattooed chess players. Then again, I haven't seen that many chess players with their shirts off.
Luckily, probably.
Yeah. Most likely. But keep us posted if you know anything on that front. I will not rest until there's a tattooed chess player in the top 100. Even if I have to do it, if I have to win whatever. I need 20 rating points and get a tattoo. Nah, probably won't. It's strange though, because there's 74% of NBA players have a tattoo. 0% of chess players. Feels wrong.
Yeah, we should start looking more like the NBA, I think.
I agree. People are saying Nakamura has a pawn tattoo, but I don't think that was a real tattoo. That was just some.
It was a fake?
Yeah, doesn't count. I'm not sure if chess players will start looking like the NBA. You don't really have to be tall to be good at chess, even though it does help, as you can see. In our case, we're both above.
Average height.
Average height. Even in Holland, people are tall, so... I think it's the tallest country in the world, right?
Yeah, we're keeping the spot for the moment, I think. For sure.
How tall are you? Like 190 something as well?
I think I'm around your height, like 193, 194.
Yeah.
And our friend Luke also, what is he, 185, 190?
I think he's above 190. At least that's what he claims. In US lingo, Good Morning America, if anybody woke up there, that's like 6'4", I believe. And yeah, we're very proud of it. But most top players, like real top players, aren't that tall, has to be said. Anish, not a huge guy. How tall is he? Like 175?
No, Anish is 180, I think.
180? Okay.
He's taller than you would think. Vladimir Kramnik, though, is huge.
Kramnik is very tall. He's much taller than me. I'm always surprised when I see him. He's like 198.
Yeah, and he's actually, besides tall, he's like actually a very big guy.
Yeah, he's like... Because you think of him as this brainy theoretician, but you see the guy as a serious guy. But in this tournament, Svidler is tall. I think he's more or less my height. Vishy is like average height, 180 I would guess. And Nakamura is not very tall.
No.
170 something.
Karyak and Caruana are both not tall.
No. Topalov is tallish, like 180 something. I think he's less tall than us, but he, maybe 185. He's tallish. Levon is not very tall. I've played basketball with Levon. He's a good point guard. He dribbles all over the place, but he's like more. He's a more ground-based game. Fabiano's not very tall either. And I'm not sure what I mean by not very tall. Like, to my mind, they're all like 175, but probably there's
Peter's
differences.
tall though, right? Or Peter's strike.
Svidler or
Yeah,
Leko?
both of them actually are tall.
Svidler's tall, yeah. I think he's slightly less tall than me. We've had discussions about this. And I think he's wearing these Italian men's shoes that make you 7 centimeters taller. But he would decline that.
Okay.
And deny that. And I think he's like 190.
Okay.
So he's quite tall. Which brings me to another important topic. Who do you think is the best pound-for-pound chess player? Who has the most rating points per kilogram? Because I think it's Anish, but I'm not 100% sure.
Anish or Wesley?
Wesley, but he's a bigger guy than Anish.
Yeah, Wesley is
He's a
bigger.
much bigger guy.
Anish is bigger, that's true. Well, Fabiano is also...
Fabiano, he was in the conversation, but I think he's working out like a madman. And if you put on muscle weight, that's heavier than non-muscle weight. So I think he's heavier than Anish.
Yeah, Anish is not very high on the muscle. I think it's probably Anish. It must be Anish then.
I think so too.
Yeah. So guys, next time you make fun of Anish drawing, just know that he's pound for pound world champion right now when it comes to rating.
Yeah, he's like, what's the guy called? Conor McGregor, yeah, the best pound for pound fighter in the world. Even though Conor McGregor just lost.
Recently took a hit against Nate Diaz.
But he moved up weight class. It's like Anish playing the candidates. Like he tried to play with the big
Except
boss.
Conor went down in flames. Like Anish is just sort of not being a very exciting participant.
No, but Conor hit the guy multiple times and then he just didn't have the stamina.
Sure, but he's very well known to take a hit. The Diaz brothers are some of the toughest guys to knock out.
That is very true. Don't mess with the Diaz brothers. And yeah, I got nothing.
It's a good question, the pound for pound.
Yeah, but Anish 2793. If we assume, my assumption is he's like 63 kilos. So that's. Are you good at math? Do we have a calculator here? 2793 divided by 63.
I wouldn't be able to do it by.
I'll try to Google it. Say I Google in German. Rechner, not calculator. 2793 divided by... Is 64 fair? 63?
Yeah, 63 sounds very reasonable. I think that's really not much more than that.
So yes... Hang on, this can't be right.
No, that's not right.
Sounds like it is right.
No, it is right. Sorry, it is right.
we're great mathematicians. So he has 44 rating points per kilo.
Yeah.
Can anybody do better than that? I doubt it. Magnus a bit higher rated, but Magnus he's a very physical guy. I think he's like 80 kilo minimum.
Actually, it's a good question. There is probably some kids out there, very young kids, with like a good solid 22 to 2400 who might be...
Oh, you mean some 8-year-old 2300 guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most likely. Most likely.
That's very possible. Then again, they have to be very light.
That's the biggest problem, yeah.
Let's do the math. If you're 2300 and you weigh, let's say 45 kilos, which is not a lot. Then then you got Anish beat. Yeah,
no, I'm pretty sure that's out there. Yeah.
That is fair. Let us know, #C24Live, if you think you're the best pound for pound chess player in the world. Might also be some women who could enter that competition. I don't know. So far, at least if we keep it to the top 100, I'm going with Anish. I've had this discussion before, but we haven't found a better option than Anish yet. Let's check the current position for 1 second. Draw.
Yeah, it's going more or less towards what we were looking at.
Yeah, you can take it.
Suter will get a pawn. He will lose the h2 pawn. More will be exchanged. Like it's not enough to really pose problems here.
Rook h2, rook a7. As usual, whenever I make one move, the computer like goes nuts. You can see that.
It is pushing it. It is pushing a little bit to go rook a7. It's not very active.
It's supposed to go for this and go for your own checkmating attack. But still, I believe even after my move, such a position
most likely
pretty much draw.
Yeah.
Like here, the point is you can go h5, and wherever I go, you can probably double rooks with check. But I still don't really understand it. But yeah, no need to allow this. I will concede. I'm
Yeah.
really, really bad.
I can tell.
Don't tell anybody. But what's on the board? He's played some king 8. Rook f5. That's
I
the position.
wanted to say Hu Ivan is definitely in the competition as well. That's a good comment.
That is fair, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's not very polite to guess ladies' weights, so
Exactly.
I'm not gonna do
Exactly.
the math.
Let's not discuss it any further.
Yeah, but it's very fair that she could be in the competition. Rook f5. Yeah, you gotta take, right? At some point.
Yeah, no, he's probably gonna take. Although, what happens if I go king g4 first?
Nothing, probably.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is gonna last for a while. Anish is gonna try, but I'd be not shocked because I'd lose this, but I'd be very surprised if Peter lost this.
Do you actually have really horrible experience in rook and games, Jan, or is it more just general inaccuracies that are like following all the time?
No, the thing is I have zero instincts in rook endgames. If it's in a tournament game, like normally if I have some time to calculate,
It's all right.
you can work your way out. So I can't think of like hundreds of positions where I've lost drawn rook endgames or vice versa. But it's nothing that comes natural to me at all. Like I've tried reading these theoretical endgame books, and okay, some things stuck, but for me it's always a guessing game, like every rook
Yeah,
endgame.
I must say that I tried to work my way through like Duratsky endgame manual and those things, but it was not my piece of cake either. Like it was really tough to study those things.
Yeah, nothing. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like some people, they have a knack for it.
Yeah.
But I feel like even most of the top guys, they can calculate their way out, but they don't really know that much about rook endgames.
No,
There's some exceptions, like I believe Kramnik, for example, probably has huge knowledge of this stuff. In general, this might be prejudice, but Eastern Europeans who were brought up with more like a classical education, I feel they know a little more than your average Westerner who spacebarred a lot of openings like me, or you. Even though in Holland you have a bit of chess school, right?
For rook games, well, it's supposed to be a bit better. I think Luke is good at rook endings.
Luke is a fantastic endgame player.
Yeah,
like
Luke
it's
is
his
very
little
good.
secret. He's a horrible tactician, but he's a great endgame player.
Yeah, Luke is very good at endings, and I suppose we have some other good technical players. Tiviakov is good at rook endings, but then again, he's brought up in the Russian chess school. But yeah, I guess we have some players who are good technicians, but I wouldn't say that the Dutch are generally good at rook endings.
Fair enough. Sounds like a thing Germans should be good at, but I'm not sure. I certainly can't take any pride in my rook endgame abilities. But I do know like Philidor, Lucena, Venkura. That stuff I do know. So if you have the basics covered and you know that with 4 against 3 you want to go g4 or h5, like, and then you try to activate your king if in doubt. Not too many things can happen to you.
Sure.
But yeah, my instincts when I have to say a move in these positions, it will normally be wrong, which is sad.
Let's see, did anything happen in Fabiano's game? They're actually really playing this out. I mean, Black has a really strange blockade going on here.
Yeah, it's weird, but it might just hold.
It actually
I
looks
think he
like
could have
it's
saved
holding.
himself some trouble by putting his queen here, which was a more active way to defend. But still, this rook is very powerfully placed, sort of
stopping everything.
reducing this queen to a spectator. So maybe it's Black who's playing for a win. If I can somehow activate my queen.
I'm actually a bit worried because I can't move my queen at all.
No, that's what I'm saying. You can't move anything really.
So what am I doing? Because king e3, queen a7.
Yeah,
Okay, Black is to move. Let's say we play queen to a7.
Yeah, you gotta sit and wait.
Okay, if I go g5, let's say.
I guess here you go f3, put your king on e2.
Okay, I'll go king to f6.
Here, yeah.
I want to go to g3. King e5.
Why wouldn't you? Okay, well this is cheating.
This is really cheating. Okay, that.
Welcome to the middle of the board.
But to be honest, I would never ever let myself get into a position like this. It feels It looks really strange that Fabiano allowed this. Maybe he couldn't do much, but I would be a bit scared as well.
I'd be very scared by now, especially with this queen. Did he have to allow this rook to d4 maneuver? No, the rook's been there for a while. Rook b1, rook d8. Here, yeah, I think I would
definitely
try to keep my queen's hands free, because I don't know, maybe he blundered this queen a7 idea and his queen is sort of trapped.
Oh, but okay, white is so solid that it shouldn't really matter.
I don't know. Because, yeah, even if these long-term plans are nothing, they could make you freak out
But
before they're
I wouldn't go
executed.
f3 on, like I would just go rook e1, rook b1 until the end of time.
Yeah, that makes sense. 'Cause, yeah, I was trying to stop g4, but I really didn't need to.
Actually, also rook f1, let's say.
Just faking some f4s.
Yeah, faking some f4 ideas.
Yeah, if you have some
I like,
counterplay.
I like
with
g3 actually, yeah.
Yeah, maybe bring the king up to g5. It's not the way to go. Then again, if things go wrong for black, you can always like do something like this, I would guess. And
should be a draw.
let's go home. No, should be a draw, but my feeling is... Hang on.
Well,
If this position is correct, there's a little trick.
well, not a little trick, yeah, and I've never seen something like this before.
It's hard to believe this works, but who are we to argue? The computer is saying rook takes d3 check. Not really check, but he's still saying it. C takes d, queen takes d3 check. And if king g1, queen to c4.
Oh my
and
god.
these
I
pawns
can't believe it.
are unstoppable.
Is white forced to play king e1, or does it not matter?
No, I think he's forced to play king e1 because then queen c4 is
You're
probably
just
losing
your
with the king
yeah.
so close. But if you go king e1, then you pick up this pawn.
King f1.
You give this check, king e1. You give this check, king f1. And you go here.
Okay, but this is so far from anything I would have expected. Even if I would find this idea,
Yeah, this is
I
of
would
course
always
science
think
fiction.
like, oh, it's a nice way to make a draw or something like that. But f6 and can go rook c1 because queen d1 is checkmate.
It is science fiction, but it's still very, very...
Jeez.
I don't know. Let's see if Levon, the artist in him, comes through and he goes for this. As the status quo is unchanged, now with the rook on the a file. White is in zero trouble. I guess his idea when he went queen d6 was to play queen h2, which looks like the normal move.
Yeah, and rook a7.
But then rook a7, and yeah, you're not in time to pick up this pawn, so you have to go here. And you probably still have a perpetual.
Probably king g1
yeah,
or something.
Go back or whatever. So this is equal, but rook takes d3 would have been shocking. He didn't go for it because you need to be a cyborg to do that.
And actually, Fabiano didn't allow the same idea to happen the second time, from what I see.
No, but this time he went to a7.
Ah, he
not
didn't go for it
back to
himself.
d6. Yeah.
Wow, what a chance. But was it
Yeah.
actually winning? That's the question.
That's not a question, but yeah.
Definitely very dangerous.
Let's go back move by move. You have to go king e1 because yeah, that's the first thing you guys see, that king g1, queen c4. But that is possible to calculate.
Yeah.
Like that makes some sense. So king e1, and at least here we already know we always have a perpetual.
But actually, that makes it a lot easier to play as well because you know that you're not really pushing for a win otherwise. So here you have a perpetual in the worst case.
King e1, and yeah, you have a draw with queen e4, or here with queen d3. But the winning attempt is c2, threatening c1, so this is forced, and just f6. Even though king h7 looks a bit more human than f6,
Definitely.
actually.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that maybe.
So my instinct would say rook e1.
To parry the threat of queen d1 check. Why is black winning here? It's very confusing. It's a strange construction. You can't go queen c1 because then I take and go b3. So you can't really challenge anything. And it looks like it's gonna be some sort of Zugzwang, yeah? The queen doesn't have a square.
Yeah, if I go queen f6, you take on e1, and I do not have time to deliver perpetual. And the queen goes to c4, and it's an easy one.
Game.
Wow.
No, I think it's Zugzwang, right? You don't have a move.
Yeah, it looks
really weird. F3, just keep waiting.
Or maybe even b3. I don't know if it's a winning ending, but I think it should be winning.
These pawns here, yeah?
b4, yeah.
Now
we're getting to c3.
Trap shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have never looked at rook takes d3 if it wasn't for...
I would have looked at it to make a draw. But I think, yeah, by that reasoning you can sort of get there. You can take, you see that king g1, queen c4 doesn't work. And here after king e1 you see I have a perpetual, and then you think a bit. But to go for this and think, yeah, you have winning chances here, you need to be some sort of a sicko. Then again, this king is so bad. Like, once you see it, it all makes sense, of course, but it was very hard to see.
Yeah,
let's see how Anish is doing before we go on our next well-deserved break, because as you can see, I'm having some hair day issues which really need to be addressed. King g4, rook hh2, yeah, this is on the board. Should end in a draw. Peter has time now to calculate. His best defense seems to be this stuff, going for some countermates.
Yeah.
And if king comes, then yeah, we just check it all over the place.
Yeah, start checking it.
Okay, at some point I guess you go rook f7.
Rook f7 and get some counterplay against the kingside pawns. Yeah.
No big winning chances here.
No.
Should be a draw. Nakamura has won like 5 hours ago. Crushed Vishy Anand with white. Impressive display by Hikaru. Bad day for Vishy. Vaseline Topalov, as you pointed out, very strange game because he allowed Kayakin to win pretty much a standard Sicilian game. And his preparation wasn't very up to speed. Fabiano Caruana against Levan Aronian should be a draw, even though this position, I believe there might be still some mysteries to it. I have a feeling a black win is more likely than a white win.
Oh, definitely, yeah. White is not in any pleasant situation here, but you need to help black in order to lose it. So.
Absolutely. We've made it to the time control. We're gonna be back with all the action, with more Batman and Robin jokes in a couple minutes. Thank you guys so much for watching. Stay tuned, which is the button I'm gonna press now. It's literally called stay tuned. See you soon.
Hi guys, and we're back. A little surprise, a little change in personnel here. I was over in the German show with Ilya, but I insisted doing a bit of the show with my good friend Robin. Hi Robin, welcome to Hamburg.
Hello, nice to see you, Fiona.
You too. What did you make of your first day here in the commentary booth?
Well, Fiona, actually, I think I'm onto some really great predictions. I predicted every single result right so far. At least it looks like the last games are going to finish in a draw, and I predicted the 2 wins. So I'm pretty satisfied with my performance, at least in the prediction, and it's fun to be here.
That is an impressive prediction indeed. I saw you did a prediction show before the tournament with your good friend Eric Hansen. I didn't get to see the whole show. What were your overall predictions for the tournament?
I had a lot higher expectations for Nakamura, so I'm happy that at least today I predicted him winning correctly. But our picks basically were Fabiano, Anish, and Nakamura, and he put Nakamura on 1 and put Anish on 1. Everyone's gonna laugh at me now, but okay. Those are really the 3 up-and-coming young guys. Of course, especially Anish and Caruana. But I think for me the biggest surprise has been Vichy. Like he's been great. I mean today let's not count today too heavily. Like he's been playing awesome chess. But what is funny to see is that I'm joining in one of the later rounds, and I really have the feeling that the quality for the players is going down a little bit. Seeing a little bit more mistakes, and like it's definitely hard on everyone.
How do you explain it? A mix of tiredness or pressure, or which do you think is the most important factor?
Well, for Vichy, I can honestly not really say if it's tiredness or it could be fatigue. I mean, after all, he's not the youngest anymore, but then again, he's been playing very consistently well in long tournaments before, so perhaps he just had a real off day. But definitely the pressure on Caruana must be very big, on Karyakin must be very big, so of course, more mistakes are bound to happen. But it's really important. I mean, if you want to challenge Magnus, then you have to show that your nerves are the strongest out of this field.
What did you think? Who do you think is would be the toughest challenger for Magnus Carlsen?
Well, I don't think it's possible for Anish to win anymore. I actually think Anish would make a very, very hard challenge for Magnus, just because he's never beaten him before in a classical game. And okay, it might not be the most exciting match. People have seen that Anish makes a lot of draws, but if I don't go with Anish, I definitely think Caruana is the biggest challenge.
Okay.
Fabi is one of the few players who's beating him once in a while. And Nakamura would be exciting too. It's just that his one-on-one record is very bad.
Terrible,
so, yeah.
Which I always thought would make for an exciting match to see how that would go. I mean, seeing them play whatever it is, 10, 12, 10 games against each other.
Yeah, it would be interesting, but I just feel that Nakamura at this point really has to gain some confidence in regular tournaments before he would make a big chance in the match. And secondly, I mean, he just hasn't been playing good enough here in the candidates for whatever reasons. But Fabiano, I think if Fabiano is confident, he's a huge challenger, and we might see a match that is very closer than many people would think.
Do you think Magnus Carlsen's challenger is going to be decided in the last round clash between Karyakin and Caruana?
I think so. I think it's going to be a decisive game. Of course, I don't know what result will be required for which player. But, I mean, Karyakin had an easy game today. They're back on par, basically. And I don't think anyone else is going to get ahead of them. So it's going to be an extremely important round. And I think that's nice. I like it when it comes down to the very last game. I was talking with Jan earlier about the London tournament when Magnus qualified.
Famously.
It was fantastic to watch. Like, it was such an upset, and how it finished in the end was like completely unpredictable. Both leaders losing in the last round, but I hope to see it boil down.
Of course, I was actually saying this in the German show too. How for some reason the Kante-Mansis candidates tournament, I think Wishy more or less dominated the whole tournament. There wasn't as much excitement as in London, but then this time around. Really, yesterday after the show, I was thinking we could have had 4 decisive results yesterday, and they weren't down to being perfect games. It was just nerves are coming into play, tiredness is starting to show, and I'm very curious about what we're going to see in the last couple of rounds. Talking of which, if we briefly go back. Okay, it's the first time I'm doing this caricatures thing. Let me try and get the right one. Looks like Jan has just chosen all of them.
All of them,
What
yeah.
do I want? I wanted to look at the Levon Aronian. Okay, there we go. I guess you and Jan had a look here at.
This move, rook takes d3?
Yeah.
This is an amazing idea, right? It's very nice. Actually, Jan and I came to the conclusion it's probably a win for black. Not even a draw. Like, we sort of said, well, how can you find a move like this after a long game? Well, you can sort of get to it by chance just because it's a draw. You cannot go king to g1 here because queen c4.
But then how easy is queen c4 to see? Is it...
I don't think, like, if you would give this to any of the players in the field, like what black to move and play, or actually most grandmasters, it will be like, oh, of course, rook takes d3. But to see it after such a long game, after so many rounds, is a whole different story.
I also assume Aronian must have been quite short on time. It was move 38, a combination of little time, pressure, tiredness, as we mentioned. It's a lot easier for us at home with our engines.
Of course. I told Jan I would never find this idea. Like, I thought it was actually just shuffling around, and this idea just didn't appear to me at all. I don't really think you can blame Aronian for not finding it, but still, it's a very beautiful idea.
Yeah. So you said king g1 isn't possible because of queen c4. So king e1 would have to be played.
Yeah. So black can now play queen takes e4 check. King f1 has to be back. Queen d3 check, and like here you have to go king e1 again, obviously. So it would be a draw, basically. Yeah. So let's say you do this to make a draw, then you see, okay, I can go queen d2 check, king f1. I can still make a draw like queen d3. Yeah. But now this surprising move c2, which is actually threatening c1, and also queen d1 if you move the queen. So like queen b2 is a check, but now after moving, for example, king to h7, which is a little bit more logical than the computer's move f6, you're threatening mate, and there's not so much to do about it. So rook to e1 looks like a very normal move. And here Jan showed us that basically it's a Zugzwang situation. So
after queen d1.
Basically, white seems to have logical moves, but it never really helps him. And at some point, he's running out of proper moves. So it's really beautiful. Yeah.
It would have been incredible to see the game conclude that way. And maybe karma for Fabiano, who yesterday should really have won. It would have been very cruel for him to lose in that way today. But yeah, Aronian didn't seize this chance. With rook takes d3, he went queen c5 instead. And then we saw rook b1, queen a7, king e2, and g5. Do you think now it's just a dead draw?
Well, I feel very awkward about the way that white has placed his pieces, just because the queen can't move. I feel like you needed a piece on the a file, and he had a chance to put his queen on a2, but white doesn't have a weakness, and there's no easy access to the king, so I suppose it's still within the drawing margins. But a little bit clumsy play, to be honest, by Caruana, who I really thought he was a bit better, and now it's clearly Aronian who is having all the fun. But it should peter out to a draw eventually.
Okay, I will also go to the other game that is still going on, and that's Peter Swidley against Anish Giri. You told me during the break that Jan is not quite so fond of following the chat as I am.
Yeah.
Have you been answering any questions from the spectators?
No, yeah, Jan has been very persistently challenging me to talk to him, and I haven't had the chance to get to the chat as much.
Okay.
So maybe we could give the people some attention.
Exactly. So people in the chat, we are watching and reading you just now. So if you have any questions to Robin or to me, but I guess you can see me more often. So if you have any questions, this is your chance. I will be keeping an eye on the chat while we go to the game of Peter Swidler and Anish Giri. And let me just bring this up. And let me check that I am good. Every time I say you can ask us questions, the first questions that come in are always just nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay, so while I keep an eye on this chat, what happened here? Maybe I'll give you
Okay.
the mouse.
Yeah, sure. So
Do
basically.
you know how to draw arrows? Very importantly.
Yeah, right click. I think it
Yeah.
will work. Okay, so I thought it was actually a very interesting game up to this point. Jan and I were not very happy about Peter's position just because the knight is very nice on d5. The bishop is kind of your typical slightly poor placed bishop. You would
Yeah.
prefer white squared bishop to put pressure on the knight. So you can remove it, but you don't have great pressure against these pawns. I was suggesting putting them to c5 and b6. And of course, you're not supposed to win this as black, but it could become very unpleasant in the long run. Instead, Anish went for this rook ending, and I was saying that it's not really as dangerous as it might look. This move f4 I thought was quite nice on Peter's part. Rook d2 was the idea, but after f4, basically a bunch of exchanges followed, and we were talking about double rook endgames being a little bit more drawish than the average rook endgame, and here basically black stays up a pawn, but really in the end it shouldn't matter too much. White is very active, and as you can see here, actually white's idea is to go with f5 and try to create some sort of a mating net. Probably shouldn't work out, but it doesn't matter too much. I guess in this position Peter has several choices. Like he could give a check, probably c6 would be played, but I guess he could also remove his king and try to go for f5 once again. It's kind of a position where you can't force the draw, but also black can't really improve. So it should not be a big deal for Peter to hold on. But of course, Anish should try for what it's worth. And who knows? Honestly, I still think Anish has been getting a little bit unlucky. Of course, it's all because of himself, but he has had many chances as well.
How do you explain it, his failure to convert any of his very advantageous positions?
I find it hard to explain because, growing up with Anish, he was normally really, really good at technical positions. But I guess I was saying that some of these players, or actually all of these players here, are super tenacious. So a winning position doesn't guarantee you anything.
Maybe even more so in the candidates tournament.
Of course, it's the most important tournament of the year. So Anish has just been suffering from very good play by his opponents and being a bit indecisive in the moments that he had to prove that he can convert very good positions. I don't know why this is happening now, but it's not worrying me too much as a friend and also as a fan of Anish, because okay, he's getting good positions, he's only making draws. Once again, it's not great, it's not too much fun to watch, but he's a young guy, like he's 21, he's at the start of his career.
Yeah, exactly.
First time in the candidates. Like, if you're just having problems converting your winning position or your much better positions, then well, so be it. You're 21, like
exactly.
2 years down the road, 3 years.
There will be a lot more candidates coming.
Yeah, you'll see. I think Anish will be able to play the way he's playing now, except that he's just going to win a lot of those games and people will speak a little differently about it. Once you're a winner, you're not getting as much critique on your style, let's say. So,
I saw a couple of very random questions for you in the chat. One of them was after your 100% predictions round of today, which looks very likely to happen. You just need the last 2 games to end in a draw that are still going on. Will you shave your head after it?
I was not planning to do it. Actually, I would think that I would rather do that if I did not predict it right, but I never really promised that. But no, luckily not. My hair is very important to me, so like.
Well, talking about your hair, there was another question in the chat. Were you annoyed when the comparison to Justin Bieber was first used in the chess world?
Well, that's a long time ago. That was when I was 13, 14 years old. Like, I was playing in Vaikanzee for the first time, and it was actually Jan who started this.
Okay.
But this was a big trend in the Netherlands. Like, I was not the only kid looking like Justin Bieber at the time, but it stuck with me for a long time. Now he's full of tattoos and we're looking a little different, but I'm fine with it. I think there's a lot worse comparisons out there.
I know from Twitter, because we just have one hashtag for all the shows, the English, the German and the Spanish show. So I saw from the Twitter feed that you were discussing tattoos in the show.
Yeah.
Would you ever get a tattoo?
I was not planning on it, but I have nothing against tattoos. If there's some sort of meaningful tattoo to you. Would you ever get a tattoo?
I doubt it. I very much doubt it.
Yeah, I was not really planning on getting one, but I have friends who have it, so it's okay. Like I have nothing against it. We're talking about it if we know any grandmasters with a tattoo.
Yeah, no, I think I've had this conversation
I
with
thought
Jan
that Ilya
before.
probably has tattoos.
Hidden, secret tattoos.
Yeah, somewhere, like I don't know where.
I don't know. Thanks for putting that lovely image in my mind. I don't know why I'm always attracted to ridiculous questions, but there was a question just now I saw. If you had to fight Justin Bieber in an MMA cage fight, who do you think would be the winner?
Well, the thing is that I spend a lot of time in Canada with my friend, especially with Eric Hansen, and he's a big MMA fan, so I'm watching as well. Now, I don't really fight, but I do think that I would be able to use my size when it really like
Are you
comes down
taller
to
than
it.
Bieber?
I'm much taller. I'm
Okay.
much bigger. Like it will be.
You work out.
I work out, so it should be fine. I'm not a fighter, but yeah, I think I could take him down.
That would be exciting.
Yeah.
Talking of the shows you have been doing with Eric, I don't want to plug Chess Bra too much because we should really be plugging Chess 24 here. But there was a question in the chat whether Anish would possibly ever make a Chess Bra appearance.
I think so. I think at some point I'll get Anish to come to the cave, what we call it, which is where the Chess Bar recordings are being made. He's just a very busy guy, but actually he watches sometimes. He thinks it's funny, but I think he will make an appearance at some point. But he needs to have a bit more of a relaxed moment. Like he was very busy this year. He just got married, the Canadas, you name it. He's a busy guy, but I'll try to get him into the cave at some point and hopefully have some fun.
Good. A serious question from VB Cardinal. Robin, I ask this respectfully. How come your rating plateaued in the mid-low 2600 level? Why do you think you haven't broken out into 2700 territory?
That's a good question. That's one that I've been asking myself. It's strange because actually I have a very good record against 2700 players. Like I've beaten, recently I beat Wojtaszek, I've beaten Ding Liren before. Like I actually have some big names on my track record, but somehow whenever I started going up like 2650 kind of level, somehow I lost track and I would lose to much weaker players, which is something that most really good players are very consistent, so they don't have these really bad events. But I remember when I was 2650 about 2 years ago, I lost like 40 points in one list. So it's a bit of consistency. And honestly, I'm not able to work as much on my chess as before.
Did you mention already at the start of the show that you are back at university?
I'm back at university. Well, not back. I started university. But I'm actually doing really well. Like I've made around, I think I won 18 out of my last 20 games or something like that. And almost back at 2650. So it's not out of the question. It's just maybe it's also good to like take the focus off of chess for a little bit, and then you can sometimes play a little bit more relaxed and a little bit better. Maybe I was just not really able to cope with the stress as much. It's hard being a chess professional, to be honest. When that's the only thing you're doing and that's the most important, it doesn't sound very hard, but it can be tough to deal with losses and stuff. So maybe that has to do with it.
There were a few questions earlier about your Taimanov series. Not only questions, but a lot of praise about how great this series is. There's a question from Oscar, which happens to be your second name.
Yeah.
Oscar Hales. Hi, Robin. Why is the Taimanov not played so much by the top guys, but mainly the Naidov of all the Sicilians? And also, why did you play the Naidov in the Bundesliga instead of your Taimanov? Thanks and good luck.
Thank you, Oscar, for the question. Well, first of all, the Taimanov had a bit of a surge, I guess, 1 year from now, and before that, we saw Peter Svidler, Anish, a couple of very good players started playing the Taimanov, but it was honestly kind of a 2-3 year old trend. And then people started moving back to other openings, which happens. And normally, if it stays on for that long, it means that the opening is quite good. But the thing is that most Sicilians, besides the Naidorf, just don't stay trendy for as long. And the main reason why the Taimanov is not as popular is probably because of the Queen F3 variation. You guys can look that up in my DVD. I did recommend something against it. So it's not a reason not to play it, in my opinion. But I also like to switch it up. I still am a Naidorf player for a long time, so you asked that as well. I still play the Naidorf just because I like that opening too. But there's nothing wrong with the Taimanov. It's just that the best players in the world like to switch around and play different openings all the time. And the Taimanov will get back into practice at some point, I'm sure.
And then there was another question as well. Are you planning any new series for us here at Chess 24?
I am planning to work on some projects. I think it will mostly be E4 based for white. So I did both my black openings, the ones that I know best, and I think I'll do some of the white openings. I'm an E4 player. I also play other stuff now, but I know most about E4. So maybe a repertoire against some of the smaller openings that you guys haven't really. There's no videos about. For example, Scandinavian, modern defense, Pyrrhic defense. Like I think I'll have some ideas for next series. I'm definitely planning to make more because I really love doing it. So.
There was a question of how, I'm not sure if you play, I don't know this, if you play in the play zone here. There was a question how we think that Chess24 ratings are similar to our real FIDE ratings.
I find it very hard because on the online scene I sometimes have super high ratings. It doesn't really matter on which side, just by winning so many games in a row. So I never think they match up quite perfectly to FIDE, but I think that it's a matter of more people starting to play on Chess24. When you get more good players, just more people in general, the ratings become a little bit more realistic. So I think, Chess24 is becoming bigger, so the ratings are getting more realistic as well.
Have you ever used the tactics trainer?
I have.
What's your tactics rating?
I wouldn't know. I don't think I've practiced enough to have a decent rating, but I've definitely checked it out, yeah.
Because one of my big struggles, I had stopped playing online chess for maybe 10 years, and I started again a couple of weeks ago playing on our play zone, and it's not going very well. But then I've also started using the tactic trainers, and you start with 1500, and when I started I actually dropped below 1500, which wasn't great. Okay. And then recently, I, for the first time, crossed 1800, which was maybe my biggest achievement in recent years.
So it's a tough tactics trainer, I guess.
It is tough, yeah, it's very tough. So, Robin, how much football do you watch? I should know this, but...
I like to watch Ajax a little bit and Champions League once in a while with friends, but I'm mostly just really concerned when the Dutch team is playing, which is a very sensitive subject right now. So
do you follow Premier League?
No, barely.
Do you know that Leicester is leading the league?
I know, but don't ask me why or if they're going to do well, because that's about as much as I know.
Well, Danny P wants to know, Robin, do you think Leicester City will hold on to win the Premier League?
If you believe it, I believe it too. If you're a Leicester fan, then just keep holding on to that dream and it will happen. Like
I personally follow Premier League quite closely, and I think they will. And a last question before we briefly go back to the games, although I'm not sure how much has actually happened, is what are your goals in chess?
First of all, I find it very important to be in the Olympic team of the Netherlands.
I was going to ask you this.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm in yet, but I have good chances based on the rating right now. So I really like to play for the Netherlands in those events. I want to go up with my rating, but I also actually really like doing commentary and making videos, so I want to combine everything. And I don't have as much time for the tournaments anymore, so I try to really pick the most interesting ones, the most fun ones. So the Olympiad, for example, is great.
Do you have any tournaments coming up?
Dutch Championship I try to always play because I think it's important to play your national championship, and it's always quite well organized, but otherwise not really. I play in a lot of the international leagues though on the weekends.
So that's mostly I guess you don't have much time.
No, I don't really have time during the week, so I try to play as many leagues as I can.
I was just, do you have anything to say about Johan Cruyff? I couldn't even pronounce it.
Actually, like I said, I'm not a big football fan, but I did grow up, he wasn't playing anymore, obviously, but my parents told me about him, and every single Dutch boy goes to a football club when he's young, and like, everyone knows Johan Cruyff, and like I read it in the train yesterday, I think, and I was a bit emotional about it. Like it's a very big figure in the Netherlands, so I'm gonna probably still have a day in which I'm just gonna watch all the YouTube videos on Cruyff to remember him. But he was a very important person in my country, so I hope he rests in peace. But he was a great guy for sure.
Great. Should we see if we have any moves? We didn't have any move in this game, or did we? I'm terrible at this. I can never remember.
Okay, I think we have a couple of moves if you just click again.
Leave the mouse to you. If you have any more questions, keep them coming, and I'll try to keep an eye out for them.
So basically, Svidler tried to. I'm not even sure what he wants. Maybe he just wants to find some cover with his rook over here. Like I said, it's very hard to force a draw here, but they're just making moves. Like not too much is happening. King h7, and like I said, he wants to give his king some cover. Maybe climb back to like g5 if he can. But it's hard to force it. So for the moment, nothing has really changed. He's still very much in the drawing region, but not quite there yet. I think Anish will push on for a little longer, but there's no reason why he would win this. As for Fabiano, also not much has happened here except that he's taken over the A file with his rook, which I would think is a positive thing. But as Jan and I more or less already said, this rook over here is pretty much impossible to get rid of, and it holds this queen on b3 sort of completely stuck there. So for the moment, I think Black would try to play g4 maybe, but it could be very double-edged to go for it, and he has actually played queen e7. So I still think that both players can't do too much over here. I'm expecting to see a draw here pretty soon.
Okay, great. So I think I'm going to leave you. I'm going to be substituted back to the German show. But it was great seeing you here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll make another brief visit on another day. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. And you'll have Jan back in just a second. So stay tuned and see you soon. And thanks, Robin.
Thanks, Fiona.
Welcome back, boys and girls. I'm back with Grandmaster Robin van Kampen watching the graveyard shift of round number 12 of the Candidates Tournament. Not that much has been going on.
Not
we
that
expect
much.
2 draws, right? And Peter Svidler, Anish Giri, your friend Anish is once again trying to grind out his first win.
But it seems unlikely. It's very hard for Black to really achieve something. Like you have to push your c pawn, and while you're doing that, you're gonna concede other things. So I don't really see this happening. But it's hard also for Peter to force a draw here. So that's why this is sort of continuing, keeps continuing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Even though the position is a draw, if you let your guard down with white, things can still sort of go wrong. So you have to be very attentive, keep playing good moves.
I think the tiredness is starting to get to me a little bit, Jan, because I just looked at the move king to f5 here.
Right.
And
Calculated this?
No. Somehow I was thinking rook g6, which is a very bad move in many ways. Because rook e8 probably also wins, but rook h8 is very nice
Oh,
here.
this I didn't see either. Yeah, so maybe it's Peter playing for a win.
Maybe it's Peter playing for a win, who knows. But rook g6 doesn't seem like a move that Anish would make. But to be honest, there's not that many resources left here. Still expecting a draw, just like in the Fabiano game. But yeah, those guys are just sitting it out, like they're waiting for mistakes. And I doubt that any mistakes are gonna follow.
Yeah, in the Fabiano game, I was getting a little excited earlier about some breakthroughs with g4, but they didn't really seem to lead anywhere. Like if we go g4 here, white can just take king f1, h3, and worst case scenario, just take this.
You're just exchanging pieces, right? Like your rook still has to remain on d4, so not a big difference.
No, it's just equal there. For Levon, I think he's fishing, waiting for some inaccuracy. But Fabi's in good shape physically, and he's very tough mentally as well. So I don't expect him to crack here.
No.
Which means we have to talk about other things. How is your relationship with Anish? You guys are just buddies, or do you work for him, with him? What's going on there?
Well, Anish and I were always working together, but not as much anymore since I'm in university, simply because he's playing the tournaments and I'm generally studying. But we keep in touch, and he tells me ideas once in a while, but the ideas are not as much coming from me anymore. But I'm also very close to his main second, Erin Lamy. So yeah, I mean, I'm always in touch with him and his team, his friends. But right now, I think he's really forming a team around him, and he's doing a good job in the openings for sure. But there are still some other things to work on. But I'm not working with him as much as I used to.
So he's forming a team, and he kicked you out?
No. I didn't. I think I will have an opportunity to get back into the team. But right now, it's more just a lack of time more than anything. But perhaps for events like the Olympiad and so on, we sometimes do a little training session and so on.
Right. Yeah, I'm also not on Team Svidler, contrary to some rumors out there. I think it's a similar scenario. I'm friends with the guy. He's often here doing stuff for Chess24. And of course, we talk about openings, and I'll give opinions, and sometimes I send him files or vice versa. But I'm not one of his seconds here. Like, I don't know what he's going to play the next day, so I'm kind of free to commentate. And yeah, this one c4 has brought him some good positions, but in the last two games, not so much. Against Kayakin, he struggled out of the opening.
Yep.
Today, he also, didn't really show anything new.
Very interesting game, though, with Karyakin. Like, it was something I've barely ever seen before. This one was a lot more normal, I would say, but he definitely didn't have a great opening today, nor a great middle game. He's just kind of suffering a little bit, and I guess, he's gonna be okay with the draw, but it's never really nice when you're spending your time trying to equalize with white for the biggest part of the day. So
yeah, I agree. It's hasn't gone ideal. I'm looking for something which I'm not gonna find. Nah.
Yeah.
But he got his win yesterday and today against Anish. Well, Anish doesn't have this fame for being hard to beat for nothing. He's incredibly well prepared in the opening, and you really need to beat him a couple times. First, you need to get a playable position, then you need to outplay him, then you need to convert, because he's also a tricky defender.
Yeah, he finds good resources in his defense as well. It's no, Anish doesn't lose many times, so yeah. Once again, I don't expect Anish to lose any game in this tournament, but that's not necessarily a great thing if you don't win either.
Yeah, people have been saying he would be very hard to beat in a World Championship match, but it's going to be very hard to get to one if he can't beat anybody.
That's true, very true.
And there's some speculation that he's working on his memoirs already. I've received this from our friend Arne, which is of course very unfair. Like, wouldn't be that. Maybe he can write a tournament book, my 14 memorable draws, but 60. That's not going to happen. But no, we like the guy. I think he's a tremendous player. He still has, he's still not perfect, but how could you be at that age? And I have nothing but respect for reaching 2800 and doing all this stuff he does, because he's also a good rider. He's entertaining. He's outspoken. He's gonna step on some toes here and there.
Which is a good
I'm
thing.
a fan.
Which is a good thing. I think as a chess player, especially in the top, you don't have to be friends with everyone. And I think Anish actually has been a little bit more outspoken than many of the other top players. He's trying to not bully, but to trash talk a little bit here and there, and I like that. I think that's actually a good thing. Like we're talking about sports, about your NBA, love for NBA and so on, and I think it's good in chess. There has to be a degree of respect, but there also has to be a degree of entertainment. So if players want to get at each other a little bit in the commentary afterwards or in the press conference, I have no problem with that. And I like that Anish has been doing that. But when you're only making draws, of course, you don't have a lot of leverage to talk.
You're not in a good position to trash talk. No, I agree to some degree. Like, I've never had any problem with Anish. I could understand some people getting upset at some of the stuff he writes or says, but as long as he can take the heat, I think it's certainly good for chess to have him say stuff, and I quite enjoy his writing. He's just a witty guy. So enough love for Anish. We still gotta call you the artist if you draw all your games, just so you know, because he likes to draw. And Fabiano, I don't know. I still have the feeling that something could go wrong for Fabi.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant position, that's true. But I don't like it has to come from a pawn break, g4 or something like that. Queen d2, I mean, finally he manages to get his queen there. That could be an option, but I don't see how black is going to continue from here, unless rook d6, rook f6 would be dangerous.
Yeah, you don't really have a natural pawn break, so it has to be something tactical, because f5 you take and g4 you take. In this position, the computer, which might be wrong, but was getting a little excited about g4 hg, and now another very hard move to find. Rook to d6 here, probably intending to go rook f6 while keeping the option of queen g4, rook g6. Is this tricky?
And what happens if I take on b4?
Then rook f6.
And queen d4, and you're picking up the c2 pawn, or what?
Yeah, it's all very weird, because normally here, after queen d4, you would stop calculating. Takes here. For whatever reason, computer is very excited about this.
Seem very realistic.
No, I agree.
It's a very nice idea, because rook a6 again, queen d1 mate. But it seems very hard to find this.
It's once again some weird sort of Zugzwang position. White doesn't have a good move. Like the rook can't leave the first rank. It doesn't want to leave the a file. The king can't move. King e1 you take here. G1 you run to h3. The queen is sort of perfect on d4 as well, pinning the rook and covering f2. It's odd, but it's very, very tricky to come up with this. Not g4, he's going to think about g4.
But rook d6 is very hard to
with
find.
This. It's in this sequence, it's sort of,
very
unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Still, goes to show there are resources, even though they're extremely hidden. And here, it seems like white could be in trouble. This line, made a lot of sense. Takes b4, and here you have to find a move. Can't go e5 either because you're pinned. So let's say.
And if I go f3 and then rook a6?
Here I guess the point is this. No, this is a big threat. So you have to go here, and one has to calculate this stuff.
Yeah, I have to
Might be
give
a
up
draw.
the pawn. Well, it might be a draw, but you do have a bunch of pawns.
Yeah,
So
there's no immediate.
No, I would
Immediate
be
way
a
out,
bit scared of this.
Yeah. You can take and take here. She should still survive, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know why the computer is so excited. He comes up with all kinds of tricks here.
It doesn't. Yeah. Well, queen c4, like it indicates. But to be honest, Jan, I find it very hard to believe that he would come up with a resource like g4 and rook d6. I honestly think that it could very well be. They could agree to a draw anytime too. These resources are so computerish, in my opinion.
Of course. Still, the feeling he's not done with the game. He's gonna try something. Maybe he's gonna try this. Check.
Rook f6.
Oh, I got here just to show off.
But now you're allowing me to go rook. Actually, it still makes sense. Rook e1 I have to play.
Now here, Rook e2 loses, I would guess.
Checking
Because
queen takes
you
e2.
just pick up the pawn. So yeah, once again I have to do this. Oh no, but here I take here. Hang on. What do you have to do? Queen c5. No, at least it is asking some questions. Okay, the queen probably secures enough counterplay.
Well, I don't consider myself a big chicken, but I wouldn't go for these kind of lines as black. I find it just as scary for black as for white, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Then again, with the tournament situation,
Yeah, I
Levon
guess
is in a must-win spot, really. If he
I guess
wants
that's
to have a
true.
word.
That's true.
Because whereas the table, let's bring it up again. Yeah, Levon's at 50%, Fabiano at +2. But if Levon manages to win this game, all of a sudden they are tight. Sergei Karyakin won, so Sergei Karyakin would be in the lead, but only half a point ahead of Levon.
That's true.
So
He's
if he wins
actually
this game,
very close again.
he's back in business.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, I believe he has to be willing to take some risks, even if it means losing the game.
Yep.
The other question is, yeah, you have to be able to pose a problem as well. You're not just gonna throw the game away because you need to win. But yeah, all these tries. Okay, this one is very futuristic, but if he finds it, who knows what's going on. He's taking his time here.
Yeah.
It's a strange tournament because no one's ever really out of the running, except for Nakamura, Topalov, who've never really been in it in the first place.
Yeah, but that's on the downside of the tournament, yeah. But that's interesting, yeah, because I remember that Vichy last time actually really ran away quite early in the tournament.
Yeah.
And, no one ever really caught him. Of course, when Magnus won, it was very exciting between him and Vladimir Kramnik. But this time, there's a big change in leaders, and yeah, there's a lot of interesting matches going on, which are just very important for the overall standings.
Yeah, even if Anish wins, okay, we've made plenty of fun of him, but if he wins this game, he's half a point behind the leaders, most likely.
Yeah.
So,
well, I've always believed that +2, +3 can win you the candidates. It's a tournament in which everyone is even more solid than they usually are, and these guys don't lose much to begin with.
let's see if Mr. Giri is making any progress.
It still seems that
Still the same status quo, but the game still goes on. You put your pawn here.
it is a
see
little bit
what
annoying, I
happens.
must say. I would be quite annoyed with white because I still have no idea how I can force a draw. Like, I would like to... I actually don't want to change a rook, but I do want to start forcing it at some point. And yeah, of course, it's not really what's going to win you the game, but it is annoying. So he's trying his best. Once again, it's really an ending that would be very, very strange to see any of these players lose. But
If you try to exchange a pair of rooks with black, well, he's avoided it earlier. But especially here, you probably don't want to give white counterplay with a passed pawn. This is just equal. So you can't do that. But yeah, just keep the position intact and play 100 moves.
yeah.
Hope something happens. Svile should hold, but it's not fun to play these things at all. Levon. Well, he's getting chances. He's had this random rook takes d3 shot earlier. Now, yeah, I agree. This line is probably impossible to find because it just doesn't enter your mind to start with g4 and then go rook d6.
Yeah.
Both rook d6 and g4 will enter your mind, but not in that combination.
Exactly. The combination of ideas is very, very odd. At least I wouldn't come up with it.
I would, but
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
that's all there is. Sergei Karyakin right back on +2. He drew 6 games in a row, then he lost 1 game to Vichy. Did you see that game yesterday? It was a bit of a strange game. The position looked so drawish.
The game between, sorry, who?
Between Karyakin and Anand. Karyakin.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see Karyakin lose that. I think he was too. Like at the end, he said that he was just relaxing a little bit too much. But, well, okay, Vichy is pretty tricky when it comes to pushing risk-free positions. I think that's where he scores a lot of the points. But actually, once again, okay, I find it impressive and not impressive at once that Karyakin managed to bounce back immediately. It's not easy psychologically, but the way that Topalov presented him the point today was also, he didn't have to make a huge effort to get it. But still, Karyakin, I actually predicted that he would probably have a hard time beating Topalov. I did predict a win just because I think Topalov is playing very bad. but he's completely back into the contentions for the first place. So
Yeah, his best decision today was 1e4, I believe.
Yeah.
Because after 1e4, he frankly didn't have to do much at
No.
this level, except for playing the main line and making natural moves. But to smell that e4 gives him better chances, maybe feel that Topalov might be in the mood for something sharp. He's guessed very, very well. And Topalov lost a bit of his allure. I remember when I was working for Leico around 2009. People were so afraid of Topalov as a Najdorf player because he had all these ideas and he was so dangerous. But now it
People
almost felt
gladly,
like a free point.
yeah. Now it comes to show that I find it always interesting how some people say that these great players have phenomenal understanding that will always remain there and so forth. But I think at the end of the day, it's a matter of just working really hard, especially on your openings, which, as you're working, it increases your understanding of the positions and so forth. But it's not something that's going to stay forever. Of course, there's a certain class, but playing a Najdorf, like if you played Najdorf your whole life, that doesn't mean that you're still a good Najdorf player at the end of it. There are certain openings that require a level of work and energy that, it's just not gonna cut it for your whole career.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit different in these e4, e5 positions, because here, the themes are more similar most of the time.
Yeah.
But even here you can see there's always fresh ideas like this bishop a2, bishop a6. It's not a question of deep understanding. Anybody with deep understanding would play c5 because that's the normal move. But you gotta stay on top of developments everywhere at this level. What's he gonna do? He's thinking. He's
trying to find
smelling something. What else would he give me on g4 followed by rook d6?
Probably 4-1.
4-1. Now that's not good enough.
Well, given that he's kind of in a desperate situation to win, I feel that he could just stumble upon it by a method of elimination. He might not think it's very good, but he sees that it's retaining some chances. Actually, how hard is it to play this move once you stumble upon rook d6? Like,
well, even if you make it here in your calculations, you have to stumble upon this move b4, for example, which
but
is
is h3, for example, not? It's not good enough here.
No, h3, I think, is always the same story. White takes and puts this. Here you gotta go to g1. Why not here?
Queen
check.
f3 and h1.
Yeah, king g1 is a little scarier, right?
Yeah, although you're
works, but
really pinned.
Yeah, it's not that scary actually.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. At least there's little risk for black because he always has his h3 in perpetual whenever he wants to. But still, it's a tough idea to come up with.
Yeah.
What has Anish done? Just as we were praising him for keeping it going, he exchanges pawns, which is normally not a good idea in such a situation. His point is if takes
trying to isolate this h
c4. If rook d4, then he would end up 2 pawns up, which is possibly winning. Like here, I have a feeling this could be winning because someone told me this king being cut off is quite unpleasant.
It definitely looks winning.
There's also this trick. So that's the idea, but of course white is not gonna play rook to d4.
No, he will keep 2 rooks on the board.
King somewhere. I have king e5, which looks natural. Then this pawn is kind of hard to keep, yeah?
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't look like the best way to play. King d3 and
this on h5, yeah? Or get a check first, maybe. Let's go check.
To be honest, it feels like the same thing is just continuing. Like they're shuffling around and it's just a matter of with 1 pawn less now, but still white doesn't want to really exchange a rook unless it's on its own terms. And black is sort of trying to, maybe black could try to push white's king back a little more here. Rook a4, rook h4 and so forth.
Yeah, on the other hand, with every pawn exchanged,
it gets closer to a draw.
It gets closer to a draw as well. So, well, he's trying to change the structure, which is sometimes a good idea after having played one structure for 20 moves. You try something else, but it should not bring him success normally. Takes is forced, I guess. The computer says rook d8, but that's a weird move. He's gonna take, he's gonna give a check. And now, yeah, you have to find this because, okay, it's not hard to calculate since you're just losing the pawn. Still, you would like to keep your king in the center. Is there any tricks here? No, this is just bad. No, I was thinking about random stuff like this, but I blundered mate in 1 for starters. Oh boy.
Yeah, no, it's actually not one of the more fun rook endings to analyze. It's really just, I think when I would play a position like this, I would just try to play fast, but not too fast, like not blunder fast.
Just showing
fast and solid.
Several ways to lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's generally good advice if you're the defender here. You shouldn't like think for hours about some hidden subtleties, because that's the way you get in trouble. Like you run low on time, then your opponent tries something. While if you make your decisions quickly, especially here, you can do it sort of by elimination. Take the pawn, rook c4 check, go king d3, he takes the pawn, you play h5. If this hasn't cost you hours, normally good for you, because now the onus is back on black to come up with something.
Exactly.
Yeah, gh4 has been played. Rook c4 will be played. Well, objectively it's gotta be a draw, no question about it. But we're still nowhere close to shaking hands. You try.
No, they can go for a while. Well, Aronian is still thinking, it looks like.
Really?
Yeah.
Lost in thought here.
I think it's, if he doesn't find the best try now, it should probably really... I mean, I have the feeling that Fabiano keeps on making slightly clumsy moves and then realizes what he's done, and he doesn't allow the same trick again, like with the rook sacrifice on d3. And he might be suspicious now, so if Aronian doesn't find the right continuation, g4 and rook d6, I think Fabiano will find a way to prevent it, whether it's by something very clever or just playing something like king f1, which makes it less strong, without having seen the precise details of the position.
Yeah, also there's only that many setups Levon can try without actually doing something. His queen on f4 is probably ideal, so he senses this is the moment. That's why he's been thinking for, whatever, 20 minutes now.
Yeah.
But you also gotta execute, and this g4 rook d6, even with all this calculation from a world-class player, strikes me as very unlikely.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad that the computer gives stuff like that instantly, and the best in the world can think for 20 minutes, and there's almost no chance of finding it, right?
Yeah, it's
That's where we are.
computer is a beast.
Let's check back in with the chat. The chatsters. Swidler managed to draw, and people seem to indicate this game is over. Not sure if that is true. People are praising my endgame talent. Thank you. I am gifted. My mom tells me I'm very special.
At rook ending, so.
Especially at rook ending. Robin looks like Hunter from The Next Step. I don't know what that is.
Really? You don't know what Hunter from the Next... I mean, I have no idea what it is. I thought that you were like a TV show series expert.
Yeah, but only the good stuff.
Okay.
Let me look it up. Are you watching any TV shows?
Yeah, House of Cards, obviously. Okay, well, indeed, I can imagine that you are not the type to watch Hunter from the Next Step after seeing these pictures.
What is it though? Some dancing show?
But Suits and House of Cards are my shows.
I don't watch either of those.
Oh.
Like, I watched a bit of House of Cards, but I gave up when they killed. Spoiler. But season 1, which has been a long time ago, when Kate Mara disappeared. I like the Kate Mara character, but I got bored quickly after she left. So I'm not watching that. And Suits, yeah, sounded crappy somehow. But
Really?
I've never seen an episode, so I can't judge.
It's not very good anymore, but the first season was very good. So you try to hang on, but it's not really worth it, maybe. Yeah.
What am I watching?
You're still a big Archer fan?
No, I like Archer, but yeah, I don't like stay in touch with it. It's on Netflix, so sometimes I watch an episode or two. No, I like superhero stuff. Like on Netflix, they have January Jones and... Is that her name, I think? Jessica Jones and Daredevil. Those are good shows. And I've watched this show called Love, romantic comedy. It's my favorite genre, and it's a very good show.
Love.
It's called Love, Love. Very entertaining. Else? Nah, stay in touch with Better Call Saul, but I was trying to watch 2 episodes last night while being half asleep. It's very slow. The first season was good, but it got a little slow. Game of Thrones is coming back, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I must say I watched 2 or 3 seasons of Game of Thrones. I didn't watch the last season, so it's probably 2 seasons. But how many seasons are out? 4?
I think season 6 is coming now.
Season 6? Okay, then I watched
Yeah.
4 seasons of it. But I'm not really addicted to Game of Thrones. I like it, but it's too slow for me somehow. Too many stories.
I'm very
at
addicted
once.
to it. Like,
I
you
know,
gotta
everyone
be really into it, and
Everyone-
there's a lot of stuff to follow, but
Exactly.
its own
Everyone loves
religion.
it, but it's not really, it's not an easy one to follow. Just I can't even keep track of the names.
Sorry, man. You can't tell it apart. Tyrion Lannister and Tywin Lannister.
Well, not really. Yeah.
I heard Fabiano got very much into it during a training camp. He had to watch like the first 5 seasons, so he didn't get that much training in, but hopefully still enough. Peter, I'm not sure that was during training camp, but I heard he's really into it. Peter gave a check. He can give another check if he so chooses. This actually looks nice and active. Hope I'm not blundering mate in 1 this time around. This looks... Because this is a draw, right? Hang on.
Rook G5, you win the pawn, right? Or Rook.
Yeah, I was curious if this was a draw.
Mm,
And it should be a draw, actually.
Rook
You
F4.
can't cut me off far enough, because
Rook
here
Fades.
you can't even go G5. Hang on, this position I should know. I think you sort of keep your checking distance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
just-
a draw.
Yeah. This is the typical draw.
But the move you mentioned was much faster. Rook G5. And black is tied up. Rook G4. You can win a rook, for example. That was probably my way to handle this. Sort of similar to the tactic Anish missed yesterday. Like,
Yeah, the Rook G4 was it? Or Rook G5
Rook G5, yeah.
move? Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a good way by Peter to force the issue, because yeah, H5 remains drawish, but if you go here, it looks like black can no longer avoid simplification somehow. And
Yeah.
if you simplify here with only 2 pawns left, you can't hope for much. I'd still lose though.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing this. Like, there are certain positions, especially double rook ending, I think you would hold it together here.
Yeah, paying some
Yeah.
attention, you have some,
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
some chances there, because you don't really need to know anything
Yeah.
except for don't blunder mates and your rooks exchange pawns. There's no deep understanding needed, but I like the way Peter's played this. Well, he hasn't played rook h5 check yet. He could also start with this, but going for activity. Material is too reduced. Rook e7 is a good move too. If rook h4, once again rook g5. And if you have to play some move like this, yeah, even this.
Yeah, you just have very, very active pieces. You can even take G7 now, yeah. Did Aronian come to any decision yet?
I don't know. It looks like there's no moves coming in.
Someone was suggesting the move rook takes d3 here, which
Here?
looks very funny.
Ah,
Kind of
can't
similar
go king
to...
d3 at the very least.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what you're thinking about.
it looks like a nice idea. King f1 and then c2 again.
But the difference is
Ah,
here,
here, no.
because I want to take all the
The
pawns
only
first.
the only difference I see is a pawn on g5.
But why does this change things? Let's see. Okay, let's check the computer line is queen c1, and you have this threat, which makes a difference. With the pawn on g6, this was winning for black. This position
It still looks
still looks
very
dangerous.
Yeah. If I go king somewhere, yeah, king g6.
I would like to do this when I guess you have to go for counterplay. But you're on time, yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
we're more than in time. Yeah.
This looks almost lost for black. So So yeah, here g5 is not ideal. Well, that's a cute idea, rook takes d3.
I heard that g4 has been played.
Very possible. But that still doesn't mean he's come up with
Rook to d6.
magic rook d6 move. Some TV show discussion. Spartacus, nah.
Spartacus was great. Spartacus is one of the best I've seen. Very good.
Paco Vallejo, my friend, he's in love with that show, but it looked like, I don't know, violence porn, is that a word? Like, it's all very stylish, and yeah, there's lots of fight and blood and sex scenes, naked people, but I couldn't really see a story.
Very good, yeah. I used to watch it in high school all the time.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. What else? Flash? Yeah, nah. Flash is no good. People like Suits. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a pretty bad show. Humans, that's British stuff, right? No, I haven't seen it. Haven't seen Supernatural.
I like this British show. Well, it's not really a long-running show, but there's this show Black Mirror, if anyone knows it.
Yeah, I've seen a couple episodes.
It's very good.
Clever stuff, yeah.
Very good.
What else we got? Better Call Saul is liked. Supernatural, I haven't seen. Yeah, looks like people don't have any great shows up their sleeve. Daredevil 2 I haven't seen yet. I'm waiting for it to hit next Netflix. That's probably a good show. German Netflix, that is. Problem with Netflix is in German you get a lot of German stuff, but not all the good stuff. That's, yeah, first world problems, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting for Netflix to update stuff. I'm scanning the chat here. 12 successive without a loss is quite some performance by Geary. I guess he's being a little tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Trotters. And people are wondering how much time Levon has left. I am not 100% sure myself. I'm being told Banshee is excellent. I've heard that before, actually. Yeah, that's on my watch list. It's not on Netflix. I'm very, very legal these days. I only watch stuff on Netflix or, yeah,
really
buy DVDs once in a while, so I have some, yeah, limited choice. I watched Mr. Robot. It started very promisingly, and I told all my friends to watch it. Told Svidler to watch it as well, but then I thought it went downhill after like first 5 episodes. The second half I didn't enjoy, so no need to watch it. And I'm being told it is on German Netflix already. Then I know how I'm gonna spend this night. Daredevil, here I come. My girlfriend is gonna be delighted to watch Daredevil all night. Deutschland 83 is a good show. Yeah, that's the only German good show in the last 100 years.
Yeah, I do not think I'm gonna watch it, Jan.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It is a good show, though. What else do you enjoy? You like Californication, right?
Oh, Californication is my all-time fave, yeah. Definitely. Okay, so actually he took on g4 with the queen, and Fabi played a
went
unexpected
forward.
move.
Wow. Fabi disliked this king f1, h3 stuff. Or why did he dislike that?
Maybe he's getting a bit ambitious himself.
Maybe he was worried that here he can get stuck in some mating nets.
That's actually a very subtle difference, Jan, because here supposedly you had to go king e3, whereas in the position he played it was not the right move.
Right.
Okay. But king e3 actually strikes me as a very logical move. Is it really such a bad idea?
Let's find out what, if anything, is wrong with it. Okay, this pawn is not covered. And this rook d6 was sort of the key maneuver anyway.
Okay.
But once again, you have to calculate some sick lines probably. It takes here. The trick is queen g5 and then rook f6. Probably transposing to one of these weird rook f6 lines we've seen earlier. Because if you start with rook f6, which looks more normal, then white, amazingly, is in time to start his own attack. This looks very weird as well, because you give up this pawn with check, but whatever
I guess
works.
You start running with your king.
Yeah, don't allow mate in 1. Okay, but all of this stuff is fantasy chess once again. Like
this is just crazy. No checks there.
Your king is safe on d5. And then it's white's turn. But yeah, it's sort of understandable that Levon is taking his time here to navigate this. But now he apparently has to go rook d6 or he's worse, so this could very much go either way.
And what happens after rook d6, queen takes b4, queen g5 check?
Apparently king e2, rook f6 works again. Targeting this. Okay, this is a little more human. If we can take this guy, I understand why we're better. You're not in time to go king f1 because some penetration.
Queen e3 and h3 looks very strong.
And game over. No, this game is gonna heat up. I would not be surprised by either side winning. I'd be slightly more surprised if Fabiano won. Because this guy Levon, once he's inspired, once he smells blood, he can be amazingly precise in such situations. I actually recorded a couple of videos on Levon's best games or his games with black, where he crushes people with Artur Yusupov, which we're gonna release soon, probably tomorrow. And yeah, I was very impressed by his game. He won against Carlsen, for example, in Reykjavik.
Oh, that was a nice Berlin.
Yeah, relentless on the attack and also incredibly precise in some tactical phase. So he's good, but both these guys must be tired. Round 12 of the candidates, long game.
Yep.
So
for sure.
This is a position where we're gonna be yelling blunder, mistake, left and right because they don't make the computer move. But over the board, this is incredibly tricky to play. So if he plays this right here, right now, it looks like black is better. If he finds this subtlety, rook f6, best play according to the computer is this, queen d4. And here you start getting very scared with white.
This looks very bad for white.
Because there's no direct counterplay against this dude, because there's always queen f3 check. And yeah, let's say king e1, h2. You can't really stop this dude. Well, if king d2, worst case scenario, black can take on f2. I guess h2 is also strong. So objectively, Fabi might be in some trouble, but a sick sequence is required. Even though it's slightly less sick than the other one, I believe.
Yeah.
Here it's sort of move by
Queen
move stuff.
g5 is hard to see, I think.
Yeah, queen retreats are tricky, and it doesn't feel like it's improving your situation to force the king back. The difference is if you start with rook f6, there is this move, which...
And my king runs to
sort of
d4, I guess. Yeah.
But also maybe more human. You cover your this pawn with queen g5 check.
Yeah, although here queen takes g2 again looks at least dangerous.
That's very true. Yeah, all the lines are becoming nutty now. Here f4, queen d2, king d4. No, this could get to a lot of fun. Probably not for either player, but for us, the watchers on the wall. More TV show questions. Did I see Arrows? I watched like the first 2 episodes, but no, all these DC superhero shows, they interest me less than the Marvel superhero shows. I hope that doesn't offend you, because Robin is a DC character.
I'm not into superhero stuff too much, so you...
How can you not be? Every movie is a superhero movie.
Well, Californication wasn't a superhero series.
Yeah, but that's like 10 years ago. You're 21, you should be in touch with like current events. You're not watching Avengers or Deadpool or...
None of it.
What happened to the youth of today? Maybe it's just nerds like me that watch all the superheroes.
No, I guess there's more people out there, yeah.
I don't know. There probably is. Like, all these movies do pretty well. That's why they keep doing them.
Definitely.
Deadpool.
Well, Deadpool I would be interested in.
That's
I heard because
movie.
it's making fun of superhero movies. It's just that I don't really like the generic superhero concept too much.
It's a bit strange that the only stories left to tell is that some guy was bitten by a spider and mutated, and then he's fighting crime in a costume, right? Is this the only storyline out there?
But you still like it?
I don't know. I go with the flow. I also watch the good movies. Like, I've watched Spotlight. I've watched... What else was good this season? Mad Max Fury Road was actually very, very good. I hated The Revenant.
I haven't seen it yet. Wasn't that good?
I hated it. It's very dull, long, bleak, depressing.
Okay.
I'm sure happy this guy DiCaprio got his Oscar, but it's basically...
he deserved it.
Yeah, that's fine. But it was basically, let's do something super tough physically. Let's shoot for 10 months in the snow and suffer so he can get his Oscar, but in the movie was bad.
Well, he had a couple of other movies that deserved it, I guess. He deserved it.
There's too much happening on the board
Yeah.
for Jan's movie review hour, even though, don't you worry, we'll get there, because it looks like Levon has banged out all the right moves. King e3, rook to d6, queen b4, queen g5 check.
Very
I had a
impressive.
feeling he would be there. King e2 on the board, and now rook f6, which is no longer so tough once you got here. Looks fairly natural.
Yeah. No.
Blocking checks, and yeah.
Although queen d2 also looks very tempting.
That's true. What's the difference here? Rook f6.
Again, this queen c5, queen g5 idea, I guess.
So it seems key to avoid this queen c5. Even this position, though.
It looks extremely dangerous.
b4, you know, there's ideas with b3 and with h3. I'd be very, very scared.
Oh, I think Levon is definitely on his way to have some serious winning chances if he finds some of these moves.
The point is you can't take this pawn yet, because this, I guess, is an instant perpetual.
Yeah, it seems to be one.
But Levon's played rook f6. He's switched on his mental chip, banged out a bunch of computer moves. I believe, even for Fabi, this is going to be very, very tough to defend. Because such a position, it's white who has to do the miracles. Like black has to push his pawn and then calculate one line. But to hang in here with white, seems the way to stick around is queen e3. I guess the pawn is h2, queen g3. Well, maybe white is better. After queen e3, more sick lines. Check f3, queen g2. By the way, in case you haven't figured it out, I'm not the biggest chess genius that ever lived. These lines are brought to you by the computer, but we tend to inform you what is computer stuff, what is our stuff. Some Superman discussion. I had Batman vs Superman. It's hitting the cinemas. You're not gonna watch that either?
No, I'm not gonna watch that either. I watched The Dark Knight. It's one of the few superhero movies that I watched.
That's a properly good movie. Like,
That's the thing. I know everyone loves it. It was not really special to me. It's still pretty generic superhero movie with a guy testing how far people would go. A bad guy, but okay. The Joker was an awesome character. I'll give you that.
Joker was a good character. Yeah, the finale was a little disappointing.
Exactly, that's my biggest problem. The finale was a bit too predictable for me.
That I agree with, but I thought that was enough in that movie to make it, yeah. Generally good movie. Sort of the godfather of superhero movies, The Dark Knight.
Well, to be honest, Jan, this doesn't strike me as really bad. The line we just looked at. So queen takes c3. Queen
How
takes
do we get
g2,
here?
and queen
Queen
c5 is
c5.
very important.
Yeah, this always seems to be the key square for the white queen.
Which
h3.
actually queen d4 feels more logical because you're still pinning the rook.
Yeah, but you want this perpetual in many lines, I think. h3 and queen e3, I believe this is sort of the key move to threaten queen g3 check. And here, the lines got a little weird again. Yeah, this computer line was sort of a draw, right? Even with less play. Here it gave rook g6, takes. And I don't understand why I can't go king e3. Then I'm too slow, yeah? Here
And the b pawn's also running,
b pawn runs. So you have to go passive, which is never nice.
With rook to king 2 g1, rook to b1.
Just in time, yeah, because b4 rook b1.
Yeah,
This pawn
it's
got
on b2,
further.
then it's over.
It's done. So yeah, this seems to be a draw. And what's on the board? Fabi did take queen g2. Now he has to find this. Well, queen d4 doesn't lose, but this seems stronger. And then it's back up to Levon to generate something.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't exaggerate. I still think all these lines are very much within the drawing region.
This move, which once again,
But am I not making a draw by, for example, playing c4 takes queen g3?
are you?
Maybe
I'm
not.
gonna go c3. It's apparently c4 h2, but queen g3. I guess you're too slow, but dc4 seems possible.
Yeah,
Here,
I can
one
deal
move
with
too
both.
slow.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, this, and this. Yeah, this.
C1, yeah.
It's easiest.
Okay, so going back to rook to c6 maybe? Because these moves look forced. Okay,
Yeah.
I still don't know how bad queen d4 is, but...
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
That's a big question. Here. Could come down to the
yeah,
same thing too.
Could come to the same thing, exactly. Rook to c6.
C6. This looks normal. This is a draw, right? I don't buy
It should
anything. Here takes. Why is this so good? Oh, you get the
Rook.
f2 pawn, but even then.
Rook h1.
Okay, it's gonna be a race.
Yeah, but I'm pushing my d pawn as well, so...
Okay, you can't run because this guy runs just as fast, so maybe here or maybe move earlier. If to go here.
Well, it's actually tricky because
It's tricky.
it's hard for me to move.
Yeah, this is very, very close. Yeah, maybe it was smarter to do this move earlier. d4, king f6, but in general, yeah. With a passive rook, black has some chances.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of some chances, let's very briefly check in with Svidlagiri. Nothing much happened, but someone managed to keep the game going at least. Or Svidler managed to keep it going. He played rook a7, check, rook d1, going for
Rook e1,
tricks.
which is not even winning a rook as far as I can see, but it's still a trick.
Well, that's a valid question. Maybe it was best to go for this here.
Yeah.
Rook e1, king d3, takes, and this should just be a draw. I played king 2, rook g1, and you're back to making a move. I guess this is a draw, but I feel slightly more uneasy about it because this pawn can be attacked quite quickly, like king h7.
No, it's always, especially when when you've been playing for such a long time with two rooks. I think you're inclined to keep the two rooks unless you're really sure of going into a draw and rook ending. But of course, almost all of these endings should be a draw objectively.
Yeah, but still a little tricky. Like even if there's only one pawn left, you want to make very sure you're not cut off the wrong way or whatever. Like, so yeah, I agree. He's not gonna do that. He's gonna. What is he gonna do? Just do nothing. King f2. Some move. King f3. And wait and see. Because black can't really do anything either.
Not too much of a change, to be honest. Like I said, he exchanged the pawn, but that's about it.
Yeah. No, it's gonna go for a while. Peter played rook g5 actually.
Okay.
Maybe he got tired of doing nothing, wants to force the issue, which is fine objectively. But as I said, I wouldn't have done it because I'd be too paranoid about it.
Yeah, I guess that king h7, you go king f3, king g6, and you just wait. Rook d7.
Just do nothing. Yeah, if the c pawn moves, you can keep waiting.
Yeah, if rook c1, I go king g4.
No, it's a draw.
It's a draw, for sure.
And king f8, and rook d7. Yeah, it's just no way to make progress without exchanging a pawn.
Okay, let's check in with the Aronian game.
Alright. Here we are. Queen c3.
Oh, still this position. Okay,
Queen
it's an
g2
important
on the
choice,
board.
I suppose.
And the other moves in rook f1 is just too passive. Just h3.
Yeah,
You need
he's
the
not
rook
gonna
active.
play.
But yeah, it looks like. What is the difference?
That's
here, let's say here, then you're not on time to go h3 because of the perpetual. Well, if queen d4, then black can do this. Say king d2, h3, and apparently there's no perpetual, even though allowing rook g1 check is also not an easy decision. Seems to work.
Funny, yeah. Rook g3, Can you actually go h2? Is that the
Whoa.
idea?
That's cute. It's a bit like this position.
But I
Doesn't
guess it's
work
not.
here.
I guess it doesn't work.
Ah, we missed queen a1.
Queen a1, of course. Happens at the end of the day. Important one, yeah.
Do you see this position in yesterday's game in Topalov Caruana? Had they continued to play? Let me see if I can bring it up. That was very cute, actually.
Well, it was actually an extremely interesting position that they agreed to a draw in, right?
Yeah, I thought it was a good decision practically by Fabiano because he had just bungled a big advantage and he just wanted to end the game. Now that was very unclear. But the line, I'm not sure I'll be able to do it. I'll try. This is yesterday's game. Topalov Caruana was something like bishop e4, rook f2, bishop f2, bishop d5, e d5, bishop e5, let's say f5, a4, bishop e3.
It's really dangerous for both.
b4, f4. And how did it go? Can I do this?
Where you're just queening as black, right?
Yeah, that's the point. But
Oh, you can't prevent a7, a8.
And this is the position I meant to show. I think this is the wrong one though.
Yeah, because check on d4, right?
Well, yeah, here you have a check and then d4. So how do I get the right one? I think it was this. You don't go b4. You go here, here.
Oh, with the b pawn, right?
And the b pawn is on b2. And this position, amazingly.
That's a very cute one. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this. This g1 queen, go a7.
It's very study-like.
Yeah, because this pawn blocks this diagonal, the king blocks this square. There's no checks. So yeah, this could have happened. Objectively, Fabiano should have gone for this. Even here, he's slightly better, but I thought it was a nice position.
No, definitely.
So yeah, that was yesterday. And in today's social media circle, with the 24/7 news cycle, we don't really care about yesterday. Yeah, king h7 on the board. This should be a draw. We'll keep you posted if anything happens. And the Fabster has played queen to d4.
I figured that it's maybe more logical over the board.
They haven't played h3. The comp liked this check better for whatever reason. But the comp sometimes is also confused by some of these rook endings. So h3, I believe, is more natural.
Yeah, it's very natural.
Because now, yeah, I don't think that after having just played queen d4, you go queen e3 here. That's maybe... I feel it's harder to play queen d4 and then queen e3 than it is to play queen c5 and then queen e3.
Yeah, but Fabiano, he doesn't really... I don't think he's bothered by these kind of details.
No, I don't think he has been bothered by it. He's played queen e3. And it looks like we're headed towards this rook ending. Queen e3, queen g4, f3. The idea has to be queen g2, queen f2. And yeah, here rook g6 was the only way to play. If you don't go for it, you might be worse actually. Because white has a bunch of pawns. What happens after this? Queen g2 is check.
Yeah, that's an important detail, yeah.
So I was planning this. That's not a good move. So you would have to go here, but this just feels like a draw.
Well, this is this slightly just-in-time variation with king to g1 here, and rook b1 next.
Yeah.
But it holds.
It does hold. I think our little program has crashed and burned, as it sometimes does, should the action get too hot and heavy. So I'll restart it, and you guys won't even notice. Well, you will, because I told you. Else you wouldn't have noticed, because I would have switched to full screen. I would have changed Robin's name to Justin Bieber. Nah, I'm not going to. Not yet.
Not yet.
Expertly typing with one finger here, as us digital natives do. And here we are again. Check. F3, this feels like the normal way to play F3. Queen F2, you could move the king as well. It feels strange to go away from
H2, rook, yeah, I don't know, you do keep your pawn in this variation. Rook H1, Queen G2, Queen G3.
Ah, you have the check again, of course.
Takes. And check on F2. We have to go King C3.
Why is black better here?
It's a good question. It looks like exactly the same position we were looking at with a G pawn.
Pawn on G3, right? Which can't be too bad.
Well, I would find it very hard to believe if White is losing here.
Yeah.
It should be a draw.
Can't be.
So maybe that's an easier way for Fabiano to hold this. Now D4, D5 with the same plan.
Yeah, now
Or King
with the
D4
pawn
even?
G3 you can probably go for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. This has to be a draw. That's zero chance. Black is better. Actually, I'd be trying to make a draw here with black. Which probably you can because the rook is so passive, but yeah, you can't be better here.
No.
And he's played King D2. Fabiano, he's tough. He doesn't crumble because Levon posed a lot of problems.
No, he actually played it out very well, I must say, Levon. But yeah, I think he is just, he's not too worried. He's finding the right solutions there. So
Rook F3, then Queen D4 check, probably. Oh no, Queen D4 check is actually a mistake.
okay, that would
According
actually
to the
be a
oracle.
serious trap.
Because that's the move you blitz out normally.
For sure.
King H7 and... Well, I still don't understand all the subtleties, but at least, yeah, now my pawn got some more support. So what's the difference after Queen C5? H2... once again, it's this check,
Okay.
of course, yeah. Okay, that makes sense, but...
What if I go King H7 anyway?
Yeah, I was just wondering too.
No, Rook to H1.
Okay, all of this is a bit of science
Look-
fiction again, yeah?
Looks really, really...
Queen G2, Rook H2. Okay, Rook H2, you don't need to go.
Okay, Rook H2 is really bizarre.
That's cute though, the point. Check, can you take here?
People in the chat have a lot of faith in Caruana holding it seems.
Yeah, rightly so. He's
Yeah.
defended everything under the sun.
He's defended worse positions than this in this candidate tournament.
Yeah. But he didn't get rattled at all. He's actually played tremendously well over the last couple moves.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I like this. I don't know if this is winning. Once again, if the computer says minus 0.80 here, it could still mean it's a drawn rook endgame with some pawn on H2 he overvalues. But at least it would keep the game going.
Yeah.
For example, the line he's giving, I don't really trust. Rook A8 looks natural. Queen G5, King C3, Queen F6. And I have doubts that black is winning here.
Again, those rook endings are tend to actually it again looks a lot like the previous position.
Yeah,
Except we don't have a G pawn again.
There you go.
we keep getting to that point.
But even this position, like, why is black better? If you show it to me, I don't fully understand.
Yeah, rook
Even if I go
A6.
here,
rook
oh
H6.
yeah, I'll give the check first.
It should be a draw.
So it's not such a big trap, but there's still play left in the position. I'm hearing that Levon has 1 minute left, so that means...
Anything is possible, really.
Yeah, there is extra time after move 60.
Oh, okay.
Now they're at move
Okay.
53, but only 50 minutes, so it means if the game lasts much longer, he's going to be in time trouble for all of it. They do get increment 30 seconds per move, so it's not like he's going to lose on time.
Sure, but the position actually, if you want to put pressure here as black, you need to find some very subtle moves, which...
Yeah, it could also mean that you're more inclined to play some forcing line where you know you're not losing, like, whatever, this H2 line.
Yeah.
Even though this position, okay, it might be my rook ending prowess telling again, but I'd feel capable of losing this. Like, we're a pawn down.
Oh, as black.
Yeah. Of course it's black.
Well, I mean, can you not just run your king down to G3 and do some sort of exchange or something?
I don't know. This guy's running.
Yeah, I suppose suppose it is what it is.
No, I guess if you want
King
to
F6,
draw,
King
you can
E5,
always do
yeah.
this. And yeah, it's hard for white to make any progress, because if this king goes anywhere, this pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a draw. Let's see what he does, though. If he has 1 minute left, what is he thinking for the last 10 minutes? What's your prediction right here, right now?
I'm still going with a draw. It's it hasn't really changed at any point, to be honest.
Someone in the chat indicates that Fabiano is not Chinese.
Thanks for pointing
Many
it
people
out.
thought
Lunamo.
Fabiano Caruana, typical Chinese name.
And they repeated moves for once now? Is that what's happening?
I can't count a3. Queen 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Levon's thinking about going home as well. He still has this weird move, rook c6, which might be the best try.
Yeah, but over the board it doesn't really strike as a
No,
very
that's very
clever
strange.
idea. King d2, and you're like, okay, queen g3 is still happening, so...
Yeah, also you like your rook here, it's sheltering the king, it's putting pressure on f2. Looks like it's doing a good job. He's played queen g4 check, king d2, and then h2. But Fabi's not rattled, played rook h1, and it looks like we're headed towards one of our favorite endgames. Yeah, this has happened. Queen g3 takes. It's gonna be a draw. Rook f2 check,
Yeah,
King
we get this
c3.
ending.
king f6 or whatever. White is a pawn up, but it doesn't really do anything.
No.
Rook is passive, but white's d-pawn prevents him from getting under pressure.
Yeah.
Tough
Well,
fight.
still a very good fight by both players, I must say.
That's
Anish is still going for it, but by now it's really as drawn as it gets. We sort of looked at this position already too, I guess.
Yeah.
I was suggesting just staying on f3, g3.
Yeah, I would also stay here. Somehow I'm more scared of the g-pawn than
Yeah.
of the c-pawn. So we go here. Okay, it's still a draw, but actually it's also quite drawn. Yeah, even I would defend this. The good thing about the g-pawn is you can defend passively against the g-pawn. That's the one thing I know. You can put your king on g1 and your rook on c1
Yeah.
and chill.
You don't even have to show any Philidor or whatever.
Exactly. Oh yeah, this is a dead draw, because if you get cut off, you can go for this very deep move.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it matters. You can. No, this is less dramatic. Let's stick with Fabi against Levon. But yeah, they play all the right moves. d4, king g5. No, this guy Fabi, he's very tough. He just doesn't crumble. And he even somehow got the version with the pawn on g3, which I'm not sure matters, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter, but it gives you a bit more confidence to go into this ending.
Yep. He still prefers black, but... Okay, d5 looks very logical, just to start getting a horse in this race. King f6. You could go for this, which looks fine. Can't take because of d7, and most likely, to me, seems that we get some simplification like this. Take whatever.
And I guess g4 to
Yeah,
hold
maybe
on
I'll
to
take
it.
the other guy. No. My rook ending expertise once again is showing. Still a draw, but it's not what you wanted. Yeah, you have to go to some lengths to survive. This looks very similar to Giri's Fiddler all of a sudden, except for rook f3 check. But even then, you get some drawn 1 against 0 position.
Yep.
So yeah, barring dramatic turn of events, this will end peacefully. Let's think about the implications for the tournament standings, assuming there's going to be 2 draws. Fabiano would be tied with Sergei Karyakin. I believe Karyakin actually holds a tiebreaker because of greater number of wins. So Karyakin would be in the lead. Vichy would be half a point behind. And everyone else is at least 1 full point behind if Svidler and Kiri draw. So it's a 3-horse race with Kayakin in front, Caruana second, Vichy third. And it looks like things would be building up towards a Kayakin Caruana last round encounter.
Yeah.
The thing is, Kayakin is white in that game, and if he holds a tiebreaker, that would of course be a big advantage.
I actually think that Karyakin has very good chances. Simply, I mean, that's a huge advantage, not to be underestimated. Winning as black on demand is really hard, especially against a player like Karyakin. So tomorrow, Fabiano has to take his chances against Svidler, which of course is possible, but once again, it's actually hard to win another game. I mean, he actually has to get ahead of Karyakin, which is, to me, it's a little bit strange, Jan, but I guess that he like you said, he's aware of it and he knows what he's getting into, and so tomorrow would actually be a must-win game for Fabiano if everything goes according to our predictions.
Yeah, now he has to change his pace a little bit, because in the last 2 rounds, draws were sort of okay, because he was the front runner, but since Kayakin won his game today, the situation has changed. I could be wrong about this tiebreaker between Kayakin and Fabiano, but I think I'm not, because it changed because Kayakin scored a 0 and a win, while Caruana made 2 draws, giving Kayakin the greater number of wins.
Okay, of course, Karyakin has Levon with black, which is not an easy pairing either, but the question is how motivated Levon is going to be for that game. Of course, there's still...
Then again, he still has theoretic chances, yeah? Even on 50%. If he wins tomorrow against Kayakin, then he wins last round, he's on +2.
Well, there's a lot of incentive for him to push very hard. The question is whether that favors Karyakin or whether that will play against him. It all depends on which kind of... how Levon will show up, basically.
Right. If it's Dr. Levon or Mr. Hyde tomorrow, it's gonna be very big. And generally, I think Caruana has a good chance against Svidler with white, but Svidler's been solid in this tournament, even though he's lost 2 games in his favorite e4, e5 lines. I didn't lose to Topalov, but he got a bad position. He lost to Vichy, so it would be natural for Fabiano to try to test him there. We'll see how that one goes. It's gonna be exciting for sure.
Yeah.
We should also point out it's not tomorrow. Tomorrow is actually rest day, so it's round number 13, the day after tomorrow.
Important.
Yeah, this is going as expected. D4, King G5, D5, King F6, and they could play this expert line, and sooner or later all the pawns will disappear from the board. I'll somehow lose this again, but just okay.
No, this one is
pretty safe.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Has Anish already agreed to a draw, or is that still ongoing as well?
Seems like it's still ongoing. At least I haven't heard differently. But yeah, not much to do. Looks like Peter adopted your policy of waiting here. And it's gonna be very hard to make him give up that policy. Go here. Yeah, king anywhere. How do I bungle this? This maybe? This could be a losing attempt brought to you.
Well, rook of 7 looks like a... well, but still. I think you can even afford yourself to allow this.
Here I can still take.
Yeah.
Barely. But still, it's not ideal. It's better, let's say, to go here. 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 And this is not cut off far enough to be an issue. Even though, would you feel slightly uneasy here? Just slightly?
Well, I mean, the same thing holds again, right? I can go king e3, king h6, I guess. And your move rook c2, rook h2.
Yeah. It's not that much to hope for. You can always hope for this. here. Very precise, king h5.
King h5, yeah.
This is winning, but giving a bunch of checks is a much better idea. I'll lose this.
Really? Rook g3 just? I liked your
good enough. Yeah.
rook f3 is your idea.
Yeah, it's a draw. What can we say? This one's also a draw. Slightly more play left, but it's 95% that all the pawns will just disappear in a couple moves. You could still... How can we go wrong? This is me being devil's advocate. I don't actually want to do this. This looks very dangerous for black, so you better take this pawn. And now it's still white who sort of has to make a draw, but shouldn't be very hard. Even though...
Oh, there's a little bit of... Yeah. You could... I still think that only black can really win this position. But
yeah, but I also tried to misplay it this time around. If you just put your pawn on d6 and go
yeah,
e5,
this is really the easiest way
then,
to...
yeah, black has to
to
give
go
up
about
something.
Oh. Well, good defense by Caruana. Actually, I'm impressed because he really started misplaying that position at some point, and it's hard to keep a clear mind sometimes after misplacing your pieces somewhat. Maybe he even was in shock. Who knows? He might have seen that rook takes d3 idea, and well, Levon actually did a good job at pushing him into the direction of making a mistake, but he held his own. So.
Yeah, is this sort of Karpovian quality to forget the moves he's played earlier and just keep looking for the best moves. He doesn't get rattled very easily, which is very impressive. And it bodes well for a World Championship match. Of course, the pressure is even bigger, but in general, yeah, it looks like he's been dealing with most pressure situation pretty well throughout his chess career. How old is the guy? Like 23?
He's 23.
Still young,
He's
huh?
2 years older than me, I think. 92.
Kids these days.
Yeah.
People born in the 90s, I'm still shocked that I can speak. But, times have changed. I was born in the 70s. Wild 70s.
Yeah. Can't say much about it. I'm not even sure what was happening in the 70s. Probably superhero movies came out back then.
I'm sure they had some Superman movies, and there was this old Batman series with Adam West. And that's probably from the 60s.
Didn't they remake that show by now?
Ah yeah, 66 till 68. So.
And did you actually watch this?
Yeah, of course. This I have seen all the time as a kid in Spain. Like, this was my go-to series. It was great. They had all these bam, boom images, sound effects. Fantastic show.
Yeah, I'm not really I'm not that happy about my comparison to Robin from Batman, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I figure it was a bit insulting. But I'm surprised it doesn't come up more often, because since if you're called Robin, like, this is the most famous Robin, right?
I guess it is. Well,
What other Robins are out there? Robin Williams?
oh, that's Robbie.
No,
Ah,
there's
Robin
also
Williams. So Robin Williams, of course. Robin van Persie.
Robin van Persie, that's true. Robin Banks.
Robin Thicke.
Ah, yeah, that's true. That's more up your alley. What kind of music are you into? Are you still a Drake guy?
I like hip hop still. I like Kendrick. Kendrick's good.
Isn't Kendrick like too abstract for you?
No, I actually didn't like his last album that much, but I liked Good Kid, Mad City because it's more of a storytelling album. Yeah, I'm not that much of a Drake fan anymore nowadays. What he's
Meek
coming out
Mill?
with?
I love the Meek Mill
No, the diss track.
No, the diss track, man, his Meek Mills were weak, but Meek Mill's album was great. Like,
Is it?
Yeah, it's really
I like A$AP Rocky. I think he makes pretty fun music.
Yeah. Joe Cole?
No, not a big fan.
I'm trying to speak the kids' language here, ladies and gentlemen, contemporary hip hop, but nothing. Kids these days. So what do you like or nothing? Like,
music-wise nowadays. Well, I guess everyone's very much into house music nowadays. It's probably not really up your alley, is it?
no, not really. Like, but I guess it's not the kind of music you listen to at home. It's these parties where you crazy kids go and take lots of drugs and like.
Yeah, of course, that as well. But we listen to it in our free time too.
Really?
Yeah, we do.
That's very disturbing.
It is a bit weird, but I guess we're doing it. So.
Okay, moving on. Not judging. I just can't contribute anything. I couldn't like tell you one house artist or house song, anything. Dr. House. So G4 King E5. He didn't push his pawns to D6 and E5, which I'm sure is fine, but why not do it just in case? The problem is you can't. He's still not threatening to take because this guy runs.
Would it be a good losing attempt to go King B4 now?
Probably.
Not good enough, I guess.
This is similar to what we've looked at earlier, stuff like this, right? Still a draw, but...
King C6 maybe?
Ooh.
I'm trying to go for the losing attempt, but I don't really
it's
see
hard
it.
hard to do, though.
Yeah,
Even
I would
this,
go King C7 or something like that.
Is this a draw? I'm going to lose with white. With black. Still hard to lose with black, too, because you can always check and go back. But let me try.
I'll take on G4, I guess.
Yep. It's still a draw.
It's still a draw, like it doesn't even matter.
No, we've tried, but even this is barely a draw.
Yeah.
Because you're not quite in time.
And you gain a tempo with King G3.
No, both games are going to end in draws, ladies and gentlemen, which is probably not satisfactory for either player. Fabiano's going to be the happiest with it, but he's going to be very unhappy that Kayakin won. While for all of Svidler, Giri, and Levon, it was really sort of must-win time.
Yeah.
So no one's going to be too thrilled. Like, played for 6 hours, missed dinner, boring rook endgame, and very limited chances, except for Fabiano, to win the candidates. So, tough day for the players.
Tough day. Well, let's not forget about Nakamura, who had probably his best day this far.
Yeah.
Very easy game for him today.
And yeah, he just has Vichy figured out here.
Yeah.
Keeps crushing Vichy.
It's true. Who is Vichy playing tomorrow?
The
day after tomorrow.
Here we go. He plays
Anish.
Mr. Giri.
Okay, well, I think we all... I don't think we were expecting Vichy to beat Anish.
No, it's unlikely. Then again, Vichy, yeah, he's been doing good work in his boring E4. It's going to be another Berlin with D3 or Chocopiano with D3. And he's been doing good work there. But Anish, he's very solid. He's going to have like the details of all this stuff extremely well worked out. And it's very unlikely Vichy's going to get anywhere. But who knows? But yeah, let's do a brief round of predictions for the day after tomorrow. Corona Svidler. Nah, I can't jinx Svidler either way, so I'm going with a draw.
I'll go with a win for Fabiano.
Aronian Kayakin. This is sort of the big one. Because historically, Aronian, he's been trouble for Kayakin with the white pieces. He's won some nice games.
But he's also lost some games in the Queen's Indian, if I'm not mistaken. I think they've been fighting over the Queen's Indian quite a bit.
Yeah.
I will go for the draw there, Jan. I think Kayakin is very solid. So.
I'm going to go with 1-0 just to mix it up.
Okay.
And Topalov Nakamura. I'm going to go with draw since Topalov is white. Neither guy is playing very well. Nakamura probably feels himself a little better today after his nice win. But
where's Nakamura at right now? Is he back to -1 or 50%?
He's on -1. He won, so he has 5.5 out of 12 now.
-1. No, it's too much to go for a Nakamura win. I will go with the draw as well.
And Vichy Giri, I think we agree.
Yeah,
draw
is
a favorite.
No, but I do think that Fabiano makes a good chance, especially with another day to prepare. I think he could cause Peter some trouble in the opening. That's one of the main reasons why I could see him winning.
I agree, especially this 1e4 Fabiano systems. Peter's looked a little shaky, even though, of course, shaky at candidates top level. Peter also has a problem that he's published some of his analysis. He's done this D3 series for chess24.
Someone made him do this, huh?
Yeah. Evil people over at chess24. So the good news for you is you can do the same thing that Fabiano Caruana is going to do on the rest day. If you're a premium member, you can spend it watching Peter Svidler opening analysis.
And I would really advise it.
Or the Grunfeld.
Especially the for me, not being a Grunfeld player, but being a Ruy Lopez player, the D3 Spanish was very interesting. And he covers almost everything there. So definitely have a look at it if you haven't already.
I agree. And if you're really bored, you can check Robin's series on the Taimanov or the King's Indian.
Or you can check Jan's latest series on the Berlin. Haven't you covered the Berlin recently?
Well, it was more of a mini-series. It was more Pecco's material. I've got some stuff. I have this new series with Artur Yusupov on prophylactic thinking, which is actually very good. It's Artur's material, but it's a way of approaching the chess game, which helped me, because I sometimes forget about it. It means you try to figure out what your opponent wants, and you try to prevent it while improving your own position. So it's not just
a very
defense.
important concept in chess.
It's a very important concept, and I believe Artur did a great job explaining it. And then I have my usual opening series. I have this repertoire against 1d4, the Vienna and the Catalan. Solid stuff, as usual. Yeah, enticing pluck. If you want to improve your chess, $9.99 per month or €100 per year is the best investment you can make for a chess24 premium membership.
Very much worth it, guys.
And you're also helping us out, so we can buy all the hair gel and makeup we need for this exciting show. I think I brought my own I don't know, makeup, my own aqua gel.
Your own aqua gel? You had some,
it's right there.
Yeah, you had some interesting stuff going on in your makeup scene, yeah?
You don't want to know. Like
there's a lot of secrets.
I really am an 85-year-old man, so to make me look as fresh and clean every day, there's a team next door that works on it.
So guys, not only for the good chess material, also donate a little bit to the Young Gustafsson Keep It Fresh Fund, and you will feel a lot better about your day.
Yeah, because you have to look at me. So fresh and so clean.
Outcast, I like Outcast.
I like Outcast too.
Yeah, but that's also old school, I guess. Very old school.
Yeah, I also like their old stuff, like Aquamani, 80 Lines. I'm very old school when it comes to hip-hop. I don't even like Speaker Box, The Love Below, or Stankonia. I like the really old stuff.
I like the aforementioned ones, not the ones that you're mentioning.
It's a generational conflict.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone loves Outcast. Caruana. B4 check. Yeah, just get rid of all the pawns already, guys. We're hungry.
Yeah.
Let's try to lose again. Nah, not gonna be able to do it. This loses, but this is... Oh no, even this is a draw. Oh man.
You can get...
Can't get it done. You can get it if you really want.
No, there is absolutely no way to lose this for either side, pretty much. So.
King b5, king d6. What is Anish still doing? Come on, Anish. People aren't going to go any easier on you for drawing after 7 hours when you can have drawn after 6 hours. That's not going to help. I don't know, this guy might be over, but yeah, it looks like they've moved the king and rook around a bunch. The problem is, black can always take this pawn, but he can never do it without giving up one of his own pawns. And that sort of diminishes his chances.
Yeah, the difference it would have made if chess is actually winning with one pawn and a rook versus a rook.
Yeah, if stalemate ever gets changed to a win, then all these endgames have to be evaluated very differently. I'll check the chat out. Danny P says he would crush me at chess. Let's check his rating. Oh no, I can't see it. But I don't think you would, Danny P. Let's be real here. I'd probably crush you. Spills is asking, any movie plans in the near future? Yeah, I want to see Room. I haven't seen Room yet. That was one of these Oscar-nominated movies, which is supposed to be very good. It's supposed to trigger all kinds of emotions, which I don't have, so I'm not sure. It's gonna be for me.
I'm sure it will be a very interesting experience for you.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'll watch Batman vs Superman. Of course, I think it's gonna be a terrible movie, but gotta stay in the conversation.
I'm absolutely not watching it.
Sorry, man. Gary does obviously not want to draw. Yeah, he's gonna. No. Fabi took B pawn. Yeah, Fabi's gonna draw. Fabiano has a rest day now. Strong chance versus Svidler. Yeah, I can't say I disagree. Even though Svidler, he's only lost one of his 12 games.
Yeah,
So
no. There's not a big chance. I'm just saying that it's a must-win, in my opinion, for Fabi, and I think he will do everything possible.
I agree with that. Ritvik Radhakrishnan is asking, do you follow football, Robin?
No, barely. I was talking with Fiona about this, but I have my, of course, I'm following Ajax once in a while, and I like the national team, but that's about it for me. It's I'm not a huge football fan, to be honest.
And we're being informed that Grandmaster Maurice Ashley has a tattoo. Okay, that would be the first Grandmaster.
Okay, well, our colleagues on the other continents are not always as aware of this.
That's useful information. Giri counting on win with C-pawn. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to do it. Which is another very old hip-hop reference.
You think Alejandro Ramirez also has a tattoo?
I doubt it.
I thought it might be a trend over there, who knows?
I don't know, yeah, maybe. But I can't picture Alejandro with a tattoo. I'm not sure I want to either. But, no, I don't think so. Svidler has an earring. I think that's the craziest thing any chess player has ever done.
Yeah. Well, that's a famous thing though. Like,
it is a little disturbing. But he's pulling it off. Not blaming him. Still, does any other chess player even have an earring? I can't think of anyone.
well, Aronian has some really weird hippie shirts going on for him.
He has weird shirts. A lot of guys have weird shirts. Topalov also likes very colorful shirts. But normally when it comes to altering your body, chess players are very careful. Now, people are saying all kinds of names now. They're saying Room was boring. Maybe, but I still gotta watch it. I always watch all the Oscar nominee movies just to form my own opinion. Or to read reviews and then pretend it's my own opinion.
Yeah.
On the show.
You really do that?
Yeah, I tend to give it my own flavor, but I like to see what other people think about it. People are enjoying the commentary. Yeah, we've reached the best part of it. Ashley has a tattoo of John Lennon, strangely. Well, at least he didn't choose Yoko Ono, so that's okay. Aren't chess players in general weird? Says a guy called Shahaini.
Oh, I mean,
no.
I guess you fit right
Glass
in there,
house,
buddy.
you know? Corona has fighting spirit and courage indeed. No question about it. And yeah, he's pulled off another great defense, which I've mentioned before. It's just as valuable as winning games if you can hold shaky positions. And today he took Levon's best shot, because Levon's worked very, very hard for creating imbalances here. Found some very nice ideas. But Fabi was not rattled. Let's check the Twitter. Tweet us #C24Live. And more importantly, follow me on Twitter, because I measure my self-esteem by Twitter followers. I've told you guys this the other day, and I passed 6,000. So thanks to whoever followed me. Now 6,100 is the next goal. @GM Jan Gustafsson, @RobinVK.
Yeah.
You go there. I still have a lot less followers than Lawrence Trent, which is very, very upsetting.
Is that true, really?
It is
Lawrence Trent has a lot of Twitter followers?
It's not only true, it's also incredibly upsetting. Not that I study these things like every night before I go to sleep. Like,
no, of
number,
course.
like, but
I never took a lot of value into Twitter followers, but I also never knew that Lawrence had that many Twitter followers.
See?
So now I might have to evaluate previous life decisions and values.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But I think you have this real life thing going on. Like, you're young, you're studying, you're going out. Like, you have real things in your life. But if you're a guy like me, like, I need Facebook likes. I need, like, 1,000 clicks for my video and some thumbs up and Twitter followers. I don't really interact with people.
I'm aware. So, guys, please follow Jan and get his self-esteem back up.
Please. Let's check. I wish I was joking, but I'm only half joking because I feel it's
Well,
a
aren't you
problem of
getting
modern.
6,070 right now.
That's what I'm saying. We need 6,100.
I see you're retweeting some North Korean news.
Yeah, retweeted. Blindfolded Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un awes international chess authorities by vanquishing IBM Watson computer with final score of 10-0.
That's
impressive.
impressive.
By the DPA car news service. It is pretty impressive. He should have been in the candidates room.
Yeah, shout out to Kim Jong-un.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you see, it's a great Twitter account to follow. Oh man, I feel sad. Like my normal premium plugging is part of the job, but this begging for Twitter followers, I'm really embarrassed about. Ian Robinson is weighing in. That's my old friend who liked the movie Gravity. Therefore, I always check his movie recommendations. He has a blog recommending movies and stuff, and then I decide not to watch the movies he's recommending. He's saying he's only watched about 30 minutes of the coverage so far, but he likes my summary videos. Yeah, check out my summary videos on YouTube. Follow Chess24. Click, give likes. Don't write anything mean. I read all the comments. What else we got?
Well, thank you, Adam Murray, for following Gussie.
Boom. Yeah, it's updating in real time here. Adam Murray. Thank you, sir. We would talk about chess, but we have 2 dead drawn rook end games. This is one of them. And this is the other one. So unless something drastic happens, there's nothing more to say.
I thought that you had a long-term thing with Lawrence and the movie Gravity going on. Like this was
That is very true.
a long-standing joke. Did you guys never watch it in the end?
I watched it. I watched it on the smallest screen possible because the smaller the screen you see it, the more horrible it is. Because if you watch on a big screen, like at least there's some nice space shots, but it's such a dumb movie. Like it's just Sandra Bullock tumbling through space. You know what's gonna happen in the end, and the dialogue is just ridiculous. At some point, she has a phone conversation with a dog for like 5 minutes.
With a dog?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous movie. Also, she has all kinds of issues. Like,
I thought Interstellar was good though.
That one I haven't seen. I was
Really?
so sick of space movies.
Okay, I can imagine. I would also be
Gravity.
sick of space movies, but that was a good movie. Well, I'm glad Fabi joined in.
Fabi's here?
Yeah, Fabi's
It's not the real Fabi. Or it's probably the real Fabi, but it's not Fabi Caruana, since he's still playing. Would be not very sportive to watch, because we're giving all kinds of advice about his game, like Rook D2. What is Fabi saying though?
Fabi was saying... I think he was thanking you for putting up videos in the holidays so he can watch the candidates by going through your videos. And probably he would give you a thumbs up for that too.
Thanks, Fabi. And yeah, happy Easter, everybody. Chess players don't know any holidays, so we'll be here, of course. But I'm going on holidays right when this is over. I'm going to play the Thailand Open. So yeah, I'll be gone for most of April, because after the Thailand Open, I'll be going to Norway to do commentary on the Norway chess tournament together with this guy Svidler. So I can ask him all kinds of questions. Which I won't, but normally he doesn't need to be asked.
Did Anish just play Rook F5 allowing Rook takes G7?
No, it's his move.
It's too good to be true.
He can take here. Let's go home. I'd go here, just because I'd be scared.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now I give a check. Now I try to checkmate him. Or maybe this is more sneaky. But G6
G6 is not losing.
Yeah. So I have to try this. And then I probably resign. So maybe I have to do this.
Why is the computer evaluation still changing by every move?
It's because I'm analyzing it. Every other move I make loses. And also
computers do evaluate certain positions that are totally drawn as like slightly better or like not completely equal.
Yeah, no, rook ending normally doesn't mean very much. If the computer doesn't give -5, that's helpful. But if it says -060, it can still be a dead draw or winning. So it's normally not that useful. It's a question if I like any movies. Yeah, I like Deadpool, and I like a lot of the movies. I liked Spotlight. That's about it. The Dark Knight, Godfather. No, I like a lot of movies.
I like the old school mafia movies. Godfather, Goodfellas.
Once Upon a Time in America.
Haven't seen it.
That's good too.
It's good. What's that Tarantino movie called? Something with dogs?
Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs, exactly. That was a great movie.
And we have a draw. Caruana did not crumble, and Levon, yeah, understood there's no more winning chances. And the guys agreed to a hard-fought, well-played draw. I think it was a great game by both players.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, yeah, some stuff early on was a little odd, but not necessarily mistakes, like for Levon's decision to go for this d4, d takes c3.
A very odd choice still.
It's a very strange
It
decision.
got him some winning chances in the end, but I still do not think it's a very good idea to begin with. But he sort of achieved what he wanted to achieve. He got some imbalance in the position, he equalized, and then he started putting some pressure. So overall, a very good game by Levon.
Yeah, and I think it was, once again, being Captain Hindsight, but he understood he more or less has to win this game to stay in the race, and he wasn't going to win it by taking on e4 and playing it safe.
No.
So he took a bit of a chance to unbalance it. He achieved that, but Fabiano just defended extremely well after getting into a bit of trouble. We were initially praising Fabiano's a4.
Yeah, it's questionable in hindsight again whether that was really the best way to deal with this position. But perhaps it wasn't as bad as we thought for black to begin with. Still,
You can do some computer stuff here and at least stay a pawn up for now. This move, intending a b, queen b4. At least only white can be better.
that's for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, well played game by both guys. And do we wait for Anish? Come on, Anish. You know there's a draw, I know there's a draw, Peter knows there's a draw, Robin knows there's a draw. Whom are you trying to fool here?
Yeah, this is not the best winning attempt I've seen from him.
Then again, I'm not blaming him, because there's always some winning chances, especially with tiredness here. And rook c6, king g5, for example. Like, I'm very capable of losing this. This might actually be lost, who knows?
Sure, but you're not gonna take on c6, you're just gonna go king e3 or
Yeah, of course.
any move. Yeah.
As long as there's some chances to go wrong, I don't mind playing it out.
Did I watch the pawn sacrifice move? Did you watch it, Jan?
No, it's a bit of a shameful story. I was at the premiere in Berlin with the legends. Boris Spassky, Magnus Carlsen, a lot of prominent guests, but we decided to leave after 5 minutes to get dinner. It was at the opening ceremony of the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, so no, I didn't see it. And frankly, I don't want to see it. I don't think it's any good. I know the Fischer story, and I heard only bad things about it.
It was not very representative of what really happened, first of all, and it was taken out of context a little bit. I didn't like it very much.
Also, I don't like this guy Toby Maguire as Fischer. It's a tiny guy. Fischer was a tall guy.
Fischer
so
was tall. I don't know.
It doesn't really work.
And I also don't think the guy who played Spassky was that much. At least physically, he was looking like Spassky, but the way he played him, I don't think was really quite how Spassky was back then. But
That's a great actor, though. This guy, Liev Schreiber, he was on Spotlight and many other good things. But yeah, Spassky himself was also not very complimentary.
It's for most people, I think it's very hard to play chess player, the character, not being a chess player. But yeah, I have seen it. I wasn't very happy about it.
Should have casted you, young Bobby.
Yeah, well, yeah, would have been a good idea. Maybe a remake, huh?
That's right. Next time cast us. I think I look exactly like Spassky. And I'm not sure who's the villain, because Spassky was a nice guy. Did they portray him as a villain?
No, they
Not
portrayed
really.
him as a nice guy.
Yeah. Well, he's dead.
They did.
Or is a nice guy. He's still around. Mr. Svidler. He's in check. But he can move out of it. I don't know what to say. This is a draw because, you can't do anything whenever you move your king. This pawn gets taken. Not taken 2 or taken 3, just taken. And the game is pretty much over. You can, you can try this, but okay. You go here, and the c-pawn by himself can't do a lot of damage. Black can even direct his... White can even direct his king towards it if he feels like. Even though I'd be reluctant to move my king too far away, because then there's this plan. There's just nothing to do. Wait here. Do whatever you like. Maybe something like this is the best try around. See, I'm almost bungling this again. This is still a draw, but at least.
Yeah, you have to take
getting close.
Use the same plan again with the rook coming to the first and checking.
You do this, but at least the king would be cut off a little further. So this might be.
Jan, have you ever felt during a tournament game that you just wanted to dance? Someone's asking you.
No, my motto is dance as if no one was watching you, and if no one was watching me, I wouldn't dance.
So you never really.
I don't really dance.
Okay.
No, I've danced, but it's not my forte. I'm sure this will surprise most viewers out there. No, I'm not very gracious on the dance floor.
Nicely put.
And yet, during a tournament game, no, I've had all kinds of thoughts, but I don't think that one has
Dancing
entered
hasn't
my mind.
to you. Yeah.
No.
Draw.
Who do you think is the best dancer? Probably, I don't know, I could see Topalov being a good dancer somehow. He has this flavor.
Yeah.
Levon, since he's an artsy guy, but I don't think he'd be good. I think he'd be enthusiastic. No offense, Matt Levon. Fabi, I have my doubts. Kayakin, I have my doubts. Most of these guys I've seen on the dance floor, actually. Nakamura, I have my doubts. Vishy, I don't think dances. Peter, Anish. Nah. I don't think chess players are natural-born dancers.
I think once again Maurice Ashley is actually a very good dancer. I think he comes out as.
But he's breaking all the rules.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say here. He's the guy with the tattoo. He's the good dancer. I think he's doing salsa dancing or something.
Lawrence Trent, of course, big salsa dancer.
Well, big salsa dancer.
But normally we're talking grandmasters on the show. Like
exactly, yeah. Lawrence is unfortunately for him.
But yeah, who else we got? No, I'm sure some guys into dancing. Someone wants to know, what do you study?
I study business. Very original.
The business.
The business.
Is it called business or economics, or what's the course called?
It's business administration.
Business administration. Is there a difference from, I don't know, in German we call it Betriebswirtschaftslehre, and there's international business and management, and what's the difference?
Yeah, exactly. Mine is international business administration, but it's all management courses.
So what do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be where you are at right now. I want to be sitting
you
in
want
that
my seat?
Sitting in that chair.
You know what? You can have it for like 2 minutes just to know how it feels.
It's okay. I'd like to have dreams to work towards. You can't just,
But you also want to make your goals sort of obtainable, right? I also want to be chess world champion, but let's face it. This is a tough chair.
This is a tough job, yeah.
Toughest. No, I'm enjoying it. I'm not making a lot of sense, but what could be bad on sitting here, not having eaten all day, on a holiday, talking about rook endgames for 7 hours?
Yeah.
Dead drawn rook endgames. Come on, Anish. Come on, Anish. I've changed my mind. I want to go here now. I have a new defensive strategy. C5, rook c6, check. And I'm playing for mate. King h7, king h5.
So you went for a really active defense this
For
time.
mate.
Oh.
You can defend.
With
This
g6.
is a devious trap.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't take. But I'd
Well,
go back.
every trap in this position is devious. Because there's just not too many of them left.
Very true. Yeah, I'm out of stuff to say. It's a draw. It's gonna come down to g-pawn versus king with a bunch of rooks left. And if the king does not run all the way to the king side, to the queen side, it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah.
And Svidler so far has shown no inclination of transferring his king to a2. I don't know, like... I Anish likes this. He gets into some situation that is clearly drawn, and then he plays 100 moves. Like
yeah,
when
he's
before,
really
like
trying to grind. Yeah, he should be. Yeah, it's not the most exciting strategy. It's also not the very effective one for the moment.
no, like he's young. He has lots of energy. I don't think he tires himself out. But he's not going to play Svidler tomorrow, so it doesn't matter that he's tired.
Yeah.
Svidler out. Maybe thinking it's a rest day, so let's have a little Rook endgame fun.
Mm-hmm.
But had he wanted to win this game, I believe earlier, this is probably the key moment. Night before, you expect Svidler to survive this. Well, if you go b6 or whatever random move and play this position, you have some chances, I believe.
I mean, you could still be playing, I think. Just a slightly more interesting position.
Let's check the Twitter. The Twitter. Oh. Chess24.com is tweeting about our discussion who's the best dancer. I don't know if I should say dancer or dancer. I guess dancer is more in line with my normal accent. Dancer sounds more sophisticated.
Yeah, I'm not really going with the British accent ever.
No, me neither. But you say neither, I say neither, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's not really consistent, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, but in general, I just watch TV shows and just try to speak as those people.
We just try to copy whatever is on TV.
We try to sound like Hank Moody. That really is.
Exactly, that's what we're really trying to do.
Speaking of Hank Moody, you might not believe it. On the way here this morning, I was listening to a podcast with David Duchovny.
David Duchovny?
Wherever he's called. I call him Duchovny. And yeah, he's a very, very witty guy. Like, it was very entertaining.
Yeah. Does he write any of his own text for those shows, or?
That was not discussed, but normally these scripted dramas have writers and it's not the actors. But I'm sure he has some like chances to ad-lib. And he's playing a writer, so he probably has to do some writing. I don't know. I like Californication. I don't love it. Like there's some.
Really, you don't love it?
No,
you
some
have
stuff
characters
makes me
in there
laugh.
like Runkle that are just
Runkle's
complete
great.
gold. Like I've never seen a character like that in any other TV show.
That is true.
Probably the funniest. Like every single episode featuring Runkle is like the funniest thing on earth. Like.
Here's my question: do you think Runkle is a better manager than Lawrence Trent?
Definitely. I also think that Runkle should get into the chess world just to add a little bit more tattoo to the mix.
That's true. Yes. Nice tattoos. No, I liked Runkle's appearance in court when he has to testify to help Hank Moody. That's a classic.
Fantastic scene. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, do you think Lawrence would testify for Fabi in court? I don't know what Fabi would have done wrong, but
yeah, I don't know either. I think he
or
would,
the other
but
way
I think
around.
he'd be about as helpful as Runkle was in that scene. I'm not sure if Fabi wants that. What's going on? Some Geary talk. Peter just wants to dance. He's a big Walzer guy. I do not think that is true. Who would you want to swap lives with for 1 week only? Interesting question. You got anybody?
You have someone in mind?
I don't know. I think I like to be a woman, just any woman, just to figure out how they think and why. Just for a week.
I definitely wouldn't be a woman. That's not on my top list.
And else... No, the problem is if you choose someone famous, it's probably stressful, like you have stuff to do.
Really? You think you'd have
I
stuff
just
to
want to
do?
lie on my couch
Being
and watch
like
TV, and I can do that as
Hugh
myself.
Hefner kind of guy or something? Like you think?
Ooh,
But he's a bit too
it's
old.
horrible. Like you have to cover up all kinds of Bill Cosby messes, and then you have to deal with all these playmates when all you want to do is sleep
guess
because
it's a
you're
tough
80 years
one.
old. No, you don't want to be Hugh Hefner.
Not anymore, no.
Maybe young Hefner.
Young Hefner.
But he had to fight a lot of fights for like freedom of speech and black comics. He's done a lot of stuff, Hugh Hefner. So maybe, but I'd probably be too lazy.
Yeah, it's tough deciding who you would like to be for only a week.
Yeah, especially for me, because I'm so happy in my own skin, as all you guys know. If you're such a cheerful, positive person as myself, you really don't want to be anybody else, even for a day.
Yeah.
Oh, Geary jokes keep coming, but this one I like.
This one's really good.
If Geary was a rapper, he'd be called 50%. It's pretty funny. I'm being asked if I will play for the German chess team again. I don't know, they have to put me in the lineup and they have shown zero intentions to do so.
Accepted draw. Okay, I think we've got a result.
I still don't buy it.
It's still...
Because people said this like 8 hours ago.
Oh,
They
really?
said, "Hey, accepted draw." Sometimes they tease us. No, I wouldn't want to be Donald Trump.
Actually, I was gonna suggest that too, but I have no idea why you would want to be Donald Trump.
Nah. Mm. Some more TV show talk. The Wire is the best show that ever was or will be. Yeah, I sort of agree with that. That's the show nerd's opinion that everyone must have, but it's also warranted. The Wire season 3 and 4 is sort of the best stuff out there. Have you watched The Wire?
Is
You
it that
should
good?
watch it. Yeah. It's very good, especially for a business economics student. It covers business on every level, from drug dealers to politics to...
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely give it
It's good.
give it a shot. It's an older series, right?
Yeah, 2000s.
Okay.
Did these guys make a draw? No, there's still moves incoming. Do we have like the 100 moves rule at some point?
They're only at 76.
Where's the last thing happening? Ah, no, Igiri played c6 a couple moves ago.
He's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, he can go c5 and move like 110. Then c4, move 160.
I must say, I really
C3.
like the 50% one.
Yeah, that was fine. That was pretty
It
good.
was really good. You must have been a big 50 Cent fan at some point.
No, I was never that much into him. He had a weird flow. I liked some songs, like How We Do. And I liked some of these G-Unit guys, like Tony Yayo. He was on only like 3-4 songs, but he had like some interesting
Yeah.
stuff.
Young Buck, maybe.
No, Young Buck wasn't my thing.
No? Okay.
But no, I was never a big fan, but he had some interesting stuff.
Have you listened to any of Young Thug's stuff?
No, I'm not
They
into
keep coming out,
young,
they
young
keep coming
Thug.
out.
Yeah, he's
He has a
lot of output, but
yeah.
didn't do it for me.
Okay.
No, I'm very old school when it comes to hip hop, like I like really old stuff. Tribe Called Quest, Biggie, Jay-Z, Outkast.
Well, I mean, Jay-Z's... Like, everyone listens to Jay-Z, so... Everyone
Yeah,
listens to
he's
Biggie
still-
too, but Jay-Z's not... Would you really consider that old school? Depends on which records you're talking about.
He's still relevant, which is
Yeah.
good, but yeah, like do I listen to like Reasonable Doubt and
Okay,
the
really
Blueprint, like they're really old crap. Like
Mhm.
I'm a very old man, like.
Kanye West at all?
Yeah, the early Kanye, College Dropout is an amazing
Yeah,
album.
College Dropout was great. I agree.
But yeah, the more creative Kanye, I'm less into.
Oh yeah, it's whatever you call creative.
Yeah, they're more random. But I do follow everything Kardashian very closely, of course. Like
You do?
so, the Kanye feud with whoever Janet was, Kylie Jenner about Nike or Adidas and Puma. That stuff I'm up to date on.
Unfortunately, I couldn't really talk about that with you, but you should definitely inform me for the next show.
Yeah, of
Kylie
course.
Jenner, yeah.
Kylie, Kendall Jenner, like whatever Jenner/Kardashian questions you have, I'm your guy. Someone's saying Jan Gustafsson game statistics, 200 wins and 243 draws, even more than Geary. Yeah, first of all, you misspelled my name. Like, how hard can it be? You're watching the show. And secondly, yeah, I used to be the president of the Chicken Chess Club. And thanks for not mentioning any losses, because I'm pretty sure I've lost like 1 or 2 games too. What else is going on? Rook on second 7 equals 10 points times 2. I'm confused. It's been late, so I'm not really sharp anymore, but that statement still doesn't make sense in any world, does it? Rook on second 7th, 10 points. He's meaning the strength of a rook is doubled whenever it hits the second rank. So that means that Geary just won a rook by playing rook to c2.
Nice.
But Fiedler, he just equalized because Fiedler is also here. But this would lose.
Well, it actually would lose. Either you're just right.
Yeah. I don't know this Nas Illmatic thing. A lot of people are claiming it's the greatest rap album ever made. I was never into Nas. I, of course,
me
I've
neither.
listened to it, but it doesn't
I've
do it for
tried.
me.
I've tried. I didn't really like it so much.
No, me neither. I don't like Nas. Aaron says, come on, Anish. No, that wasn't Aaron. Shala Sutram saying, come on, Anish, resign. That's unlikely to happen. He's played c5. At least he hasn't waited for 50 moves. Yeah, it does not really change the equation very much.
Mm-mm.
You can go for some fake activity, which I like to do. But yeah, one thing you shouldn't do is carelessly play king g4 here, because all of a sudden this pawn is very hard to stop. But if you keep your...
I would honestly just give a check and go king g6, continuing your fake strategy.
Yeah, that's probably better. Or g6, hoping for king g8. But yeah, this is more effective. The important thing is you need to have shelter for your king, so after c2 there's no check from behind. Okay, let's at least force this king to stay out in the open. g6. King anywhere. Can we bungle it? Not even this. Yeah, this is Bungleville.
Is it king f3? King g2? This is a draw, Gusti.
That is true. I know that actually.
This is one of those cases, guys, where the engine will tell you -1, -2, whatever. It's a total draw.
Yeah, the point is, I'm not even sure if you can win this pawn, but you probably can.
You can.
I'm not sure you can. But let's say you can. This position is a dead draw because you are not able to kick this king away from g2, which kind of matters. So let's just, for illustrative purposes, put a pawn here. If you had to take, you would lose because of rook g1 check, but you don't have to. So you can just sit and wait, and there's nothing black can do. Whenever the king approaches this pawn, you check it. So yeah, this is still a draw, just goes to show you how big the drawing margin is in such a position. However, if instead of just so people learn something out of this program, if instead of the g pawn, black has an f pawn, he's winning, because this pawn on f3 check will be asked some very painful questions. You can't take it, and if you go king f2, there's rook h1, the old trick. Then you pick up the rook. Well, if you have an h-pawn, it's a draw, because after h3 check you go king h2, and you can't go around it. So, yeah.
Dropping some knowledge.
Yeah, see, I know a lot about rook annex. All of that stuff only applies with a pawn on c2. With a pawn on c3, it does not, because the king can hide in front of it. But the problem is you're normally not threatening anything in such a position if you put the pawn on c3 just yet. I don't know. You could, yeah, push your luck by going for this, but you can also
Yeah, you can just run towards the pawn if you're not
grab the
comfortable.
pawn if you feel like. And yeah, this is the other line which we've been talking about ad nauseum. Am I losing again? I always feel like I'm losing. Here I might have made things tough on myself. Yeah.
You might be losing again.
This is tricky because I cut my king off somehow. So let me try to do better. Okay, this feels uncomfortable already with the king so far away. But here, yeah, if I don't get cut off, this is still a draw. As previously mentioned, because you can always defend by these checks from behind if you feel like. So you see, I would still lose this position like three attempts out of 4. That is objectively pretty simple draw. And I think Peter, even though he's not a big endgame expert, he does know basics like the ones we've been trying to show. Is to lose is Topalov. And the guy does not an unusual result for you. I don't know. Someone says Gary is 5 minutes removed from ruining a one game. No, not today. Today he was never winning.
No.
Yesterday he was. But today, yeah, it's always been within the realms of a draw. He had some chances to push more a little earlier, but he was never like close to a win. Some more moves have been executed. Rook f1 check, king e5. What are you hoping for, Anish? Now it looks like he might not even get any of these positions we were mentioning, because here we're pushing the guy. Starting to feel like white is better.
Oh, rook f7, you know, try to push him into the corner.
Nah, yeah.
Such is life.
Whatever you do is a draw, but it looks like he's not even going to get one of these g-pawns and kings sort of farish away positions. Now it's really over. You can go rook g1. But would I lose this? That's always a question I ask myself. I believe this position I would draw quite comfortably. Or even this position. Because black is no longer... Ah no, this I might lose, because here you could go back. No, but even here. I think I'm in time to hide my king actively. Yeah, I don't lose this. Let's try. Nah, I got this one I got figured out. So no, I'm expecting a draw within the next 8 minutes. Is that a fair assumption?
I hope so, Jan. I've been
hungry?
really impressed with how long this game has been going on. It's this is something in itself.
That is true. I still want to do my highlight videos. I have to figure out what's been going on in this Nakamura against Anand game. And I want to eat.
Yeah, I agree with the latter.
You want to watch my highlight video?
Absolutely. Can't wait for it to come out.
I always text you when my video is out, so you can be the first to watch it.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, Anish. There is no more play.
None.
So well, there's one losing move. But this is not the most logical move, so I do not think it will be executed. The other 4 moves draw. What else is going on?
Robin is legit grumpy. No, guys, I'm not grumpy. I'm a hungry guy. Like, I'm a hungry Dutch guy. I've been talking a lot about tattoos, about dancing. It takes a lot of energy. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
It takes a lot of energy.
Especially for a Dutch guy, if they don't have their frikandel every 2 hours, like they get a little restless.
Oh, I hear finally.
Barry Hupp.
Barry Hupp. You know, we need our greasy greasy stuff once in a while.
Is this over? Come on, let it be over. This is the best Anish can get now, but this is about as exciting as watching Gravity for the 3rd time.
You didn't really watch it 3 times, did you?
No, because I figured it would be about as exciting as this rook end game. And I think I've shown you guys how much I understand about rook endings in the course of this podcast.
I've been really enjoying it, actually. I feel so much better about my own rook ending skills. I've honestly just been keeping it on the low, watching you go at it. My rook end game skills are not up there either. But maybe I'll take over next time and show off some of my losing attempts.
No, but that goes to show you what an incredible player I am, because I don't know the first thing about endgames. Yeah. By the way, if I'm looking this way, it's not only because I dislike Robin, but also because I'm reading the chat. Sometimes it might look a little weird on camera because I'm making an effort to look away. But the chat is here. Draws, a film by Steven Spielberg starring Anish Giri. No, that's not that funny. The 50% stuff, that was funny.
50% was pretty good, yeah.
And it looks like the Trump discussions are starting.
Yeah, I feel that that's normally the moment that you have to start tuning out a little bit.
Right. Trot Winnick. Nah, you can do better, guys. And the game is over. Draw. Who would have thought? Like, if anybody had told me this game would end in a draw in the last
would have
4
not
hours,
believed it.
I would not have told them. I would have told them,
Yeah.
get out of here. But it is over. Now, these are tomorrow's pairings and yesterday's standings. So let's mentally
Prepare.
I think, you know what, as a last act of today, I will cut out the new standings and share them with you people. I've been told it's not a great idea to call the audience you people because it sounds condescending. So I'm not going to do that anymore. Anyway, it's already time for some warm words. Thanks for joining, Robin. This has been a lot of fun.
It has been a great pleasure. I'm actually surprised how short some of the games were today and how long some of the games were today.
Yeah, because at some point it felt like the round would be over after 4 hours. Right?
I actually was almost convinced it was going to happen, but Anish made sure it did not go that way, and he kept us at the edge of our chairs for many hours. So
yeah, at least it was a gripping finale. So thanks, Anish. And I hope at least as punishment for him, all restaurants in Moscow are closed now. Because here it's 2-3 hours earlier.
yeah, I actually think that that's very possible.
So yeah, let's look at the standings. We have Kayakin overtaking the lead because of the better tiebreaker versus Fabiana Caruana, which means tomorrow big game for Fabiana Caruana, of course, for Kayakin as well against Levon Aronian. Viscianat still lurking, half a point behind, but he has the uphill battle of defeating 50% tomorrow. Peter Svidler and both Anish Giri and Levon Aronian should be out of the race with 50%.
Yeah.
But theoretically, if they win their last 2 games, they could.
If there's a theoretical chance, there's a chance.
So you're telling me there is a chance?
Well, I'd like to believe, we're still proud of Anish. We're still hoping that he has a good finish. But, well, as of now, I think the big challenge is between Caruana and Karyakin. And like I said, I think it's going to be very exciting, especially for Caruana in the next game. He does not want to get to a situation where it's a must-win game with black. So we're in for a treat in the next round.
Absolutely. It's not tomorrow, even though I've said this like 18 times, because there is a rest day tomorrow. It's the day after tomorrow. We, of course, going to keep working. Robin is here recording some exciting series. I'm afraid I have to let him in and switch the computer on. But we'll see you guys the day after tomorrow with more drama, more action, more bad humor, more stuff.
All of it.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks, everyone, and see you in 2 days.